importante bacino del Mediterraneo. Quindi ospitare questa conferenza in questo anniversario è simbolicamente di grande rilievo. Certo, rispetto al 95 oggi la situazione è molto mutata. È molto mutata, la situazione, come tutti sappiamo, è critica in questo momento all'interno dell'area europea e del Mediterraneo in generale, ma proprio per questo assumono un'importanza ancora maggiore queste iniziative, perché le università devono essere promotrici dei valori di pace, di giustizia, di inclusione, di solidarietà. In questi processi io penso che la Calabria possa giocare un ruolo importante, non solo per la sua ubicazione geografica che la colloca nel cuore, al centro del Mediterraneo, ma anche per la storia, per la tradizione, per la cultura, no? Che cultura dell'inclusione e l'ospitalità possa giocare un ruolo importante, caratterizza non solo la nostra regione, per la sua ubicazione geografica, che la Calabria, che è la prima, nel cuore, al centro, calabresi, anche la più grande, ma anche per la storia, per la tradizione, per la cultura. No, può certamente giocare un ruolo nell'inclusione e l'ospitalità, possa giocare un ruolo. La Calabria è una città giovane, non solo poco compiuto per la sua ubicazione geografica, la Calabria che è la prima, l'università in grande crescita, con più di 25.000 studenti, ma anche per la storia, sicuramente per studio che attraverso può certamente giocare un ruolo nell'inclusione e l'ospitalità, possa giocare un ruolo. La Calabria è una città giovane, non solo poco compiuto per la sua ubicazione geografica, la Calabria è la prima. L'università in grande crescita, conta in questo momento circa anche per la storia, sicuramente uno studio che attraverso l'università internazionale di possa giocare la Calabria è una città giovane, ma soprattutto per la sua campus, la socialità. L'università caratterizza, conta in questo momento circa anche per la storia, sicuramente uno studio che attraverso l'università internazionale di possa giocare la Calabria è una città giovane, ma soprattutto creato un luogo del campus dove tutte le età. L'università caratterizza, conta in queste dimensioni. Guardate, nel nostro campo uno studio che attraverso pacifica internazionale di la Calabria è una città giovane, ma soprattutto creato un luogo del campus dove tutte le età. L'università caratterizza, quindi conta in queste dimensioni. Guardate, nel nostro campo uno studio che al luogo nazionale la Calabria è una città giovane, ma soprattutto nel campo per tutte le età. L'università caratterizza, quindi conta in queste dimensioni. Guardate, nel nostro campo uno studio al luogo nazionale la Calabria è una città giovane, ma soprattutto nel campo per tutte le età. L'università caratterizza, quindi conta in queste dimensioni. Guardate, nel nostro campo al luogo nazionale la Calabria è una città giovane, ma soprattutto nel campo per tutte le età. L'università caratterizza, quindi conta in queste dimensioni. Guardate, nel nostro campo al luogo nazionale intervento di servizio la Calabria è una città giovane, in tante sezioni, nel campo per varie età. L'università caratterizza, quindi sociali, aspetti culturali, aspetti scientifici, sull'interno, spero che i progetti e le idee che saranno in questi 2 giorni nel campo per varie età. Auguro a tutti buon lavoro, rinnovo il mio benvenuto all'Università della Calabria, benvenuti nel Mediterraneo della conoscenza. Grazie a tutti voi.
Grazie mille Nicola, thank you very much for the amazing work that you and your team, your colleagues did for having this assembly. You know, what's happened recently in the Middle East in particular was affecting also the idea to organize this assembly. And this is another reason why I'm very honored that we have with us our president, Kirera Sass, that at some point was probably expected not to come to the assembly, but fortunately she was able to travel. Thanks again for your commitment, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marcello. Excellency Professor Romano Prodi, distinguished directors, presidents, colleagues, partners, and friends, good morning to everyone. We come together at a moment when the Mediterranean region, and indeed the world, faces renewed instability. The impacts of recent conflicts are reverberating through all sectors of society, with education, once again, caught in the cross-currents of crisis. In such times, the role of universities becomes even more vital, not only to withstand disruption, but to actively contribute to recovery, social cohesion, and the rebuilding of hope. Our work here today must reflect that responsibility and rise to meet the urgent needs of our communities. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the 2025 UNIMED General Assembly here at the University of Calabria, a university whose unique identity stands at the intersection of innovation and heritage. Nestled in the heart of southern Italy, this university is a symbol of how peripheral geographies can be powerful centers of academic excellence and cultural vibrancy. I extend my sincere gratitude to the University of Calabria, and in particular to Professor Nicola Leone, for hosting us with such vision and generosity. May the work we undertake here contribute meaningfully to the advancement of a more cohesive, inclusive, and collaborative Mediterranean region. As we convene from across the diverse shores of the Mediterranean, the UNIMED General Assembly stands as a critical moment in our institutional calendar. It serves as a strategic forum for critical reflection and alignment of priorities. This year, the European Union has demonstrated renewed commitment to the region with the appointment of a commissioner for the Mediterranean and the launch of a wide-ranging consultation for the Pact for the Mediterranean. These developments offer a political momentum and a real opportunity to elevate higher education as a cornerstone of regional diplomacy and progress. This assembly offers a unique space where academic leaders, scholars, students, and policymakers meet, not only to assess past progress, but to reaffirm shared commitments and shape the path of higher education cooperation in the region. This year's General Assembly holds particular historical weight as we mark the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona process, a foundational framework for Euro-Mediterranean cooperation launched back in 1995. Over 3 decades, this initiative has guided policy and diplomatic relations and laid the groundwork for much of our academic collaborations. Today, as we look ahead to the forthcoming Pact for the Mediterranean, we have both the responsibility and the opportunity to redefine this cooperation in light of our current realities, challenges, and aspirations. This 30th anniversary is a moment of reckoning. We must reflect on what the Barcelona process has achieved, where it has fallen short, and how we, as academic institutions, can revitalize it. As we prepare for the adoption of the Pact later this year, higher education must be positioned at the very heart of a renewed cooperation model. Our region is one of paradoxes, of ancient civilizations and pressing contemporary crisis, of incredible youth potential and alarming unemployment, of interconnected societies, yet persistent inequalities. It is with this setting that higher education in the Mediterranean must not only educate, but lead. And this is where UNIMED stands as both a platform and a driver for transformation. Across the Mediterranean, the landscape of higher education is shaped by deep and often contradictory dynamics, realities that compel us toward collective, context-sensitive responses. Brain drain remains a pressing challenge, particularly on the southern and eastern shores, where talented graduates continue to seek opportunities abroad. Our task is to transform this outward flow into a model of brain circulation, one in which knowledge migrates but ultimately returns, reinvests, and regenerates local systems. Persistent gaps in educational quality and graduate employability undermine the potential of youth across the region. While labor markets increasingly demand complex skill sets, both technical and transversal, many institutions continue to operate with limited capacity to meet these expectations. Digital divides, insufficient funding, and in many cases geopolitical instability continue to constrain and the transformative power of universities. From the protracted conflict in Gaza to the devastation of Syria and the persistent migration pressures in North Africa, our region is marked by crisis. These realities demand that universities serve as defenders of rights and stability, institutions capable of operating in the harshest conditions to deliver on their social mission. These structural limitations jeopardize the ability of higher education systems to be alert, future-oriented, and socially responsive. Internationalization remains obstructed by several factors, including restrictive visa policies, fragmented credit recognition mechanisms, a narrow conception of internationalization limited to mobility alone, and increasingly, national regulations that discourage or limit the presence of international students, placing at risk the diversity, quality, and global relevance to our academic systems. The region faces stark demographic contrasts. In parts of the Arab world, a youthful and expanding population presents a window of opportunity if matched with responsive educational and employment systems. In contrast, northern Mediterranean countries face an aging population and declining university enrollment, threatening the long-term sustainability and vitality of their higher education institutions. These diverging trends have critical implications. In some advanced economies, enrollment rates are falling, even as education demand surges in fragile and under-resourced contexts. Rising tuition costs, especially where privatization accelerates, are deepening inequity and limiting access, particularly for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. Without a coordinated, inclusive policy approach, these inequalities will widen, weakening higher education's roles. These challenges require us to transcend institutional, political, and economic barriers in order to safeguard the availability, affordability, and accessibility of education across the region, ensuring that no learner is left behind, regardless of their geographic location or their circumstances, whether shaped by conflict or economic hardship. It is not a matter of equity, but of regional stability and shared development. A truly inclusive higher education system must serve both those at the center and those at the margins in both war and welfare. The General Assembly offers us a shared moment and a momentum to think beyond challenges and begin shaping concrete responses all together. I would like to highlight 5 areas that I believe will define our collective agenda in the months ahead. 1, reimagining mobility. The Mediterranean Mobility Mechanism, proposed by Slovenia and supported by several partners, is a promising initiative that aims to ensure reciprocity, inclusiveness, and sustainability in how we move students and researchers. In parallel, The Erasmus Plus program continues to play a crucial role in shaping international mobility across the region, expanding its reach, particularly for southern Mediterranean countries, remains vital for fostering a more balanced and equitable academic exchange. But let us go further toward virtual mobility, joint degrees, and regional credit recognition systems. Let us advocate for mobility with dignity, especially for students from conflict-affected or marginalized areas. 2, digital transformation for equity. Digital transformation is no longer optional. It is a defining feature of today's educational landscape. UNIMED must continue to invest in strong digital infrastructure, training for educators, and sustainable online learning strategies that go beyond short-term fixes and build long-term resilience. As artificial intelligence becomes more integrated into our institutions, we must ensure that technological innovation enhances inclusion, supports effective teaching, and is guided by ethical principles, not driven solely by efficiency or automation. This requires policy frameworks that recognize digital education as a strategic, long-term priority. 3, toward a Mediterranean climate action agenda. Across the Mediterranean, the effects of climate change are intensifying, from rising sea levels and extreme weather to pressures on agriculture, public health, and urban sustainability. Yet, despite these growing threats, our region still lacks a cohesive academic response that reflects the scale and urgency of the crisis. UNIMED believes that the time has come to fill this gap, building on the foundational framework of our sub-network on climate and environmental change, which has successfully fostered partnerships, policy dialogue, and knowledge exchange. We are committed to developing a consolidated and structured Mediterranean climate change action plan. This initiative will mobilize our universities, scholars, and students in alliance with governments, civil society, industries, and international partners. This plan will not be just a declaration of intentions. It will be a practical, coordinated roadmap to integrate climate action into research, education, and institutional strategies. It will aim to scale up existing efforts, support universities in shaping green competencies, and equip the next generation with the knowledge and tools needed to lead in a climate-altered world. We envision this as a collective undertaking, one that harnesses the intellectual strength, regional diversity, and institutional commitment of the UNIMED network to ensure that the Mediterranean becomes not only a region affected by climate disruption, but a region known for climate leadership. 3, employability, skills, and innovation. Curricula across our universities must evolve to embrace problem-based learning, entrepreneurship, and green and digital skills. We must open space for soft skills, creativity, ethics, leadership, communication. Our dialogue with the industries, businesses, the private sector, civil society, and research institutions must be solid and more strategic. 4, strengthening partnership with local and civic actors. To ensure relevance and impact, our academic partnerships must reach beyond universities alone. We must engage more proactively with local authorities, municipal governments, civil society organizations, and community leaders. These collaborations help align academic work with the real needs of society. 5, inclusive and responsible internationalization. Let us move beyond mobility. Let us embed cultural dimensions into our governance, our pedagogy, and our institutional missions. This also means fostering multilingualism as a bridge for deeper engagement, regional integration, and academic inclusivity, particularly in a region as linguistically diverse as ours. Internationalization should not only be about where students go, but about how they think, how they relate to others, and how they act as engaged global citizens with local impact. 6, universities as anchors of stability and dialogue. In times of conflict, repression, or forced displacement, universities are called to rise beyond their conventional role as educational institutions, becoming safe havens, civic actors, and guardians of human dignity. Programs such as Progetto Mediterranean and the TESI initiative in Palestine exemplify how academic institutions can protect both the right to education and the dignity of those most affected by crisis. Our role is particularly vital in safeguarding academic freedom and ensuring access to learning for at-risk scholars and refugee students. Collaborations with organizations such as Scholars at Risk, DAD, and UNHCR reflect our collective commitment to making education a refuge and a pathway to recovery and reintegration. A movement that operates across borders and bureaucracies, often stepping in where political dialogue falters, but where academic solidarity continues to thrive. This is precisely why the work of this assembly matters. In the days ahead, we will discuss the implementation of the 2022 Ministerial Declaration on Research and Innovation, examine emerging regional partnerships aimed at integrating green skills and climate literacy into academic curricula, celebrate the expansion of our community, now comprising 179 universities from 25 countries, and warmly welcome new members who bring fresh perspectives and renewed energy to our collective mission. The structure of this assembly reflects our strategic vision. We will engage with the implementation of the 2022 Ministerial Declaration on Research and Innovation and explore how to embed green skills and climate literacy across disciplines. These discussions are not theoretical. They are designed to shape partnerships and prepare our institutions for the new pact for the Mediterranean. We will also turn to the practical dimensions of our shared journey: membership updates, project evaluations, budgetary matters, and governance decisions. UNIMED stands ready to contribute actively to shaping the new era of the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, bringing forward the strength of our partnerships, our shared experiences, and the collective voice of our academic community. Finally, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between UNIMED and the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, represents a significant step in our strategic expansion towards interdisciplinary collaboration. It reinforces our belief that higher education must be at the heart of efforts to advance sustainability, regional development, and inclusive prosperity. I leave you with this reflection. The Mediterranean has always been more than a geographical space. It is a meeting point of ideas, cultures, and responsibilities. Its future will be shaped not only by abstract ideals, but by the actions and commitments we forge together in gatherings such as this. We carry not only the task of transmitting knowledge, but the duty to shape resilient societies where education informs leadership, fosters equity, and drives sustainable development. We are entrusted with the possibility to reshape not only how our students learn, but how they will live, how they will lead, and how they impact their communities, their environment, and the world. Let us carry this responsibility with urgency and with one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kyrie, for your intervention, but obviously for your leadership in our network. Obviously, as you know, in UNIMED, we also have multilingualism as a dimension. I'm very honored now to introduce the Secretary General of UNIMED that will deliver his speech in French. And let me start also thanking the interpreters that are somewhere working for us for their contribution. Hamid, please.
Monsieur le Président de l'Université de Calabre, Monsieur le Premier ministre, le Président de la Commission, Monsieur Romano Prodi, Madame la Présidente de l'UNIMED, Monsieur le Directeur exécutif, mes chers collègues, présidents, vice-présidents, responsables de la coopération internationale, chers toutes et tous, bonjour. Permettez-moi, en premier lieu, de vous adresser mes vifs remerciements pour avoir choisi de prendre part à cette nouvelle assemblée de notre association. C'est là un témoignage d'engagement et de reconnaissance que nous apprécions hautement. Mes remerciements appuyés vont en particulier à nos collègues italiens et à leur tête son Excellence, Monsieur le recteur Nicola Leoni, président de cette belle université de Calabre, pour leur désir amical d'accueillir cette assemblée et de lui garantir les meilleures conditions de réussite. Mesdames et Messieurs, comme vous le savez certainement, l'Assemblée générale de l'UNIMED n'est point une simple formalité statutaire. C'est plutôt un moment clé qui structure nos choix et nos orientations stratégiques, de promouvoir son répit. Le dialogue et la réflexion entre ses membres, la circulation des idées innovantes et en phase avec les multiples défis qui se dressent devant nos universités. Lesquels défis nous imposent une réflexion stratégique, anticipatrice sur notre mission et notre vision dans un monde de savoir et de recherche en pleine mutation et dans un monde vécu plein d'incertitudes et de menaces. Mesdames et Messieurs, cette intervention s'articule autour de 3 axes fondamentaux que je partage humblement avec vous. L'université face à l'intelligence artificielle, quel commun construire, quel monde nous voulons construire ensemble pour vivre paisiblement, et le nouveau pacte pour la Méditerranée, c'est un espoir pour nous de focaliser tous nos efforts pour cette amitié renouvelée. Repenser l'université à l'ère de l'intelligence artificielle. Quel savoir promouvoir aujourd'hui pour épouser le changement induit par la nouvelle révolution technique en cours et surtout par l'avènement de l'intelligence artificielle. Il en va de l'avenir de nos étudiants et de leur espérance. Car s'il y a un domaine qui est totalement affecté par cette révolution, c'est incontestablement celui du travail et de ses nouvelles exigences. En effet, l'intelligence artificielle affecte le futur du travail, reconfigure le métier de demain, impose un futur de travail, reconfigure le métier de demain, impose une nouvelle pédagogie, privilégiant le métier de demain, le parcours personnalisé des étudiants en fonction de leurs propres besoins. Elle reconfigure le rôle entre enseignants et apprenants. Elle invite à une participation collective en vue d'une co-construction du système social auquel nous appartenons tous. Il serait suicidaire de s'accrocher à l'ancien modèle de l'université, productrice, accumulatrice et conservatrice de savoir, qui s'illusionne d'être innovatrice en s'agrippant au cosmétisme homéopathique de soft skills et de quelques aménagements dépourvus de toute efficacité. Car inopérante pour corriger l'inadéquation structurelle et récurrente entre ce que nous faisons et ce que le monde socio-économique attend de ce que nous devons faire. Pour réduire ce hiatus, nous sommes appelés à cultiver et notre esprit d'émancipation et notre imaginaire créatif, clé pour éclaircir les horizons communs face aux multiples incertitudes qui grèvent notre existence. lors de notre Assemblée générale en mars 23 à Grenade, j'avais structuré mon intervention autour de 3 impératifs de gouvernance: anticipation rationnelle du futur, choix de société viable, aspiration à un universel humain de valeurs partagées et durables. Nous y sommes en plein. Ces impératifs sont toujours d'actualité. Quelle université voulons-nous promouvoir? Quelle société devons-nous contribuer à bâtir? Et quelle humanité désirons-nous voir émerger? Ces interrogations sont au cœur de la réflexion de l'UNIMED depuis sa création. Nous continuons à les porter, à militer pour les faire partager. Nous n'avons pas cessé d'encourager, malgré toutes les difficultés, toutes les fermetures, la mobilité internationale des étudiants. Dans un monde qui ne cesse d'évoluer, où les métiers sont en pleine métamorphose, il serait bien difficile de pouvoir s'accrocher à une spécialité à vie. À l'instar du monde de l'entreprise, il n'y a plus de formation définitive, achevée ou programmée d'avance. Cette nouvelle réalité nous invite à faire évoluer l'apprentissage en relation avec le perfectionnement professionnel, en fonction de nouveaux impératifs économiques et sociaux. La mobilité est le support de la flexibilité, condition nécessaire pour construire une autonomie de la personne, une culture du sens de l'ouverture sur le monde, un apprentissage du travail collaboratif, le souci de la qualité. Ici, mobilité, flexibilité et adaptation sont au socle de tout apprentissage. L'avènement de l'intelligence artificielle n'est pas un simple phénomène technique. C'est plutôt une autre altérité, une autre individualité, d'autres valeurs. Elle a l'ambition de rivaliser avec notre intelligence naturelle. Elle ne suffit pas d'imiter à son avantage la rapidité, la précision et le moindre coût. Entre notre existence porteuse et productrice de sens et cet artefact se pointent de nouveaux enjeux. Se rapportant au statut même de l'homme, ces nouveaux enjeux nous interpellent. En témoigne la richesse de la diversité des thématiques proposées dans le programme de cette Assemblée. Deuxième axe, former à l'universel et au commun, une préoccupation permanente de l'UNIMED. Force est de constater le craquement de notre monde en l'absence d'équilibre structurant. Jamais l'humanité n'a été aussi menacée. Face aux multiples risques qui s'accumulent devant elle, écologiques, socio-économiques, civilisationnels, culturels, technologiques, militaires, et j'en passe. Ces risques ne sont pas fortuits, ils sont induits par nos choix collectifs, notre mode de consommer, notre manière de nous gouverner, de nous éduquer, de nous projeter, de changer les mots et les choses. Bref, notre échec à construire un commun inclusif, viable, fédérateur, dialogique, nous revendiquons un autre universel, pluriel et commun, qui suggère des réponses partagées à des problèmes mondialisés. Toutes les transitions en cours, accentuées par l'intelligence artificielle, les neurosciences, les projets de transhumanisme, ambitionnent de redessiner les frontières de notre existence. Il nous incombe de nous interroger sur le savoir à promouvoir dans nos universités et nos centres de recherche. Quel projet de vie commun à construire? Bref, quelle éducation pour l'humanité qui vient? L'humanité de demain qui est aujourd'hui. Face à la domination de la pensée unique qui s'adresse aux affects et non aux percepts, actant le recul préoccupant, et vraiment préoccupant des politiques, la fragilisation de la démocratie, la légitimation de la logique brutale de la force au détriment de la force du droit. La tragédie de Gaza est la traduction parfaite de l'éclipse de la raison. L'ensauvagement de l'humanité et le dépérissement de ses valeurs. À Gaza, c'est l'humanité qui meurt, qui agonise. À l'encouragement et à la légitimation de la post-vérité, la manipulation et le dressage des opinions, les fixations pathologiques sur le peur imaginaire, attelé hélas à la figure de bouc émissaire, l'autre, l'intrus, l'immigré, et j'en passe. S'y ajoute l'explosion des inégalités injustes et son nom de misère et d'exclusion. Nous sommes plus que jamais appelés à partager nos espérances et à militer pour un autre monde plus juste, plus équitable et plus paisible, au langage clivant, haineux, suprématiste, identitaire, tribal et exclusif, débattant en guerre contre les multiples tentatives d'ôter nos repères partagés et durables qui structurent nos existences, nous nous mobilisons pour faire triompher le seul désir qui mérite qu'on s'y attende, le désir de la paix. Jamais, jamais, jamais la force n'imposera la paix et n'amènera la paix. Seule la paix impose la paix. Troisièmement, le nouveau pacte pour la Méditerranée, un héritage à cultiver. Nous nous réjouissons de voir la communauté européenne s'engager dans la promotion d'un nouveau pacte de coopération pour la Méditerranée. Nous sommes d'autant plus ravis parce que sa mise en œuvre coïncide avec le 35e anniversaire de l'UNIMED, 91-2026. La Méditerranée est au cœur de la stratégie de l'UNIMED depuis sa création. Feu Franco Resi, son fondateur, paix à son âme, rêvait d'une université sans murs, et d'une Méditerranée plurielle et solidaire, à identité multiple, respectueuse des uns et des autres. Son ambition est de redonner un sens à cette mer pour qu'elle soit un lieu de partage de l'universel et la matrice de tout un dispositif de coopération entre les deux rives, en demeurant ce qu'elle a toujours été, une mer de passage et de brassage. Cet héritage est toujours le nôtre. Nous étonnons que ce qui importe le plus au sein de la Méditerranée est ce qui se pense et non pas ce qui se passe. Nous apprécions à leur juste valeur les intentions des promoteurs de ce nouveau pacte, qui se positionne comme étant le principal cadre de coopération de l'UE avec la rive sud. Rappelons brièvement ces dispositifs et ses objectifs. Promouvoir le développement économique des pays du Sud par l'encouragement des investissements créatifs de richesse au profit de tous. Soutenir les économies locales, améliorer les infrastructures routières, élaborer une nouvelle approche de la gestion migratoire plus inclusive et plus solidaire. Favoriser l'autonomie des jeunes par l'éducation et la mobilité. Il s'agit d'assurer une transformation durable, fondée sur une approche climatique et novatrice, soucieuse d'un genre de vie qui redéfinit le rapport à l'alimentation, à la gestion de l'eau, à la gouvernance environnementale dans sa globalité. Cette ambition de partenariat global se doit de combiner et le principe de responsabilité de Jans Jonas et le contrat culturel de Michel Serres, faisant de la nature un sujet juridique à part entière et de l'homme un législateur précautionné. En privilégiant le droit, nous protégeons les libertés. Nous œuvrons ensemble à construire un vivre ensemble viable et solidaire. Parce que les défis sont communs. Ces défis revendiquent une approche qui intègre et qui privilégie le partenariat, le dialogue inclusif autour des conditions d'un développement durable. Incontestablement, cette nouvelle orientation est prometteuse à condition de gérer l'incertitude grandissante qui habite le monde, les guerres à répétition, directes ou par procuration, leurs conséquences destructrices, matérielles et symboliques, les clivages induits et les fractures des esprits. Mesdames et messieurs, je termine. Nous portons tous une identité composée, une identité multiple. Et comme le disait le grand Hegel, trop d'identité, c'est la fermeture assurée. Trop de différence, c'est l'exclusion assurée. Donc, un peu d'identité dans la différence et un peu de différence dans l'identité, voilà notre destin commun, voilà les désirs de notre monde à vivre ensemble. Je vous remercie.
Merci Hamid pour ton intervention et pour la passion aussi qui te met chaque jour sur le travail avec UNIMED. In all our assembly and international meetings, we normally invite local authorities, regional and national authorities. We have with us the president of Calabria region, Mr. Occhiuto, but he's not only the president of the Calabria region, he's also president of the Inter-Mediterranean Commission. That means that he is also an actor, a Mediterranean actor. Please, President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to Calabria to everyone. I'll speak in Italian. Consentitemi un saluto particolare a due ospiti, il Presidente Prodi e il Professor Profumo, bentornati in Calabria. Ho molto apprezzato la profondità e la passione dei due interventi che mi hanno preceduto, due relazioni quasi di posizionamento, no? Su ciò che sarà discusso nei tavoli da qui a poco. Io mi limito invece solo ad un saluto come da protocollo e a qualche brevissima riflessione. Innanzitutto voglio dire che sono onorato di poter avere il privilegio di ospitare qui in Calabria, nell'Università della Calabria. Ringrazio molto la governance di UNIMED, ma anche il magnifico Rettore Leone, l'assemblea delle 170 università nei paesi del Mediterraneo. Proprio nell'anno in cui si celebrano i 30 anni del processo di Barcellona, che però, guardate, fino a qualche anno fa, soprattutto in questo lato dell'Europa, nel lato dell'Europa dove io mi trovo a governare questa bellissima regione che è la Calabria, il processo di Barcellona era ritenuto importante, ma l'impegno verso il Mediterraneo era diventato quasi un luogo comune che difficilmente si riempiva di contenuti operativi e di interesse vero. È successo negli ultimi anni che due grandi problemi hanno dimostrato quanto importante, urgente sia riprendere l'interesse verso il Mediterraneo e soprattutto verso i paesi che si affacciano sulla sponda sud del Mediterraneo. Mi riferisco all'incremento dei flussi migratori. Ci si è resi man mano conto che se non si investe nella stabilità, nel progresso, nello sviluppo di alcuni paesi, questi flussi migratori non potranno mai essere arginati. Io lo dico spesso, chi scappa dalla fame e dalla guerra continuerà a scappare dalla fame e dalla guerra. Anche io, se avessi la fame e la guerra nel mio paese o nella mia famiglia, scapperei. L'altra emergenza che tutti abbiamo sotto gli occhi è quella che investe i paesi del Mediterraneo per effetto dei cambiamenti climatici. Io governo una regione dove, dico spesso, devo essere preoccupato se non piove per via della siccità. Devo essere preoccupato se piove per gli effetti avversi determinati dai cambiamenti climatici. E questa condizione è una condizione che vive chiunque sia in una regione del Mediterraneo più fortemente interessata, perché il Mediterraneo è più fortemente interessato ai cambiamenti climatici, all'innalzamento delle temperature, ai fenomeni di desertificazione e di siccità. E allora è importante pensare a come affrontare insieme queste emergenze, avendo contezza anche però che i paesi del Mediterraneo sono paesi che hanno sì questi problemi, ma sono soprattutto paesi, regioni che hanno grandi opportunità e grandi potenzialità. Oggi qui si riuniscono le 170 università del Mediterraneo, che sono 170 porti del sapere, porti delle conoscenze. E però nel Mediterraneo, in molti luoghi dove queste università svolgono la loro attività, ci sono anche porti fisici importanti. Io governo una regione che ha un porto, quello di Gioia Tauro, che nonostante quello che stia accadendo a Suez e nonostante quello che accada in molte regioni del Mediterraneo, sta incrementando moltissimo il numero di TIU, di container. Quindi il Mediterraneo sta diventando sempre di più nel paradigma dell'economia mondiale un luogo di grandi scambi commerciali. Lo shock energetico che ha investito alcuni paesi dell'Europa ha fatto guardare anche quello con molto interesse al Mediterraneo come hub energetico. Quindi le nostre regioni non sono solo regioni di problemi, sono regioni di grandi opportunità, di grandi risorse, e chi svolge la propria attività nelle università lo sa bene. Io sono molto riconoscente al sistema universitario calabrese perché molte delle attività che stiamo sviluppando le stiamo sviluppando regione, università in sinergia, utilizzando anche finanziamenti europei che ci aiutano a trovare soluzioni, per esempio per prevenire fenomeni di dissesto idrogeologico, per prevenire fenomeni derivanti da eventi avversi, per sviluppare attraverso forme di intelligenza artificiale soluzioni innovative per vecchi problemi. Quindi quelli che stanno qui, voi conoscete benissimo le potenzialità dei porti del sapere, soprattutto dei porti del sapere del Mediterraneo. È necessario però che ci sia una maggiore consapevolezza da parte delle autorità politiche, degli Stati membri e anche da parte dell'Europa, delle istituzioni europee. Io ho incontrato la commissaria europea per il Mediterraneo, so qui che c'è il direttore generale della commissione, mister Amedeo, e ho riscontrato con soddisfazione il fatto che finalmente ci sia in Europa, sia condivisa in Europa la necessità di costruire un patto per il Mediterraneo. È quello che sta facendo la commissaria europea, che deve declinarsi però avendo proprio nel sistema universitario un pilastro, e un altro pilastro secondo me deve essere nella capacità, ne discutevamo prima col direttore Amedeo, di trovare delle forme di collaborazione più operative tra l'Europa e i paesi che non fanno parte dell'Unione Europea ma che condividono i problemi e le opportunità delle regioni mediterranee. Cioè, quindi non semplicemente accordi episodici di collaborazione, ma una vera strategia strutturata capace di rendere protagonisti quei paesi nella vita delle istituzioni europee. Il vero piano Mattei che l'Europa deve fare, che anche gli Stati membri dell'Europa devono fare, deve rivolgersi proprio all'investimento nelle conoscenze, nei porti del sapere e nei porti della logistica, che sono i due asset, i due driver sui quali si giocherà lo sviluppo nei prossimi anni. Quindi noi abbiamo queste cose, siamo ricchi di porti del sapere e di porti fisici. Non dobbiamo perdere l'occasione di non guidare questi processi. Dobbiamo avere come istituzioni politiche la capacità di guidare questi processi, magari anche creando una specifica strategia euro-mediterranea. È quello che io sto chiedendo insieme a tanti presidenti delle regioni del Mediterraneo in questo organismo che ho l'onore di presiedere, che è un organismo europeo che raggruppa i presidenti delle regioni del Mediterraneo d'Europa, ma anche qualche presidente di regione di paesi che si affacciano sulla sponda sud del Mediterraneo. Una strategia per la macro regione europea che ci dia la possibilità di avere delle modalità, dei piani di azioni comuni per svolgere meglio il ruolo di frontiera in Europa rispetto ai flussi migratori, per svolgere meglio in Europa il ruolo di chi deve governare territori dove appunto i cambiamenti climatici oggi impongono sfide che 30 anni fa erano sconosciute o meno prioritarie. Ecco, questo bisogna fare e questo si può fare soprattutto se c'è una forte azione di stimolo da parte di chi queste competenze allena all'interno del sistema universitario. Per cui sono molto riconoscente a UNIMED per aver scelto la Calabria come sede di questa assemblea e vorrei che la Calabria potesse diventare in qualche modo, insieme ad altre regioni del Mezzogiorno d'Italia, un hub dell'Europa sul Mediterraneo, un hub delle conoscenze, un hub della logistica, un hub dell'accoglienza. Quindi viva la Calabria, viva il Mediterraneo.
Grazie mille, thank you very much. I invite you now, you can leave the stage, and I'm really, really happy and honored to invite Mr. Romano Prodi to join us. Please, President. Dopo li mettete, non adesso. Non c'è bisogno di mettere il cavaliere per il Presidente. Where do you prefer? Here o dove preferisci? Dove ti viene più comodo, anche seduto se vuoi.
No, professore. Good morning to everybody. I am honored to be invited here to the UNIMED Assembly. I am a guest here, but proud to be guest of such a group of outstanding people. First of all, I have to be grateful and to thank all people who organized this meeting and have the responsibility of this section. First of all, the rector, Nicola Leone of the University of Calabria, Catherine Reis, Rasa's UNIMED president, who spoke so warmly now of the tragedies of the Mediterranean and of the hopes also. And Benedita, Harad Benedita, Secretary General of UNIMED, and the President of Calabria region, who is our host here, and who was so kind to be with us. I've also to thank people who are not here, who are backing the project that I am trying humbly to explain you. Of course, first of all, I have to remember the former president of the European Parliament, Davide Sassoli, who was backing the project of Paritaria University so warmly. But the existing president of the Parliament, Mrs. Metsola, who is really with us, helping to implement this idea, and the Commissioner for the Mediterranean, Mrs. Switcher, who is really practically working in this direction. Clearly, Marcello Scalesi is in some way the real coherent glue of this project. The idea is very simple. When I was President of the European Commission a few centuries ago, I was really considering that the Mediterranean was a tragedy. Let's say division increasing, tensions, and it was not by chance that a few months after my first proposal, the Iraqi war started, the terrible contemporary period of going back of our history, and with the idea, the terrible idea that in foreign policy we bring something to other people, There are superior people who bring doctrine, ideas, money, everything to others, And foreign policy is like a bridge. In a bridge, there are diversities. There are cars, trucks, bicycles. And the only problem is to respect the traffic rules. And in the Mediterranean policy, traffic rules have never been respected in the last generation, And so in 2002, I proposed to European Commission when I was president, look, we have to change the idea. There are not anymore northern people who give something, but some that must be paritarian, realistically, hand in hand, without any sense of superiority. And so I proposed a project of 30 paritarian universities, also because it was the time of the enlarging of the European Union, and correctly, my friends from southern shore of the Mediterranean, they were telling me, Prodi, but you are thinking only to north. And but it was the historical moment, and I really was engaged to the Mediterranean policy. But when I proposed the project that I shall very briefly explain today, I was president of the Commission. It was even impossible to discuss inside the Commission, because UK and northern countries say, money wasted. This is money wasted. This was the reason, And 3 years ago, I started back. Why? Because I found that because of also bad reasons, the sensibility was changed. I mean, bad reason, because the tension of migrations, and the political disgrace that have taken all my beloved countries of the southern Mediterranean. They have increased the sensibility of all the European countries, you know. From some bad news, you can have some good consequences, you know. So I went back and I received a strong backing before from Sassoli, then from the existing European leaders. The idea is very simple, but not easy to implement for a very clear reason that all the long-term projects, they don't seem fitted for democracy. A terrible situation. Only dictators, they have long range view, you know. Putin considers himself immortal, the same, and all the democratically they think to the end of the legislation period. And this is a project that goes beyond it because it's time and it's but is the only possibility of changing the Mediterranean. They say to bet on the new generation in a very paritarian way, let's say, going through the same bridge with the same traffic rules. You know, this is very simple. Let's say the idea is you have to create 30 universities, each university with 2 headquarters, one north and one south, absolutely paritarian, not the University of Paris or University of Rome to Tunis or to Cairo, but one university that is, let's say, Athens and Cairo or Naples and Tunisia, Marseille, and so on and so on and so on, with the same number of professors from north and south, same number of students from north and south. 2 years to study north and to study south. For the first phase, because of the delicate problem that always arises, let us not study political science or philosophy, agriculture, medicine, chemistry, physics, and then step by step, when we understand that we are in good faith, you know, that we can extend our possibility, you know, because, and really, why that? Because I think, look, life in the Mediterranean, there was more human relation 2 centuries ago than now. So many people, they worked together, they were making small trades and so on. Now, there are, if we think to what happened in the last period of time to Syria, to Palestine, let's say, let us look Beirut or Damas. So we have to reconstruct all the society starting from a young generation. Clearly, the cost is heavy, substantial, but not heavy. I think that with one of the very modern ships, better ship, you build 3 universities. And so, this is life, because these are the real costs, you know. And so we have to build 30 of these universities, and when you have 500,000 young people that work together, we don't change only the political picture of the matter. You change the economy, you change the mentality of people, you know, and this is what you have to do. Otherwise, we shall never change the situation. Also because we have to be honest, politically, and when I say we, I am not talking about South or North, I am talking about both of us. We are slaves. There are the Mediterranean, let's say, strength is not composed by us. We are simply passive rulers of what is happening. You see Russia, you see Turkey, you see United States, you see all, and we cannot reconnect the Mediterranean if we don't make some sort of joint action. And if you look at the economy, if you have, I repeat, a high number of young people, they do something together. They do really something together. Of course, it's beneficial also for the North, you know. When I am Italian, you know, when I think to South Italy, as we are here, how can we have a flourishing southern Italy if we have such a poor countries or countries in tension before us? You know, I have been day by day testimony of what happened in Libya, you know, the potential of the country and what happened now, you know, and the consequence that we have on this region, and because of that. And when last year I was by chance teaching for a while in the University of Beijing, and I told frankly to my Chinese friend, look, if you think to go to Africa with the idea that you alone are in command, well, now everybody's happy because you invest. In 20 years, you will be the colonial power. Be careful. Only cooperation can change the situation, you know. And clearly, now in the European Parliament, they are working, there is a commission, a group working for the project. And also, I was discussing with the president of the commission the cost of it. Let's say, she asked me if I had some idea, are only ideas, because I am not in power, you know, but ideas are important. I tell, look, why 2/3 of the cost are up the European Commission, and the remaining third, each university will divide 2/3 for the northern country and 1/3 for the southern country, in order to have a cooperation in which the southern country is engaged, but with the possibility of the southern country. But you may have many other, let's say, structures and ideas about that, because technicians say, but the problem is the political will to be united, to tell that this is something. It's not an easy problem, because I found difficulties, not only talking with my northern friends, but also in the southern country. We don't want them, we don't want the other one, you know. Then the problem of the language. The problem of the language also. We have a lot of difficulty to do that, but please, this is the only way out of a tragedy that is becoming day by day worse. This is And if we don't, clearly there is also some utopian idea backing it, of course, but financially, not a tragedy. The feeling that is important is shared. The idea that we don't do for, let's say, evangelic or religion or political reason, it comes out. This is also the reason why I had to look. Why don't we start with the very practical things, And my idea is not to make 30 Harvard, but similar to the German Fachhochschule, in which you put together some basic idea, but even more the practical instrument to change the life of our people. This is the design that I have in mind. Of course, this is not the moment to go into the details of that. The problem now is to shape the common political will and the agreement for this project. The result, I have been honest, we shall need 8 years, not less, because we have to organize it, finance, build a university, have students. But if we don't do that, we are worse in the situation. When I started with the idea, it was exactly 23 years ago, and there was not one progress. Not one progress. So even if we need 8 years, I think that it's worthwhile to work together, and I am really grateful to my friend of UNIMED who have been so patient to listen to this strange interference in your wise days of, let's say, reflection. Thank you so much.
Grazie mille, thank you very much, President. I'm Professor Romano Prodi, and as I already said to you in several occasions, UNIMED fully support your idea, and we are ready to work close with your team on, why not, try to go into details and to see how our members, our universities, our interlocutors are able to contribute to this important goal. We invited also, as been already mentioned, that European Commission, the President of European Commission created this Commissioner for the Mediterranean. And we invited the Commissioner for the Mediterranean to attend our assembly. Unfortunately, she was not able to come because at the moment I suppose that is in Barcelona for another meeting, very important meeting for the preparation of the Pact for the Mediterranean. But she sent us a very nice video message where she not only obviously sent her greetings to all of us, but also she sent very important messages about the future of the Pact for the Mediterranean, what is going on, and in particular, what the European Commission is preparing, hopefully, for university cooperation in the Mediterranean region, because we need absolutely innovative solutions, as also Professor Prodi already underlined. We can't continue as we are. We need for sure innovative solution and innovative proposal. I hope that the video is ready. Okay.
Dear Director Scalisi, dear Professor Prodi, dear representatives of the UNIMED member universities, dear participants, thank you so much for inviting me to address your General Assembly today. This year is indeed especially important for the Euro-Mediterranean landscape. We celebrate 30 years since the launch of the Barcelona process, and we are well underway in designing the new Pact for the Mediterranean. And in the new pact, we want to put people first. Higher education will be one of our priorities. Drawing on inspiration from the excellent groundwork of Romano Prodi, our ambition is to develop a true Euro-Mediterranean higher education area. With deeper university cooperation, we want to address labor market needs, especially for the youth. We want to support inclusion and position the region as a hub for investment, innovation, and growth. Concretely, we will launch a Med University initiative. We will first expand the Erasmus Plus framework, doubling the numbers of exchange students from around 4,500 to around 9,000 per year. Second, we will launch a university alliance between universities from the European Union with universities in North Africa, in the Middle East, and in the Gulf. We will establish a secretariat to support and coordinate this effort. And third, we want to achieve joint curricula and joint diplomas. This is long overdue and will greatly boost academic mobility in practice. In addition, we are aiming at eventually establishing a Mediterranean university with campuses both in the European Union member states and in partner countries. It is an ambitious goal, but we do need to make the extra effort. Together, and with contributions from everyone, we will have the necessary elements to achieve it. Dear UNIMED members, I believe your General Assembly can be instrumental to starting to put into practice all these thoughts and forming bonds that will be at the heart of the Euromed higher education area. The European Commission will be there to support you politically and practically, including financially. After all, people will be at the center of our efforts to make a common Euro-Mediterranean higher education area a reality. Dear participants, I wish you a successful and engaging General Assembly. Thank you.
After the speech of President Prodi, after the speeches of our President, Secretary General, but as well Rector of University of Calabria and the President of Calabria region, we have room for discussion and for reflection, and we will do that during these 2 days. Now we have a coffee break, but first I can't ask you to join here for the family picture, and then we will have a coffee break, and we should come back at 11:15, half an hour, okay? Ok, organizziamo la foto. Please, come here, someone on the stage. Emilia, puoi chiedere ai colleghi per favore di rientrare e far rientrare le persone, ma di rientrare anche loro, grazie. Okay, we are more or less on time. Okay. It was a very intense opening with very important speeches, and it seems that all of us, we deserve a coffee and a coffee break, and also why not, also to exchange some ideas and chat among colleagues. I'm very proud again to have with us another old friend of UNIMED, let me say, Professor Profumo. He was rector of the Polytechnic of Turin. I remember that we met some years ago, and when he decided to invite Polytechnic of Turin to join UNIMED. And I have to say that after many years, the Polytechnic of Torino is still a very, very active member. Unfortunately, Professor Zanino is not with us, but he will join tomorrow. Professor Profumo is president of Easy Bank and rector of the Open Institute of Technology. Please, Mr. Profumo, what do you prefer? Yeah? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm very sorry that it will be a very long day today. But I think it's also a very special occasion just to discuss about one of the topics that is more and more important. And I have the feeling that today is like a topic day from this point of view. Let me start with the thanks. First of all, thank you to the rector, Nicola Leone, that is a very good friend of mine. And he called me a few months ago just to say, do you like to come? And I said, yes, I would be very pleased to come. I've been here several times in the past, and this is very important. Second, for sure, thank you to the president of the region, of Kyoto, that is a great man and is doing a really push to this part of Italy. And the results are already under our eyes. Then let me say thank you to the president of UNIMED and to the secretary of UNIMED. They did a great job, and I followed UNIMED since the beginning, that I was really impressed by what you did in the last almost 20 years, if I remember. Then it is really an important step. But then I want also to say thank you to the professor and the directors that they animate UNIMED in this time, that this is really a great opportunity. And after what we are going to say in these days, I feel that it will be more and more important. In my talk, what I'm going to do, because as you know, you need to prepare your talk, is something that is reinforcing some of the previous intervention. But I hope that I will be able also to, in some way, add something more in addition to this. And then let me say also thank you to the Commissioner for the Mediterranean, because she did a great job. We were expecting some words in this line, and I have the feeling that she really went in the direction that we expect. Now, you know, the 16th of July, this means that the next week, the process for the new MMF, this means the budget for the European Commission for the next 7 years will start. will be very difficult because you know that there are difficulties from the financial point of view, but in the same time, I hope that one point will be addressed to what we are discussing today. Then, because you said before that the UNIMED is a multilingual organization, I moved to Italian. I moved to Italian, why? Because I feel that we needed to keep this difference. And we have the English, that is our language, for sure. But in the meantime, I have the feeling that we need in some way to keep track of what is our tradition. And this is the reason that I'm going to do. As I said, I know quite well the university. I've been here, and when I was rector in the year 2004, 2005, 2011, I had the privilege of knowing two very special persons from this area, from this region. Professor Latorre, he was the rector of Arcavacata, and Professor Venuta. Venuta, he was a young rector of University of Catanzaro, but unfortunately passed away too young, and he was the pusher, the two really pusher for, it was very, very important. And Professor Latorre, I have the possibility to see him sometimes, but we really miss Professor Venuta. Then, cari colleghi e care colleghe, è veramente un grande, posso dirlo, onore tornare oggi in questa università, un'università veramente speciale. E io sono solito dire che non è solo uno spazio geografico, ma è uno spazio che ha aperto una strada certamente per il sud del nostro paese, ma più in generale. E oggi vorrei cercare un po' di convincervi ulteriormente di questa cosa. È anche un grande simbolo, perché l'Università della Calabria, che è stata, forse lo ricordate, fondata nel 1972, è stata fondata per visione prima di tutto, ma anche per volontà di un grandissimo riformatore, di un grandissimo economista, ma soprattutto di un ministro che è stato capace di fare. E questo ministro è Beniamino Andreatta, che è stato uno dei maestri del professor Prodi. E quindi credo che forse un applauso glielo possiamo fare a questa persona che ha cambiato veramente un'attitudine del nostro paese. Andreatta sapeva bene che la questione meridionale non poteva risolversi solo con politiche assistenziali o incentivi a pioggia. Aveva ben compreso che il vero cambiamento nasce dall'educazione, dal capitale umano e dalla cultura, una cultura che però deve essere condivisa, una cultura larga, una cultura che non sia solo una cultura che porta a guardare ad un futuro di tipo economico. Per questo volle creare un campus universitario ispirato a modelli statunitensi, almeno nello spirito, ma certamente radicato nella terra più fragile del nostro paese. Allora era una terra molto fragile, molto in difficoltà, per renderla protagonista di una nuova stagione con un protagonismo mediterraneo. Quindi lui aveva quest'idea che questa realtà, in questa forma, avrebbe potuto diventare veramente un esempio, e un esempio di grande interesse. Che cosa significa questo? Che fondamentalmente l'università non doveva essere una semplice sede di corsi universitari, di insegnamento, ma diventare una cittadella della conoscenza, dove convivessero studio, ricerca, cultura, vita quotidiana e relazioni. Credo che questi elementi, che non sono proprio della parte della nostra cultura, pensate, molte delle nostre università sono università che hanno una storia lunghissima, l'Università di Bologna ha più di 900 anni, Padova lo stesso, molte delle nostre università sono radicate nei nostri centri storici, nelle nostre città, e non hanno questa possibilità di creare questi aggregati. Quindi era un qualche cosa veramente di un po' diverso. lasciatemi dire, ancora oggi è l'unica esperienza in questa direzione del nostro Paese. Oggi, a oltre 50 anni dalla sua nascita, questa visione non solo si è realizzata, ma ha generato valore. L'Università della Calabria ospita, come ci diceva il Rettore questa mattina, più di 25.000 studenti, tra cui più di 1.500 sono internazionali e sono provenienti soprattutto dai paesi del Mediterraneo e dell'Asia. Il corpo docente è di circa 800 persone e sono supportati da un staff tecnico-amministrativo di alta qualità di circa 900 persone, credo. Il bilancio supera i 190 milioni di euro, con una crescente capacità di attrarre fondi europei e progetti PNRR e progetti di tipo competitivo. È un ottimo competitor con ottimi risultati in Europa. Ma questi sono solo numeri. Ciò che conta di più non sono i numeri, ma è la reputazione crescente. La qualità della ricerca, la capacità di accoglienza, la vocazione all'internazionalizzazione che fanno di Arcavacata un modello vivo, fertile e che guarda al futuro. Quindi un qualche cosa che rappresenta bene il nostro Paese. Facciamo bella figura quando parliamo di questa università e quindi di questo dobbiamo essere tutti anche non solo contenti, ma orgogliosi, perché non capita sempre, cioè bisogna valorizzare quello che abbiamo. E da qui che oggi possiamo e dobbiamo partire per guardare ad alcuni degli elementi che sono emersi negli interventi precedenti. Sotto i nostri occhi lo sappiamo, lo viviamo quotidianamente, che abbiamo un tempo di grandi fratture, purtroppo molte guerre, che sembra che non abbiano una soluzione, disuguaglianze, crisi ambientali, flussi migranti, che invece di essere una grande opportunità molto spesso vengono interpretati come una grande criticità. Eppure, proprio in questo incerto, il Mediterraneo torna ancora una volta, come lo è già stato nel passato, centrale. Non per una scelta nostra, ma per una vera e propria necessità storica. Noi siamo in mezzo, siamo questo stivale e abbiamo questa opportunità di guardarlo da una parte e dall'altra, il Mediterraneo. Allora, noi che cosa possiamo fare rispetto al Mediterraneo? O lo interpretiamo come spazio di cooperazione, che significa stabilire rapporti di tipo politico naturalmente, ma anche di tipo economico, di tipo relazionale, di tipo di tenere insieme le popolazioni da una parte e dall'altra, oppure lo subiremo e lo subiremo come un teatro di grandi conflitti, lo vediamo e vediamo quanto è difficile trovare delle soluzioni. Io sono certo che l'Europa, l'Africa e il Medio Oriente hanno bisogno, per le loro sfide globali, di avere questa visione di Mediterraneo che sia una visione condivisa di questa parte centrale, anche se non è una nostra terra, è un qualche cosa che ci lambisce in tutte le nostre direzioni. Quindi la vera alternativa è tra chi costruisce muri e chi costruisce ponti. E allora vorrei spendere qualche minuto su questo tema dei ponti. I ponti migliori quali sono? Sono certamente quelli della conoscenza e oggi diciamo anche dell'innovazione. 50 anni fa probabilmente il termine innovazione non era così comune come oggi e oggi ci stiamo rendendo conto che le università sono sempre di più un centro essenziale per creare delle condizioni migliori per il futuro, cioè innovare quello che può essere innovato. Formare oggi uno studente che attraversa il Mediterraneo per studiare non è solo trasmettere competenze, è creare una grammatica condivisa, una visione comune del mondo, creare degli amici per la vita. Questo è il vero tema. Ciascuno di noi che ha avuto esperienze di studio all'estero poi ha mantenuto questi legami per sempre. E questo è un valore indescrivibile. Se questo passo non c'è, non si costruiscono i ponti per il futuro. Allora, questa grammatica condivisa significa trovare una visione comune del mondo. Questo è un tema complicato, perché noi siamo generalmente di parte, stiamo da una parte o dall'altra. E l'avere questa capacità di vedere in tondo il mondo è un qualche cosa che lo si può costruire solo da giovani. Solo se si stabiliscono questi tipi di rapporti si cresce con una visione diversa, una visione che io credo che sia migliore, però naturalmente non tutti sono d'accordo. Questa è la vera diplomazia della conoscenza. Quindi dobbiamo tenere presente che il fatto educativo è importantissimo, il fatto dei risultati anche dal punto di vista del trasferimento poi nell'economia di quanto è stato successo, ma il vero tema è costruire delle generazioni che siano capaci di convivere e possibilmente convivere in pace. Poi vi racconterò una cosa che ho vissuto personalmente una quindicina di anni fa e che forse ci aiuta a comprendere il valore di queste cose. Naturalmente questa cosa non nasce da zero. Ci sono alcuni esempi che volevo riportarvi per anche condividere con voi che il punto di partenza ce l'abbiamo e quindi non dobbiamo neppure inventare troppo. Penso ai programmi come il MIM, che è il Mediterranean Integrated Mobility, che è un Erasmus Mundus, è un progetto di tipo Erasmus Mundus, che ha permesso a giovani di Egitto, Tunisia, Libano, Italia e Spagna di condividere percorsi di studio congiunti, doppio titolo e periodi di ricerca nei diversi paesi. Capite? Un complesso di parole, ma che sotto c'è tanta sostanza. Vuol dire che questi ragazzi rimarranno amici per la vita, rimarranno, quando ci sarà bisogno di qualcosa, alzeranno il telefono e troveranno un amico dall'altra parte che certamente li aiuterà ad andare nella direzione migliore. Oppure il programma Med Mobile, che ha favorito la mobilità di giovani professionisti tra le sponde del sud e del nord del Mediterraneo, facilitando lo scambio tra accademia e mondo del lavoro. Ma oggi, più che mai, accanto alla formazione serve un salto di paradigma. La formazione da sola non basta. Le università non devono solo formare, ma debbono generare sviluppo. Sviluppo sembra una parola semplice, ma una parola articolata, complessa, che ha bisogno di essere sviluppata. E l'Università della Calabria, ancora una volta, ci mostra una delle possibili vie, ma una via sperimentata in cui qualche volta hanno anche forse sbagliato, ma che certamente è un elemento di grande valore. All'interno del campus dell'Università della Calabria, qua ad Arcavacata, operano già incubatori di impresa, acceleratori di start-up, strumenti di finanza di rischio. Grazie ad un ecosistema dinamico, numerosi giovani ricercatori, anche internazionali, di quell'insieme di cui abbiamo detto che hanno deciso di vivere una parte della loro vita qua in Calabria, hanno potuto trasformare le loro idee in progetti di impresa concreti. Voi lo sapete, l'innovazione nasce proprio da questo, una parte dell'innovazione, non tutta, nasce proprio dalla ricerca. La ricerca porta risultati, alcuni finiscono lì, altri vanno nei cassetti, altri possono diventare un elemento di crescita per l'economia e in generale per i nostri paesi. Penso alla startup, per esempio, Smart Me, fondata da ricercatori calabresi e marocchini, che sviluppa temi di IoT, che vuol dire Internet of the Things, per la gestione intelligente dell'energia nei piccoli comuni del sud. Un tema rilevante, un tema che naturalmente può avere una ricaduta diretta sui territori di questa parte del mondo. O la Next Generation MedTech, nata da un gruppo di studenti italiani e tunisini che lavora con tecnologie biomedicali accessibili per i paesi a medio reddito. Il tema della sanità ce l'abbiamo sotto gli occhi ogni giorno, abbiamo bisogno di fare investimenti di lungo termine e questo probabilmente è una strada a partire proprio da sperimentazioni di start-up e poi le migliori, quelle che possono diventare parte integrante, per esempio, del nostro sistema sanitario nazionale. Oppure AgroMed Lab, fondata da dottorandi italiani, egiziani e greci, che sviluppa soluzioni basate sull'intelligenza artificiale per l'agricoltura sostenibile in un clima mediterraneo. certamente uno dei temi centrali per lo sviluppo di questa parte del mondo. E poi c'è un tema emblematico che va oltre quello che ci siamo detti fino ad ora. Entity Data, che è un colosso giapponese dell'ICT, ha deciso di esportare il proprio centro di ricerca europeo dalla Germania ad Arcavata. Wow! Che ci stiamo dicendo? Siamo impazziti? No, è quello che è successo. Ma perché? Ma perché un'azienda giapponese che viene dall'altra parte del mondo, che aveva un grande centro di ricerca, in Germania decide di fare un'operazione di questo genere? Perché qui ha trovato talenti, ricerca di qualità e un ambiente innovativo proprio basato fondamentalmente su questo modello di università. Loro sostengono che i migliori laureati, loro li trovano in quest'area qua. Naturalmente hanno un settore ben definito, sono su un ICT avanzato, possiamo dire, dove ci sono alcuni elementi che qui sono di grandissimo valore. Loro qua hanno dei professori di grandissimo valore in questo settore. E quindi grazie per l'investimento che avete fatto nel corso degli anni, perseguendo, anche investendo, che è una cosa mica da poco. Ecco, questo non è solo un successo locale, non è solo un successo della Calabria, è un segnale forte di ciò che il Mediterraneo può offrire al mondo, cioè il Mediterraneo può diventare attraente nel momento in cui ha strutture di questo genere, cioè è capace di fare investimenti di qualità che portano naturalmente un benessere, che è un benessere di tipo olistico per quello che sta succedendo intorno al mondo. Però tutto questo deve essere sistematizzato, certamente. Come sempre io credo che questo modello di sperimentare e poi di provare a trasformare la sperimentazione in qualche cosa di più sistematico, di più ampio, sia il modello corretto. Perché pensare a grandi progetti che partano nell'insieme completamente, allo stesso momento, probabilmente diventa troppo difficile. Diventa difficile riuscire a coinvolgere tutti allo stesso livello, perché naturalmente ognuno ha le proprie idee, ha le proprie... Quindi il pensare di avere delle sperimentazioni, dei modelli, e che poi possono essere mostrati ad altri, e che si dica, non faremo, abbiamo fatto. Non potrebbe succedere, è successo. Quindi io credo che ci voglia una maieutica anche da questo punto di vista. UNIMED è oggi la piattaforma ideale per una grande alleanza accademica, scientifica e per l'innovazione nel Mediterraneo. Serve una Mediterranean University Alliance, sul modello delle European University Alliances, con percorsi integrati, laboratori comuni, mobilità condivisa, progetti di impresa e ricerca su scala regionale. Naturalmente, anche per quello che vi ho detto, io non mi immagino che questo possa avvenire tout court, cioè che domani mattina abbiamo una cosa che diventa... Io sono molto d'accordo con il Presidente Prodi quando lui parla di alleanze rafforzate. Che cosa significa? Significa che il mondo, fortunatamente, siamo anche tutti un po' diversi, non è che dobbiamo essere così. Allora, c'è qualcuno che è più pronto e qualcuno è un po' meno. Allora, attraverso anche questa piattaforma di UNIMED, proviamo a identificare chi è più pronto e diamogli una chance di partire. E di partire perché? Perché probabilmente questo è una modalità, lasciatemi dire, intelligente, ma anche efficace, perché queste cose da parole possano diventare un qualche cosa di reale. Allora, dobbiamo pensare ad un network capace di produrre una nuova economia, che sia un'economia della conoscenza, integrata, sostenibile, cooperativa e solidale. Cioè noi abbiamo bisogno di un modello diverso, che non è il modello del massimo profitto, ma è un modello che ha un'attenzione grande alle persone, attenzione grande ad uno sviluppo che sia equilibrato, e forse questa nostra cultura della Magna Grecia, questa cultura larga, in cui abbiamo anche un'interazione forte tra scienze dure, scienze umane, in cui abbiamo questa nostra capacità anche di guardare un po' più lungo e non guardare solo alla trimestrale, forse è un buon modo per andare avanti in questo modo. Allora, le università mediterranee possono diventare degli acceleratori di questo nuovo modello di sviluppo. Non più delle isole isolate, nel senso che se noi andiamo a vedere, oggi ci sono realtà di questo, ma ciascuno fa un po' la propria vita, ma nodi di una rete che connette talenti, risorse e visioni. Una rete che parla le lingue del futuro, e le lingue del futuro sono la transizione verde, l'inclusione sociale, per esempio l'intelligenza artificiale, l'economia circolare, ma anche molte altre cose che possono essere declinate l'una dopo l'altra e che possono essere parte di questo puzzle che parte proprio dal Mediterraneo, parte col Mediterraneo con un'idea comune, una piattaforma, e poi con alcune, diciamo, sperimentazioni. Oggi, in fondo, è stato lanciato un messaggio da questa assemblea. Il Presidente Prodi, la Commissaria per il Mediterraneo, ci hanno invitato a pensare che possiamo lanciare un messaggio che sia chiaro e ambizioso. Le università, prima di tutto, non sono spettatrici del cambiamento, ma sono attori protagonisti. Senza le università, probabilmente, queste cose non possono avvenire. Dici, vabbè, ma tu sei un po' di parte, hai vissuto tutta la tua vita in questo mondo, certo che lo difendi. No, io credo che l'università sia molto cambiata. Io, quando sono andato al Politecnico molti anni fa, venivo da una città della Liguria e pensavo di andare al Politecnico per essere, speravo, un bravo studente, e finiti i miei 5 anni sarei poi andato a lavorare da qualche parte. E invece poi ho passato tutta la mia vita al Politecnico e io ne sono molto orgoglioso e contento, perché certamente l'università è un luogo di stimolo, uno luogo di confronto, è un luogo in cui si impara a relazionarsi con gli altri, con i diversi, con quelli che hanno delle idee diverse da noi. Però tutto questo è necessario farlo con il passo giusto, no? E quindi io credo che questo messaggio che è stato lanciato oggi, che io vorrei rafforzare, cade proprio al momento giusto. E vi spiego il perché. Non so se lo sapete, ma il giorno 16 di luglio ci sarà il primo incontro a Bruxelles sul tema del nuovo bilancio, quello che si chiama MMF, settennale, dell'Europa. La Commissione non è in una fase semplice, è una Commissione che certamente ha avuto le sue difficoltà e forse ce le avrà ancora. La Presidente ha preso una decisione di concentrare molto su se stessa tutta questa operazione. Questo certamente avrà le sue difficoltà, non è che sarà semplicissimo. Adesso voi conoscete meglio di me quali sono i problemi che ci sono, quanto sono rilevanti, però nello stesso tempo dovete pensare anche che l'Europa ha 2 grandi problemi, che è inutile che dobbiamo... Il primo è il bilancio. Voi lo sapete che il bilancio dell'Europa è determinato principalmente dal contributo dei Paesi membri, dei 27, oggi sono 26 Paesi. E in che modo? Attraverso una percentuale del PIL di ciascun Paese. Questa percentuale è fissata all'1%. Sembra che questo sia un vincolo difficilmente superabile. Pensate, cioè dobbiamo sempre un po' confrontarci anche con gli altri, che cosa succede. Gli Stati Uniti, che hanno la difesa all'interno e che voi sapete che non è proprio marginale, hanno un bilancio federale con un contributo del 20% del PIL dei singoli Stati. La Confederazione, che è una confederazione svizzera, ha un bilancio federale con un contributo del 5%. Quindi le risorse sono poche, perché vedete come ci si allarga anche sulla necessità di avere degli strumenti europei piuttosto che nazionali. Naturalmente non tutti sono d'accordo con me, però io la penso così. E quindi questo è un tema sul quale, però è anche il momento che bisogna portare avanti quest'idea, perché quest'idea è un'idea che, oltre ad avere tutti quegli elementi di cui abbiamo parlato questa mattina, è uno strumento di pace, è uno strumento che certamente può aiutare ad uscire da una situazione molto complicata. E vi racconto una cosa che io la racconto e mi fa molto piacere. Nel 2010, voi sapete che a Torino ogni anno c'è il Salone del Libro, che è un grande evento. Ci sono tantissimi editori che partecipano, è il più grande evento di questo dopo la messe tedesca di Francoforte. Ebbene, ogni anno viene identificato un paese leader che rappresenta un po'. E quell'anno il paese che fu identificato fu Israele. C'era di nuovo una situazione non semplice. A Torino c'è sempre stata un forte dibattito su questi temi e una posizione anche abbastanza rigida da parte di alcuni all'interno della città, soprattutto anche molti studenti, contrari ad Israele. La situazione quindi poteva diventare un po' complicata. Io facevo il rettore, come sempre io ho avuto degli ottimi rapporti con gli studenti, proprio cercando di coinvolgerli. La maggior parte degli studenti che avevano questa posizione non erano del Politecnico, ma erano dell'università, quindi erano, diciamo, non i miei studenti, però li chiamai tutti e vennero da me. In queste cose ci vuole anche un po' di pazienza, bisogna lasciar parlare le persone, bisogna cercare di fare un po' di maieutica, no? E questo avvenne, dedicammo una mattinata. Al termine di questa cosa io dissi: guardate, in questa situazione ci siamo, nel senso che Israele è il paese che viene rappresentato, è il paese rappresentativo di questo. La situazione è una situazione certamente difficile. Noi dobbiamo trovare un modo che invece di dividere unisca. Questi ragazzi mi guardavano e dicevano: cosa vuol dire lei? E se guardate, noi abbiamo una cosa che è una cosa di cultura, che nella realtà è di grande importanza per la nostra città. Al Politecnico ogni lunedì sera c'è un evento sulla musica, dite, una scuola politecnica solo di ingegneria di architettura che ci sta a fare. Ebbene no, questa cosa la lanciammo perché pensavamo che la città potesse partecipare in un modo naturalmente culturale, diverso, ma alla vita del Politecnico proprio con un evento. E tutti i lunedì c'è questa cosa aperta alla città a cui partecipa. E naturalmente c'era anche un'orchestra, c'era un coro, tutte queste. E io ero andato un po' a sfogliare queste cose e nell'orchestra e nel coro c'erano studenti palestinesi e studenti israeliani. E allora io dissi: che cos'è la cosa più bella che possiamo fare? Organizziamo un concerto solo di musicisti dell'una e dell'altra parte e che però a sera non ci dimentichiamo, perché i problemi ci sono e bisogna affrontarli, ma lo viviamo in pace, lo viviamo con serenità. Tanto ci fu un afflusso enorme della città, di tutti, perché capirono il valore di questa cosa, che era una cosa che non andava a ledere gli uni e gli altri, ma cercava di metterli in un momento di serenità. Bene, questa cosa fu talmente di successo che alla fine vennero da me e dissero che intanto mi ringraziavano per quanto era stato fatto e che avevano pensato una cosa, che alcuni di loro sarebbero andati a vivere insieme, cioè avrebbero affittato un alloggio, non so bene che cosa, perché avevano capito che solo parlandosi, solo trovando la possibilità di anche essere su posizioni diverse, ma con grande equilibrio, si poteva avviare un percorso diverso e un percorso di pace, speriamo, per il futuro. Ecco, questo per darvi un po' l'idea di quanto sia importante a volte anche dei segnali, che sono segnali di questo genere. E quindi dal Mediterraneo può nascere un modello di cooperazione fondato su conoscenza, innovazione, mobilità e cittadinanza attiva. E allora lo potremmo fare proprio da Arcavagata, facendo nascere un manifesto mediterraneo della conoscenza, un progetto condiviso per trasformare la vostra regione in una comunità di apprendimento e sviluppo sostenibile. E naturalmente questo manifesto potrebbe essere inviato alle commissioni del Parlamento europeo in modo tale che in questa fase di programmazione delle risorse dei prossimi anni ci sia un'attenzione particolare a questo tema, che è un tema concreto, non è che stiamo parlando. Naturalmente poi bisogna scendere un po' in basso, perché altrimenti poi... E si potrebbe dire che un primo passo potrebbe essere quello di avere un'estensione dell'European Credit Transfer da solo Erasmus, portarlo a livello di tutte le università che partecipano attraverso questa proposta a un partenariato che può essere parziale, ma che poi alla fine ha necessità di convergere, e quindi potrebbe essere questo un primo passo. Un secondo passo, rafforzare il tema di Erasmus Mundus, quindi dare delle opportunità perché si creino queste condizioni. Naturalmente questo può essere fatto oltre che con i corsi istituzionali, anche su tutta la parte, diciamo, di master, che sono un po' più flessibili, che consentono agli studenti, ma sono di nuovo elementi di grande valore. E quindi io credo che questo potrebbe essere. Allora, come vedete, costruire ponti non è un atto simbolico, è una scelta politica, educativa, economica e soprattutto di futuro. E oggi, più che mai, credo che questo sia necessario. Grazie a tutti e buon lavoro. Grazie.
Parliamo dopo del manifesto. Thank you very much, Professor Profumo. And after all these speeches, I think that the work plan for UNIMED is growing, because we have now a new commitment to manage, but we are happy to receive feedback, ideas, and contribution from members, partners, and friends. There is a little change in the agenda. I will do my intervention now, and then we will have the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding with FAO. Let me start again thanking the Rector of University of Calabria, Professor Nicola Leone, and as well Giancarlo Fortino. Where is Giancarlo? For the strong desire to host this annual event at their university. Has been said several times that we are in a very, not only in a very nice environment, but we are cooperating and working with a very excellent universities, and the program of these 2 days reflect that the profound expertise of these universities, in particular on artificial intelligence sessions that we will have during these 2 days, but not only. And also let me thank also the departments of the University of Calabria who collaborated closely with UNIMED staff to bring this event to fruition. A special thanks to Kyrie, to our president, since her election, March 23, despite the increased challenges posed by regional conflicts, she has consistently shown her presence, closeness, and support. Her efforts have led to several important initiatives that we will discuss over these 2 days. On behalf of the entire UNIMED staff, I express our deepest appreciation to you, Madam President. I also thank the UNIMED Secretary General, Hamid Benaziza, and the Honorary President of UNIMED, Professor Wael Benjerdoun, and all members of the UNIMED Board of Directors for their daily contribution to our ongoing initiatives. For this assembly, we had around 230 people registered, but unfortunately several members were not able to attend due to the serious situation in Middle East, but also for some visa issue. My greetings and thanks to to all that attended to participate and to those that are following our sessions online. My address today centers on two often confused yet distinct words: history and memory. We sometimes mistakenly attribute daily occurrences to coincidence, overlooking their deep roots and the legacy of those who paved the way before us. As been also called by Professor Profumo, we are here in this very hall, which is dedicated to the memory of Professor Beniamino Andreatta, a distinguished Italian academic, economist, and politician who passed away in 2007. He was instrumental in founding this university and served as its first rector. An academic, a politician, he was attentive to southern issues. He was born in Trento, in the north of Italy, educated in Milan. Then he studied abroad. Then he was professor in Bologna. He then dedicated his efforts to the establishment of a university in Calabria, in the south of Italy, with a far-reaching view, not only of a territory, but of a set of realities. Therefore, he was a man with a long-term political and academic vision, and not influenced by a particular personal and local interest. We are obviously profoundly honored to have Professor Romano Prodi here with us. He was a former student of Professor Andreatta, and later appointed Andreatta as minister during his first Italian government. Professor Prodi, during his mandate as President of European Commission from 1999 to 2004, gave a great boost, among other things, to the neighborhood policy and the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation. It is enough here to recall the creation of the Anna Lindh Foundation. For years, it has long championed the creation of Euro-Mediterranean universities. You listened this morning. Foster equal collaboration between institutions across both shores. These two reflects a long-term academic and political vision, free from particular interest, and not only for his age, of course. These are not coincidence, but rather a testament to enduring role and importance of academia reaching from the past into the future. Our work and achievements over the years stand as a proof, a testament of history and memory. In recent years, we organized various moments of discussion during our assemblies or during the UNIMED Week in Brussels about the possibility of offering a perspective of internationalization of the current European university alliances. The dialogue and discussions with many of you has almost naturally led to the idea of asking for the establishment of Euro-Mediterranean University Alliances as a sort of provocative request to respond to a risk, but also to return to the origins of our collaboration. The risk is that European alliances will lead universities to focus exclusively on the design of European academic cooperation. I remember that one of our European members left UNIMED because they were totally absorbed by the European University Alliance work. And this was the risk at that time. And I have to say thanks to that university that leave UNIMED because it gave me the possibility to reflect on the impact of that. At the same time, there is also the pressing need to experiment with an innovative formula of collaboration capable of interpreting the message that came from the Barcelona process, that is, to work in partnership. The proposal of Euro-Mediterranean alliances is complex and difficult, but is exactly our task. Thanks to the strength of our network, we can show the way and commit ourselves to achieving common goals. The European Commission for the Mediterranean and DG MENA have responded to our long-standing request, voiced in our meetings, for the establishment of the Euro-Mediterranean University Alliances. I thank the Commissioner for her video message and significant support for UNIMED, and also as well Dr. Amedeo for his presence today. At a time of great fragility in the Mediterranean and the wider Middle East. When European Union member states and Southern Mediterranean countries lack a unified vision, proposing university alliances is not merely an academic initiative, but a genuine political act. It conveys to policymakers what is necessary: collaborative efforts for a future Mediterranean generation. The Euromed alliances were until yesterday our dream. Now it seems that this is becoming our reality, inshallah, let me say. In the coming weeks, we will contribute to this initiative with the MENA. We hope that by the end of the year, some Euro-Mediterranean university alliances can be launched, leading to a permanent program in the next Erasmus Plus program that we start in 2028. We have also requested the establishment of a secretariat to support university engaged in the Euro-Mediterranean alliances, and believe UNIMED, in collaboration with other stakeholders, is a strong candidate to manage this secretariat. We have shared our insight on the Pact for the Mediterranean with active contributors such as the European Training Foundation and UNIMED. Their presence and partnership on various issues are a source of inspiration and motivation for us. In this vital programmatic journey, the Union for Mediterranean stands with us. I thank the Secretary General Nasser Kamel and the Deputy Secretary General Joan Borrell for their unwavering support for UNIMED initiatives. Beyond the alliances, the Euromed alliances, this Assembly will launch a manifesto for climate action, and we will hold an important session on strengthening research in the Mediterranean. The Union for Mediterranean is fully engaged to organize jointly with the European Commission the first Union for Mediterranean ministerial meeting on higher education. The previous and the only one was in 2007 in Cairo, before the establishment of the Union for Mediterranean, the Union for the Mediterranean. This clearly underlines, unfortunately, how higher education in the Mediterranean has been considered as a priority by our policymakers. We are contributing to the preparatory work of the ministerial meeting that probably will be held in springtime next year. The Assembly program also reflects our vibrant daily life, filled with intense activities and initiatives. We will sign today a memorandum of understanding with FAO, formalizing a long-standing, much-honored collaboration. The envisioned work plan will offer valuable opportunities to all our members in a strategic sector for the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation. We will have a highly relevant session on initiatives supporting refugees and scholars at risk. My thanks go to Scholars at Risk Europe, to DAD, for the collaboration that we have with SAFE Fellowship Program for refugees and scholars at risk, to UNHCR, to the DG Research of the European Commission for their crucial support to UNIMED through funding an initiative to assist the researchers of Gaza. In addition to the research support initiative for the researchers from Gaza, which we hope will commence next autumn, we are committed with TESI to provide aid to universities and students in Gaza. We must await improved conditions on the ground and the immediate cessation of the war. Now, today, no, we can't wait for that. Beyond our current initiative, UNIMED will do everything necessary to help Palestinian universities gradually to resume their activities, and we will participate, I already said this to our friend Amr Salama, in all initiatives that ensure this outcome materializes as swift as possible. We will continue our commitment to all regions and countries experiences crisis or post-conflict situation. Our efforts in Libya, Syria, Yemen, Iraq will persist, and we anticipate significant developments in these countries in the coming months. In the spirit of institutional collaboration, the necessity of working on fundamental issues in partnership with other key entities in university cooperation, we warmly welcome the participation of the European University Association and the Association of Arab Universities. I believe it is time to build a permanent collaboration platform among our networks, and your presence here is a strong encouragement in that direction. Many topics will be addressed in tomorrow's parallel session and during the member-focused part of the Assembly. We will provide updates on ongoing activities and many other initiatives. In particular, I want to analyze the messages and contributions that we are receiving from our student-focused activities. The latest Mediterranean Student Summit at the University of Palermo last September produces a series of recommendations for universities and as well for UNIMED. We are disseminating these now, and we will discuss them in detail tomorrow. I believe it's imperative for all our associates to work towards implementing some of the requested changes and for UNIMED to commit to establish UNIMED Student Council in your universities. Be ready to answer to our requests. We need the pilot universities that work with us. The Startup competition continues to grow, demonstrating the keen interest of universities in entrepreneurial support to students to help shape their own futures. This year, Film Festival Jury in Venice will be the largest ever. 26 students from 6 countries. These diverse initiatives convey a consistent message. Our students possess a vision of the Mediterranean that is perhaps freer and more authentic than our own. Let us continue to support their efforts. They bring invaluable new energy and ideas, and soon they will be, why not, UNIMED Mediterranean activists. UNIMED expansion in the coming years will strengthen our presence in the Middle East and the Western Balkans, the Sub-Saharan region, aiming to foster connection between all these regions and the Mediterranean countries. We will continue to seek new resources for mobility, projects and capacity building initiatives. The history and the future memory of the Mediterranean take shape here through this network. These universities, their students, and their relationship we build together. It's no coincidence that each of you is here today. We accomplish all this by remembering UNIMED's origin, keeping history and memory intertwined. We remember the 13 founding universities. We are now 179. But we have to remember the 13 founding universities of UNIMED, still associated today. And as also our Secretary General mentioned, Franco Rizzi, the UNIMED founder, who passed away in 2017. He reminded and told us that the Mediterranean is our destiny. For all of us, this means striving to be, as we are, protagonists of this destiny. Nevertheless, the difficulties and challenges remain and must be addressed together in the spirit of a Mediterranean partnership. As has been already said, but let me repeat, viva il Mediterraneo e viva UNIMED. Grazie a tutti. Okay, I invite on the stage our President, Kyrie Rassas, and Hakim from the FAO. I invite you to join, first of all. We are now signing this agreement, memorandum of understanding, which is not, a very generic one. It has been a very long work of preparation because in addition to the memorandum of understanding and the rule that every memorandum of understanding has, but signing an agreement with an agency of United Nations is not exactly so easy. But there is a very detailed work plan as an annex of this memorandum of understanding. It is important to underline, this will be clearly explained by our FAO representative, Abdul Hakim Elwer, that this agreement will be signed with the regional office of FAO based in Cairo. This is something very particular because they gave, FAO headquarters gave the authority to the regional office based for the Mediterranean region to sign this important agreement. You are already signing, but I invite, Hakim, I invite you first to explain the reason of this memorandum. You will sign later. Thank you very much, Hakim. Please join here. If you prefer to be seated or?
I prefer to stand with the stomach. Thank you. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير جميعا. And to excellencies, to all the participants, distinguished guests. My name is Abdul Hakim Al-Wa'ar. I'm the Assistant Director General and the Regional Representative for the Near East and North Africa of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, known as FAO. This regional office is one of 5 regional offices that cover Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, Europe and Central Asia, Asia Pacific, and the Near East and North Africa, which is based in Cairo. And we should also, while we're talking about UNIMED, I was trying to find connections with the FAO. The FAO, for those who don't know, is the first UN agency established worldwide. It was established before the United Nations itself. And it was announced by President Roosevelt of the US at that time, and it came to the Mediterranean, it came to Rome. So the headquarters was hosted by Italy at that time, representing the power of the Mediterranean on eradicating hunger in the world, which is the main mission of the FAO. But also not just that, the first ever office that goes out of the headquarters from Rome was the Cairo office, 1947. So it is the first regional office of all the FAO worldwide. And on top of that, the first country office, when we started with establishing country offices beyond regional offices, was in 1977 in Beirut in Lebanon. So the Mediterranean plays a major role on achieving what we know today as SDG 2, then eradicating the world from hunger. It is a great pleasure and, of course, a profound sense of purpose to be part of the UNIMED General Assembly and signing during the special occasion of the memorandum, or this memorandum of understanding, the MOU between the Food and Agriculture Organization and the Mediterranean Universities Union, UNIMED. This ceremony is more than a formal agreement. It is the reaffirmation of a strategic partnership dedicated to knowledge, innovation, and shared commitment to a sustainable and food-secure future. Between fragility of resources and multifunctionality, we live in a region that is rich in culture, knowledge, and resilience, and also one that continues to grapple with intersecting challenges, including climate change, water scarcity, biodiversity, conflicts and crises, and fragile food systems. The Near East and North Africa and the Mediterranean region sit in the crossroads of the opportunities and urgent demands. Addressing these challenges calls for solutions rooted not only in science and policy, but also in partnerships, collaboration, and joint actions. And this is where the collaboration between FAO and UNIMED comes to life. FAO, since 1945, has worked with its member nations to raise nutrition, improve agriculture productivity, and build a world free of hunger. Guided by the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031, we focus on 4 betters. We call them the 4 Bs. And that is for better nutrition, better production, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. UNIMED, on its part, has built an impressive network of 179 universities and research institutions across 25 countries, promoting academic cooperation and scientific advancement throughout the Euro-Mediterranean space and beyond. Together, we represent complementarity, strengths, a global mandate, and a regional academic force, both deeply committed to sustainable development, food security, and human dignity. This MOU provides a strategic framework for collaboration from 2025 to 2029, building on the success of our previous engagement. Before I go into the MOU, Marcello mentioned that this is the first time a global MOU that is done usually by FAO headquarters and other institutions, be it regional or global, is being delegated completely to a regional office, understanding that the real work of the Mediterranean is more handled by the regional office. And that should be an add-on, because this is where the action happens. At FAO, we do only policy, strategic discussions at the headquarters, but all the projects and the actions and the allocation for resources goes to the regional offices and the country offices. So this is a clear commitment from FAO to move this MOU from policy dialogue to action. It focuses on three main areas. And allow me to just in a minute to highlight those ones. First, we will strengthen crop production and protection. And this includes transboundary diseases and pests. Through the application of agroecological practices, this means supporting climate-resilient agriculture, enhancing biodiversity, and using advanced tools like remote sensing, AI, and early warning systems, all made more accessible through e-learning and academic integration. Second, we aim to bolster food safety and risk assessment systems across the region. This includes developing food consumption databases, enhancing risk-based surveillance, and supporting countries with scientific tools and knowledge. FAO has taken the lead in establishing the Regional Food Safety Research and Innovation Network, a structured platform designed to strengthen collaboration, drive innovation, and advance food safety in the region. The launch is expected in September this year. As part of this effort, we are extending an invitation to UNIMED to take a permanent seat on the network's executive board, ensuring that our collaboration on food safety takes a concrete and institutionalized path. Together, we will join forces in research, capacity development, and resource mobilization to provide countries in the region with the tools and knowledge needed to design informed science-based food safety policies, which will also enhance intra-regional trade in food commodities. The third and last point under this MOU, we will work to build institutional capacities and a human capital. FAO's e-learning academy will be further integrated into UNIMED's academic offerings, bringing high-quality training on vital topics from water and migration to gender equity and climate change directly into classrooms and professional development space. The forward-looking initiative of the establishing of the University of the Mediterranean positions well in the heart and will benefit from this collaboration between UNIMED and FAO. As we sign this memorandum of understanding today, we are not just formalizing cooperation. We are making a commitment to act, to innovate, and to grow together. It is about embedding FAO's expertise into academic systems. It is about empowering the next generation of researchers, policymakers, and agri-food innovators. And most importantly, it is about translating knowledge into transformation for farmers, for students, for communities, and for our member countries. Through strengthened collaboration, we will leverage South-South and triangular cooperation to exchange solutions and innovations that respond to the unique challenges of our shared region. At the same time, we will explore innovative resource mobilization mechanisms, ensuring that our joint initiatives are adequately supported and capable of driving transformative change on the ground. Let me express my sincere thanks to all who worked tirelessly to bring this agreement to life. Your dedication reflects the spirit of collaboration that defines both FAO and UNIMED. And together, we will make measurable progress towards more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable agri-food systems transformation in the Near East and North Africa, and the Mediterranean countries and beyond. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hakim. I invite now Kyrie to, when your colleague invited me to be part of the steering committee, when they say about food, I say immediately, yes, food, I'm a session about food. But when they say food safety, okay, I can manage in a way. Please, Kyrie.
Thank you. Well, good morning again, and it's a pleasure to be alongside Mr. Abdel Hakim Al-Lawair, Assistant Director General of the FAO Regional Office for the Near East and North Africa, to mark the renewal of the Memorandum of Understanding between UNIMED and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Today, we are reaffirming a vital partnership that began in June 2019 and has since grown stronger and more impactful. The FAO, with its long-standing commitment to global food security and nutrition, recognizes, as we do, the critical role of non-state actors, especially academia and research institutions. This collaboration is a testament to a shared vision and commitment. We are pleased to renew our partnership with FAO through this Memorandum of Understanding, which provides a robust framework for continued cooperation. This agreement enables us to strategically align our academic strengths and technical expertise around matters of shared regional importance. Our objectives are clear and ambitious: to support sustainable agri-food systems and to strengthen both human and institutional capacities across the region. I'm sorry if I'm reiterating some of the words that Mr. Abdel Hakim has been saying, but it's important to emphasize the details. So this agreement reflects a common understanding that the challenges we face, food security, rural transformation, climate resilience, require not only political but also academic and scientific cooperation. It is only by joining forces across sectors that we can translate global goals into real local impact. Through the integration of FAO's e-learning academy, and again, it's 4 betters framework, which is like better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, into our curricula, we are ensuring that students gain access to the most relevant resources. In doing so, we integrate global challenges into teaching and learning, enhance employability, deepen social engagement, and empower our students to become the future leaders of food systems transformation in the Mediterranean and beyond. We all recognize that none of these objectives are easily achieved. They cannot be realized without collective actions and partnerships across all sectors and every level. The Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, which aspire to global social transformation, are not solely the responsibility of the UN or governments. They fundamentally involve all institutions and, critically, academia and research. Academia does not operate in isolation, nor should it. In fact, its relevance and effectiveness are improved when it functions in synergy with broader social, economic, and political systems. Universities thrive when they are embedded within wider networks of collaboration, engaging with civil society, industry, policymakers, and international organizations. These connections not only enrich the academic process, but also ensure that knowledge production and dissemination respond to real-world challenges. Universities, through partnerships like this, offer invaluable contributions: expert guidance, specialized skills training, rigorous data generation, and essential studies and evaluations. Our intellectual capital and research capabilities are powerful tools in achieving every sustainable development goal and subsequently in the pursuit of a better world. A cornerstone of our collaboration, and one that I'm particularly excited to highlight, is the integration of FAO e-learning academic courses and related knowledge assets into the curricula of UNIMED member universities. By aligning our university curricula with the FAO's 4 betters, we are enriching our educational offerings with up-to-date, specialized, and high-quality content. This ensures that our students have access to cutting-edge information and practices, preparing them not just for the labor market, but for the complex global challenges they will inherit. By bringing global issues into the classroom, we not only enrich the learning experience, but also enhance student employability, foster civic engagement, and ensure that our educational content and outcomes are both relevant and responsive to real-world challenges. We are preparing globally minded citizens capable of contributing to solutions on a grand scale. Almost all UNIMED projects contribute directly to the achievement of the SDGs, with the overarching goal of enhancing the scientific, cultural, social, and economic development of all regions. We look forward to building on this renewed partnership with concrete joint initiatives that amplify our transformative outcomes, from research and training to regional policy dialogues. Together, we can leverage the power of knowledge to promote sustainability and uphold human dignity throughout the whole region. Thank you very much.
It seems 5 minutes signature seems complicated, but to prepare that agreement took more or less 2 years. 2 years, believe me, 2 years for the clearance of the United Nations procedure. We already had a memorandum of understanding, but was arrived at the end. And to renew this was really very heavy work, but again, we have a very not only precise memorandum, but a very nice work plan, very heavy, to be honest. And we will work jointly to look for funding support from donors. But I hope that with the FAO commitment, this will be a little easier than the normal. And soon I think that we have to organize something in Cairo, in the regional office of FAO. Why not? Okay, we are almost there. The Pact for the Mediterranean has been advocated several times. I can't ask the technicians to manage these mics, please. And now we go in conversation about the pact. Finally, we try to understand what does it mean, the Pact for the Mediterranean, where we are, and also how our members, universities, partners can contribute to that. I invite on the stage Dr. Michele Amedeo Mr. Michele Amedeo from the European Commission, DG MENA, which is the DG for the Middle East and North Africa and the Gulf. Alessandro Calabro, Policy Officer Mediterranean and Middle East of Director General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Giuseppe Provenzano, which is, has been participated several times, as Alessandro as well, Project Manager for Research and Innovation at the Union for the Mediterranean, and our friend and colleague Rim Firali Magnassi from UNIMED, the European Institute of the Mediterranean. She is also the head of the Euro-Mediterranean policies. Please, you can join, I don't know. And Massimo Gaudina, and without glasses, sorry for that. Massimo Gaudina from the European Training Foundation, which is another important partner of European Commission. Okay, you found your name? Bravo. 2 seconds. These 2 guys are Sicilian, you know, and they control me. They try to control me, okay?
Despite the name,
Calabro. Okay. The European Commission disappeared. It seems that it is not a good start for the pact for the Mediterranean if the European Commission is not there. But I think that it is moving back and it will be with us in a moment. We will listen, very importantly, we will listen the European Commission contribution and where they are. But let me explain again a more friendly way how we are contributing to this conversation and consultation. You know, every 3-4 years the European Commission prepares policy paper on several things, and in particular, why not, on neighborhood policy. The last one on Mediterranean was in 2021, the Agenda for the Mediterranean. In some of these policy papers, there is some frustration, because many years ago, they were saying relaunching the neighborhood policy, rethinking the neighborhood policy. All this relaunching, rethinking, seems that there is some frustration. What we did in the past is not working properly, and we have to rethink, to revitalize, to relaunch, and so on. Probably the frustration is also related to the difficulties to implement policies in this very fragile environment. The European Commission is back. Michele, please join us. I'm trying to do some storytelling about Mediterranean cooperation. But now there is a new, let me say, a new framework. The actor, no, sei lì, non ti voglio troppo vicino perché poi ti influenzo. The actors are always the same, the European Commission, member states, and southern Mediterranean countries. But there is a consultation process, and we will listen to Rim that will explain at some point how this consultation has been done by UNIMED, which is an important think tank based in Barcelona. And consultation is the way how the European Commission works. It's not easy, of course, try to listening people, actors, and so on. But also there is finally, as the Commissioner said, the idea to reinforce academic cooperation, because they clearly knows and understood that if we invest in people, we don't risk to lose money. If we invest in other things, political instability, conflicts, and so on, could damage all that, all the rest, all the investment that we will do. This is the reason why this conversation is extremely important, how we can contribute to this new framework, our ideas, our reflection, our daily work, and the difficulties that we face, but also the success that we have in our daily activity. With this preliminary presentation of the importance of this conversation, I leave now Michele Amedeo from DG MENA to explain us where they are with the pact conversation, and in particular where they are related to academic cooperation. Please, Michele, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marcello. I was not disappearing. I was actually totally convinced that we were having the session after lunch, but you're right. You need to first work before serving the food. So I went quickly for a break outside because I needed it, and then I came back. But you heard this morning a number of inspirational speeches and intervention. You heard the intervention of President Prodi. You heard as well the video message from our Commissioner Suiza. The situation in the south and in the Mediterranean has worsened in the past 20 years or so, and we need to find a way to get the Mediterranean strong again. And it's our intention to adopt a new pact for the Mediterranean. It will be in this fall. The pact is about launching a new momentum that is political, first of all, but will involve a lot of practical elements. We want the Mediterranean to become a hub for investment, for growth, and for exchange. The pact for Mediterranean, it's in the shaping. We are still discussing a number of details. We have run a number of consultations, both within the EU and with the countries of the Mediterranean, both with governments and civil society. We run a consultation with civil society as well. And the idea is to base it on three main pillars. The first one would be people to people, rebuild this connection, this exchange between people. Then the economy, revitalizing the economy of the Mediterranean, the European economy and the economy of the countries in the south of the Mediterranean. And then the issue of security and resilience, which is equally important. As part of this reinforcement of cooperation on the Mediterranean, on the people, we want to put a strong focus on university cooperation, higher education and university cooperation. Now, we were saying before on the anniversary of the Barcelona process. Since the Barcelona process, we have talked a lot about increasing university cooperation, and President Prodi just mentioned that his idea of having a Mediterranean university is more than 20 years old. So we discuss a lot about increasing people exchanges and university cooperation, higher education area, but in practice the results are mixed. We do have programs that support increased mobility between the two shores of the Mediterranean, Erasmus Plus, but we still are in a system of fragmentation. It's recognition of diplomas, joint diplomas, exchanges, double diplomas is still very fragmented. So what we want to do is to fill this gap. With the long-term vision of President Prodi of having in the future something that could resemble at a joint institute across the two shores of the Mediterranean, but with concrete steps by step in order to build this endeavor with a sort of security that we're doing that. We don't just stay in the big vision and in the big political announcements, but we actually do it little by little concretely. And we improve the situation little by little concretely, making sure that there is more cooperation, more possibility of joint diplomas, more possibility of joint programs. You heard Commissioner Sousa explaining that in practice what we want to do. We need to be concrete, otherwise it won't happen. So the first element that Commissioner Sousa mentioned is we have a certain number of mobilities. She mentioned 4,500 students per year. We will want to double that, 9,000 per year. We want to increase mobilities in general, not only students, academic staff as well. But if there is a compromise to make, then we will try to favor the increased mobility of students. And that we have the tools for. It means increasing the budget that we dedicate for mobility. It means increasing the budget for Erasmus+, and then the numbers will be higher. So this is the first concrete step, put in the money, put in the funds in order to increase the mobility. The second is create an alliance. You know that there are European alliances of universities. We want to create an alliance between European universities and universities from the south. And when I say the south, I talk about the Mediterranean, but we want to have both North Africa, the Middle East, and the Gulf. We will try to make an alliance or a first pilot 2-3 alliances that put together universities in Europe and universities in these partner countries in North Africa, Middle East, and the Gulf. And when I say we want to design an alliance with universities, it's also a plea for people that are sitting here or friends of your friends or people that hear us to come forward to say, yes, I represent this particular university and this is interesting for me. And we are looking for a university that have the capacity, the political backing, the willingness, and the sustainability to carry on this endeavor. That means that we're not just launching a little project that will finish in 2-3 years, 3-4 years, because we have a little bit of budget available now. No, we want to build a long-term vision whereby these alliances will become something of a more unified thing in the future. And this comes my third point. We start with alliances and then we go towards the vision of President Prodi. But we need to start somewhere. It's very difficult. President Prodi said it himself. We need. I think he said we need 8 years, right? We cannot put together a Mediterranean university right now. We don't have the tools. But we can start putting together an alliance that in the future can become a Mediterranean university. Think about a set of universities, a set of branches of different universities that can join efforts, and then little by little they become one entity with a branch in the north and a branch in the south. This is what we are trying to do. It's as Commissioner Sousa said, it's an ambitious goal, but we need to do that. I mean, we need to start. And what I often think, and Professor Prodi also mentioned that we need to be able to offer something for our southern neighbors that is concrete, that is not just talk. And this is concrete. This is concrete. It's the possibility of having an alliance, a unified university in the future, and it's concrete. Students will be able to, students from Europe will be able to go to universities in the south and come back and have a diploma from both universities. We need to put in place more and more joint diplomas, more and more double programs, more and more shared curricula. There are already some universities that have ad hoc agreements with some other universities from the north, from the south. There are already little by little things that are put into place. But what we need to do is to make a framework, to make it more consistent, more volume, and then sustain it also with European budget. I'll stop here. Let me repeat that it's also a plea. It's also what I'm saying today is a plea for you to come forward to say, I can do this. And I had this already in place. Why don't you put what I have in place in your framework and what you explained today? So I will be here the entire day. So I'm happy also to meet representatives from university that can discuss with me or present the ideas they have or the things they already put in practice. I've already met some of you this morning, and I discover new realities all the time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michele, also for staying the time that I asked you to use. That perfect on time. Thank you very much. I have to play the role of the moderator, but at the same time, I'm the director of UNIMED. I have something to say. And just to comment, obviously, mobility is extremely important for all of us. We do a lot in mobility, but we have some issue, Michele, that should be also discussed. The south-north mobility works very well. The north-south mobility, unfortunately, is not working properly for several reasons. The south-north, we have some problem with visa sometime, and we need a particular efforts of member states and European Commission to identify an Erasmus visa. Why not? For students in particular. But we have also to find the way to improve the north-south mobility with some flexibility, because otherwise we are just doing the south-north. And why not? If we want to build the regional dimension, why not also to introduce some element, pilot one, if possible, south-south mobility, because it's another missing part of the mobility. For the alliances, we are already contributing with emails, documents to give you our feedback. I launched a consultation to the European members of UNIMED that are already in European alliances, and we received a very nice feedback. And I passed these messages to DG MENA and to Michele Amedeo in particular. I asked the institution of a secretariat that manage data alliances, and in particular the pilot editions, but not only, and I hope that we will, not only will be created, but UNIMED will be on board of this secretariat. But we don't have to forget two other elements in the future cooperation program, Erasmus Plus in particular. And this also has been asked by us to the DG Education, to continue to sponsor capacity building programs, because we need to continue to work in capacity building on higher education. Why not to reinforce, because the budget has been reduced drastically in the last program. And we asked for a new idea. The secretariat that manage the alliances should also be able to work on capitalization of the results. We have a lot of very nice, we are used to mention good practices or very interesting results. I am used to say in French, les jardins de bonne pratique. We have this very nice garden with a lot of very interesting results, but we need a gardener. We need someone able to put all these results available for all the actors, and why not to push ministry to use that results. Now we move to another representative of the European Commission, Alessandro Calabro. By coincidence, is Sicilian like me. From DG Research and Innovation. I already mentioned the initiative for Gaza, but this we'll discuss later. Please, Alessandro, explain us what you are doing for the Pact for the Mediterranean from your perspective for international cooperation and research and innovation.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Thank you very much. Indeed, I'm here like in the representation of the DG Research and Innovation. So Of course, we are working as well, providing our input from the perspective of the research part. So we are very well aware of the important part on education cooperation, but we have a vision to really embed the research and innovation part in this overall policy framework of the pact. Let me maybe start with just saying about the word itself, pact, that we understood very well the change of somehow paradigm from the agenda for the Mediterranean that it was mentioned, but now we are more in a different paradigm with the real pact that indeed include a strong engagement with our southern Mediterranean partners. But we, of course, as it was mentioned also by Michele, we are in continuation of this communication of the new agenda for the Mediterranean. Around the principle that were of the co-decision, the co-creation, and the co-ownership of this policy framework. And I would like maybe just to mention few of the activities that have been implemented in our R&I cooperation within the Med that are perfectly aligned with this principle. So already 3 years ago, we were able to adopt at the ministerial level a declaration on adopting the UFM R&I roadmaps on research and innovation around 3 topics: renewable energy, health, and climate change, with also a series of specific priorities and specific actions included in these roadmaps that we consider, of course, our guidelines for our work in research and innovation. And this work, these roadmaps, were conceived together with the expertise from all over the regions, gathering together. It was a work of 2 years with a series also of stakeholder consultations, so similar approach to the one that you are currently operating for the Pact, to have a document, a really guiding documents that we all share and we participated to draft. This document is behind the actions of the UFM, the Union for the Mediterranean regional platform on research and innovation, that guided us also to promote some concrete initiatives, coming back to the word pact. So we started already with some specific initiative, concrete, using our main funding instrument for research, which is, as many of you know, certainly Horizon Europe. And under this program, we conceived what we call Mediterranean Initiative. Tomorrow I will have the chance to present more with my colleagues from the UFM about these initiatives, but just to mention that almost €500 million was mobilized under the funding of Horizon Europe, with cooperation that really is targeted around this region, the Mediterranean region. So we see this in continuity with these actions and in parallel with also the deepening of the discussion that has been done under the umbrella of the UFM, with specific working groups that focus on topics such as mobility and capacity building, open data, and of course innovation. These working groups have been created under the umbrella of the UFM, and the idea is to indeed work together in a specific topic and bring some specific result to our next ministerial. Marcello mentioned it already, the idea of having finally a ministerial indeed on higher education that will be probably organize next to another ministerial, the next ministerial on research and innovation in 2026. So 4 years after our last ministerial. So for us, the pact really represents the opportunity to have soon a revived policy framework to embed this ongoing work that we are doing. I will mention only two of the main input that we are trying to indeed contribute to the pact. One is on the line of the last of the working groups that I mentioned, innovation, and particularly targeting innovation scalability. We are very much aware of what Marcello just mentioned, the gap between this research that is created through our programs, Horizon, but also, let me mention PRIMA, the Partnership for Research and Innovation in the Mediterranean area, but the difficulty is to bring this innovation to the market. And so to turn this research into real world benefits, into jobs, into technology, into solution for the global challenges that we all share and we have in the Mediterranean too. So this challenge is tackled in our initiatives through specific Med Innovation talent platform, so a sort of a stop hub for innovator, researcher, entrepreneurs and investors, and complemented by a deep tech transformation training scheme to upskill young talent. So we're really working on trying to align this innovation part of our work to the employment part, to the skills part. So and trying to fit into this into this picture of the pact with concrete initiatives that could be also funded under Horizon Europe, under PRIMA, but that could generate so this cutting this gap that we mentioned. Last but not least, also in the field of marine research, to also connect once again the innovation world is central in this ideas to accelerate the deployment of innovative solutions related to the restoration of water and marine ecosystem. Once again, with the idea to also leverage the work that already exists in PRIMA, but also in other initiatives of the European Commission, the Mission Ocean Waters, the Mediterranean Lighthouse. So existing initiatives already there, the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership and the Water Security for Planet. So existing initiatives that could be leveraged and towards this result. So just to conclude, so we believe that through these initiatives, indeed, the science diplomacy part of our action is expressed, and of course the university play a very important and major role in this potential action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. Perfectly on time as well. I'm very impressed about your capacity to stay on time. Normally I'm not. Okay, now we move with the other speakers to try to understand from their own perspective how they are contributing to this not only consultation but to the creation of this political momentum, very important for the Mediterranean cooperation. And as I already mentioned, we have important actors with us around the table, because it's important to listen to the European Commission. As well, it's important that the European Commission listen to us, and this is exactly what they are doing. Now, I invite Rim Firali from UNIMED to explain how they are doing, how they are managing. They already did an impressive work. The consultation. They have been asked by the European Commission to realize this consultation for the Pact for the Mediterranean. Please, Rim.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcello, and thank you, UNIMED, for involving the European Institute of the Mediterranean in your General Assembly, We're really happy to be here. As many of you might know, UNIMED is a think tank based in Barcelona and focused on Euro-Mediterranean relations. And on top of our own research activities, we also coordinate the largest network of think tanks focused on the region called the Euromesco Network. It's a kind of similar organization than UNIMED in the think tank world. In light of this coordination of this network, we were entrusted by the new DG MENA when they decided to launch this pact to support their consultations and reflections and to bring up the voices of experts on the development of this new pact. And so we started this 19-month project to accompany the development of this new EU strategy. Not only mobilizing the think tank world, but also stakeholders and the regional actors that will be implementing this pact. So namely civil society, regional institutions and policymakers, the private sector, but also academia. And here we really counted on a great support from UNIMED in mobilizing their networks in the different activities we conducted for the consultations. As a result, we had over 1,000 stakeholders participating across the different activities that we organized between March and June of this year. Notably through two big instruments, the Euromed survey, and many of you as universities participated individually, but also UNIMED as a network, and as well regional thematic events in Brussels, Rabat and Cairo, where we counted with the participation of the Commissioner Suiza, but also Director General Sanino and top experts from the Euromesco network and directors of the different regional institutions. Of course, the questions of education, skills, transition to employment, and mobility were at the heart of the questions that were asked. And so I'll very briefly present some of the main insights that we have on these questions. Not to your surprise, the majority of respondents across all the priorities that were submitted to them saw that fostering talents and skills should be the top priorities of this pact. 60% of the respondents to the survey identified talents and skills as the top priority, alongside, at the same level, intensifying cooperation on climate adaptation. And this echoes very well what the president of UNIMED was saying this morning, that a cooperation on academic cooperation should go alongside with more efforts in cooperation on climate change, because they go hand in hand. And this is also breaking narratives with what we hear, that in the northern Mediterranean or in the EU, the main priority is migration, the main priority is security. Well, we saw that both respondents in the European Union and the southern Mediterranean see skills and talent partnerships as the main priority at the same level. And questions of security or the external aspects of EU migration policy came with lower percentages. So to build on these responses, we held several thematic focus groups and consultation circles to see what concrete initiatives or what concrete ideas should accompany this call, this plea for better talent partnerships and skills. We counted on university partners. We organized the Cairo one in the American University of Cairo and the Rabat with the University of Mohammed VI Polytechnic, because we really believe that it's those centers of knowledge where we should really bring up the concrete ideas that should form this pact. And many of you participated. ETF facilitated a workshop, UNIMED, the UFM, several universities participated, and several elements were highlighted. We saw that the contact between universities and the business world should be improved by creating regional innovation hubs, especially dedicated to the green and digital transition. Here, of course, private partnerships were highlighted as a main priority. A second element that was highlighted was that we should have more dedicated regional fundings to talent and innovation ecosystems. Here, one concrete idea was that we should develop youth guarantees. So regional schemes to ensure youth access to employment, education, adapted to each national socioeconomic reality, so youth guarantees that should be context-specific. Elements for better mobility schemes were also underlined. For example, replicated the European Skills Passport initiative, so having a Mediterranean skills passport, regional scheme for recognitions of qualifications and certifications, as well as a steering body for the Erasmus Plus to ensure regional cooperation under Erasmus Plus and ensure that the next Erasmus Plus programming is aligned with Mediterranean priorities and regional needs. And here, of course, all of these elements had a plea for a strategic measure to accompany these mobility schemes, which is that visa coordination should be there as well, because we can discuss mobility schemes all day long, but if there is not a fast-track visa mechanism that will accompany Erasmus Plus and the beneficiaries of regional programs, there is no guaranteed results for these mobility schemes. And we heard it from Marcello, fortunately, during the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding. Many of UNIMED members should have been here today, but because of visas, we cannot properly organize contact among the two shores. So just to wrap it up, all the results of these consultations are online already, but the calls of universities and academia are being heard, and it's not skills and skills, youth, and mobility are not seen as a sector detached of the rest. They're seen as streamlined strategic pillars of the new pact, and we have a window of opportunity, as you saw from the commissioner this morning, from what Michele was saying. We are being listened to, so let's keep advocating together, and you have all the stakeholders around the Mediterranean that really see the benefits of academic cooperation and mobility. Our project is not stopping at the consultations. We are going to accompany DG MENA until the launch of the pact and the following steps of implementation until mid of next year, and we really hope to still count on UNIMED as a partner in the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ri. And of course, you can count on us for the next steps, and we will follow carefully all this work. And I invite you to read the report on the consultation, because it's very interesting also to have a clear and very clear understanding where we are concerning all this. Because if we know, we are ready to act all together as university, as network, and so on. By coincidence, it seems a sort of Italian connection. I exclude Rim, that she speaks obviously very well Italian. I moved back to another Italian speaker, Massimo Gaudina, but all these Italian belong to international organization. It's not because we are in Italy. It's a coincidence, really a coincidence. Massimo Gaudina from European Training Foundation. We have with European Training Foundation a very important collaboration, memorandum of understanding. It's important that this big, important organization, we will explain what is ETF, an agency of the European Commission, are interested to work with small organizations like UNIMED, because we represent the bridge for collaboration with universities. Massimo. Please.
Thank you for this introduction. Let me say that I'm not only Italian, but I am also a commission official, detached to the European Training Foundation. So to be fully transparent, I can tell you this. Nobody's perfect, so just a joke. So
we have some problem as well sometimes.
That's another story. First of all, thank you to UNIMED and to the University of Calabria for the invitation to this very, very interesting debate. Yes, the ETF, maybe 2 words on what we do and what is this European Training Foundation, because maybe not everybody knows that. It's one of these EU decentralized agency. It is based in Torino. We worked on skills with third countries, with the neighboring countries. So basically, we have two groups of countries with whom we work. One is the pre-enlargement countries, the countries that are getting close to be members of the European Union. And the other group of countries is the Southern and Eastern Mediterranean. We have a board that is chaired by the European Commission with 4 Directorate General of the Commission inside, plus the 27 member states, and we work with 28 partner countries. As I said, Balkans, Eastern countries on the one side, and the Mediterranean. For the eastern part, let me just say that tomorrow our director will be at the conference for the reconstruction of Ukraine, because we are involved and we will develop and integrate the youth guarantee in Ukraine. This is just an example of the actions that we run. For the Mediterranean, we are active since more than 20 years, basically at the same time when Romano Prodi was president of the European Commission. It's not centuries ago, it's just a few years, but we are working very closely with the governments directly and with the EU delegations in the same countries in a perspective of partnerships for skills. Partnership for skills means that the prosperity and the stability of the Mediterranean area depends also on the skilled workforce. And it's a win-win situation. It's a win-win approach because it's in the interest of the European countries and of our partner countries to have this skilled workforce in the Mediterranean. We all know that Southern and Eastern Mediterranean region faces critical challenges in youth employment and inactivity. There is a problem of skills mismatch, leading to difficult transition from school to work, but also from job to job. And the ETF, together with the Commission and the European Union, intends to support the future efforts deployed through the Pact for the Mediterranean. The idea is to create a quality and quantity of jobs, growth and competitiveness, and to raise the quality of skills and quality and relevance of provision in general. We have 3 areas of activities I can shortly and quickly mention. The first one is about youth activation. We know that these countries, together with many European countries, are affected by the high figures of NEET, young people with no education and no employment. And activation of this part of the population is very important. So we work to reinforce career guidance and counseling. We work to monitor and analyze the needs and the aspiration of these young people. We need to strengthen the involvement of the private sector, of the business, because this is a key to support the identification of the future skills needed and also the development of the skills requested by the market. And this would contribute to jointly work with them. The idea, for example, to reinforce apprenticeship as an instrument to activate this part of the population. And the youth guarantee is another example that is already existing in some of these countries. Second area of activities, it's about education and training systems, which means governance and financing of education and training. We have been working together on reinforcing, in particular, the creation of skills ecosystems to develop systems that are available and accessible to all, young people as well as adults, in a lifelong learning perspective. As it was already said, it's more and more important to equip people with the relevant skills in a constantly changing labor market. We have the digital and green transitions that are impacting very strongly on all this. This supports not only the transition from school to work, as I said, but also from job to job. Upskilling and reskilling will be more and more important also in the Mediterranean. And there is the point and the problem of financing. We all know what is happening with the USAID withdrawal from cooperation and from intervention in certain areas of the world, including Africa, including Northern Africa. There was a study commissioned by the European Training Foundation that indicates that 396 education programs are being cancelled because of this decision of the US administration, which means thousands of schools, universities, vocational training institutes are closing down or risk to close down. And these open up a big, huge financial gap to make sure that there is a continuity in the education chain. So for us, we encourage the diversification of financing, including fostering private sector investments and investments of international financing institutes that target skills in their area. So business sector can support the financing of formal and non-formal education and training, for instance, through work-based learning models and, of course, training and apprenticeships. That's the second area. The third area is about networks. A network like UNIMED is a great example of the added value of cooperation among actors, among civil society, among universities. The ETF is leading another two interesting networks. One is a network of centers of excellence, vocational centers of excellence, and the other one is a network of quality assurance in vocational education and training. And let me also mention a network of innovative teachers. All these are coordinated by the ETF, and you can know much more about these networks tomorrow, because this point will be discussed in the workshop tomorrow here in a workshop jointly organized by ETF and UNIMED. So these are the three among the main areas of activities of the ETF, supporting EU delegations, supporting the member states and partner countries, supporting the Commission. For the future, let me mention another initiative, the Union of Skills. It is something that the Commission has presented a couple of months ago. It's about developing, identifying and recognizing the skills for the future. It is for Europe, intra-European, but there is also an external dimension. It also talks about the necessity to reinforce skills in our neighboring countries. And there are many initiatives conceived in an intra-European way that could be extended outside. Some of them were already mentioned, the European University Alliances, or a skills portability initiative, or a European degree. There are many initiatives that are built in Europe, but that could be applied and replicated in a Euro-Mediterranean perspective. And finally, we are contributing to the Pact for the Mediterranean. We have sent our proposals to the Commission in Brussels. We have ideas on a skills observatory, for example. We have ideas on the chain between innovation and skills and growth. Of course, we need innovators to boost innovation, but we also need the skilled labor force to work on these innovations in the future. So talent and skills are two faces of the same medal. And I conclude by saying that for the Pact for the Mediterranean, we spoke a lot about Mediterranean. Let me say something on the word pact. Pact comes from a Latin word that is linked to pax, meaning peace. So a pact is a promise for peace. And this is, I think, the engagement we should all take, the contribution that human capital development, that universities and the public institutions can do. It's about prosperity, it's about growth, but it's also about peace. So for this, you can count on the support of the ETF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Massimo, for your intervention. It's clear that when we talk about vocational training, probably we are not clearly referring to university cooperation, but talking about skills for sure, and also in in many of our universities, in particular in the south, they also do vocational training. And this is one of the reasons why, among many others, the collaboration with ETF is extremely important for us and, of course, for all our members. And we will support you in this network dimension because it's extremely important, in particular innovation in teaching and many others. Now we move to another Sicilian guy, let me say, Giuseppe Provenzano. We have also to enjoy regional dimension, exist, in particular, as we are proud about that. Giuseppe Provenzano already attended several meetings of UNIMED in several occasions, or in Brussels, or during the assembly, or in other occasions. He represents here the Higher Education Department of the Union for Mediterranean. The Union for Mediterranean is not only a fundamental partner or an organization that will implement, of course, the Pact for the Mediterranean, but is a very, very important partner of UNIMED and important for us. I'm also proud, we will discuss more in detail tomorrow, that today we launched officially a manifesto, a UNIMED and UFM manifesto for an initiative on climate action. All of you, all our university members are invited to sign, I mean the leadership of the university, to sign that manifesto. Because thanks to that manifesto, and thanks to your support, and you will see how you will be asked also to do action, not only regionally, but also at local level, we will be able also to ask, why not, for instance, the European Commission to sponsor one of the Euromed alliances on climate change, on climate initiative, or why not to looking for additional funding support for students, professors, joint degrees, and so on. That manifesto gives, in a way, the direction. But it's just to explain that we are in this very active collaboration with the Union for Mediterranean to do things as much concrete as possible. But now, moving back to the PAC, I can ask Giuseppe to explain where the Union for Mediterranean is and what they are doing on this important contribution. Please.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, also Sicilian, but not my fault, as they say. Well, it's not so easy to intervene after such a rich panel where we heard, first of all, the first motor of the PAC, the European Commission, engage in explaining their priorities, but also listening to the wonderful work done by EMN to go and sound the region about the priorities should be coming up. Perhaps I would also like to latch on what Massimo said and go to the word pact and say that this is quite close, and it's actually the logical consequence of the word partnership. It's quite symbolic that we are discussing about the Pact for the Mediterranean 30 years after the Barcelona process, which has set the mood and the tone for the Euro-Mediterranean approach to the region, which is quite peculiar and has been quite resilient despite an incredible amount of challenges. Despite everything, after 30 years, we are still here discussing about dialogue, about finding bridges that we can build. And the Union for the Mediterranean, as Marcello has perfectly explained, has been in this philosophy since its inception, since its creation as a logical consequence of the Barcelona process as such. And what is bringing to the table in this renewed and very much welcome approach inspired by the European Commission, which is also the UFM North co-presidency, because the Union for the Mediterranean works in the North and South co-presidency basis for including both sides of the Mediterranean, perhaps three things which might seem impalpable at the beginning, but are the skeleton behind any pact, any partnership. First of all, the regional co-ownership approach. The UFM is able to bring, in addition to the European Union, to the European Commission, 43 member states without excluding anyone, which is something that not any other organization is able to do at intergovernmental level in the Mediterranean region. And this is quite important. Why? Because this brings to the second point is that the UFM is bringing to the table 15 years of work on developing quality sectoral dialogue. It's a way of anchoring new priorities and new actions to the policy dialogue in the region. It's a way of not wasting this capital of member states, of ministries, of universities, of networks, which have always come to meet and finding topics in which there is consensus to work together. For instance, as Alessandro's mentioned, as our co-chair for the platform on research, the platform that we have on research and innovation have developed a regional agenda on research and innovation. Think about this. We have all our member states identifying concrete topics, because there are the titles of climate change, renewable energy and health, but they have identified concrete topics on which we should be working on. Then once there is political consensus, things can happen, as demonstrated by the Horizon Europe Mediterranean Initiative, by the PRIMA initiative, and by many initiatives which follow the creation of consensus. Without this, we cannot advance. And then, of course, there is the convening power, the dialogue of dialogue that we have as Union for the Mediterranean, being able to bring to the table governments, yes, but also networks such as UNIMED, who's who in the region in any specific topic. If we are not able to break the mold and invite the important stakeholders of the region, despite all the specific statutes, we're not able to advance, especially in this very complicated and complex region. So when it comes to the topics, I would also like to bring a bit what is the sector of higher education and research, which is also our interest and our wishes, of course, not in terms of concrete actions, which are not decided by us, but let's say the main topics for which we have identified appetite in the region, on where there is space for working on, let's say, as a big wish. I know I'm preaching to the converted, but the main topics that we identified in our sectors are, of course, mobility. And we heard interesting, I don't know, pledges, but let's say points for work, even from the Commission, which are quite important, and which we can just celebrate at UFM, on skills, on innovation, and on science diplomacy. I will be very brief in order not to upset the wonderful moderator of this session. But on mobility, indeed, the thing is that any society in which we cannot use its brightest mind to develop itself is a society that has no future. We cannot just surrender ourselves to the ideas that mobility is losing talent for the Mediterranean. It's a lose-lose situation. Instead, I heard today very important points we raised about circular mobility, about mobility which not only south to the north, it's north to the south, south-south mobility. Those are all important complementary aspects in any mobility scheme. We cannot but celebrate additional resources for Erasmus. We cannot but celebrate additional resources for mobility. But there is also an important part, and I hope that any secretariat can capitalize on that, is that the critical mass already existing on many scholarship schemes done bilaterally, regionally, and we hope that this can be brought together in order to push into this positive direction and not to leave anyone behind, and especially try to correct the flows where they are less supported, so to say. The second point on skills, this was also mentioned by the president of UNIMED. I love this point on employability, skills and innovation. I cannot but subscribe to it. Is that in this region, we have a lot of bright minds, but at the same time, we have 1/3 of the companies that have highlighted the lack of skills as a very strong barrier to hiring. And imagine that you're studying and then you're being told we don't have the skills. At the same time that we find this lack of skills highlighted by the companies, this is the region in the world where the more you study, the more unemployable you are. It's a very sad lesson, but once we've done a study, we've seen that on average, 25% in the region of graduates that are unemployed, and the average is higher than the normal youth unemployed rate, which means something is not working out. We need to work on skills. We need to work on connecting academia from one side and the needs of the job market. Otherwise, we risk of wasting a very young and very educated region. And this would be a waste for everyone. We cannot afford that. The third point, which is quite close to the research dossier as mentioned by Alessandro, is quite important, and one on innovation. We have a lot of funding available for research. We have plenty of good experiences on developing research and finding new solutions for climate change and agriculture impacted by lack of water, by changing patterns, salinization of soil. And then after funding all this research, it ends over there. We cannot afford this. There is a basis for launching startups, for capitalizing on research, for working on developing new products, which maybe they do not make sense in China or in Silicon Valley, but they make sense here in the Mediterranean. So the power to exploit and harness this knowledge should come from the Mediterranean. As UFM, we're launching some high-level meetings. We want to discuss this topic in full partnership with the European Commission about how to capitalize on our research more towards innovation and how to deliver the skills where it's needed, where there is the potential of creating new products which are good for our region. And then finally, the one on science diplomacy. We have identified that the work that UNIMED is doing, the work that PRIMA is doing, the work that the universities are doing in the region, the work that we are doing in this region, the work that you are doing personally in the region is of science, of knowledge diplomacy. It's a very important and often unknown work which is behind the scene, which is creating bridges, and then they are creating the basis for advancing dialogue, for going to the next step. But without the very powerful work which you are doing personally in advancing advocating this region, we cannot create a region of dialogue and peace. This is something embedded in the very concept of being a university, being academia. So my closing thing is that please count on the UFM, and we know that by giving knowledge a chance, we can create a better Mediterranean. Thank you very much.
Grazie Giuseppe. I invite Giuseppe every time because every time he said that I'm wonderful. This is for my colleagues. Please copy and paste, okay? Unfortunately, we don't have time because we are a little late to continue this conversation, but we will continue during the lunch and during all the coffee breaks. Please, if you have questions, comments on what you heard from this session, I thank all the panelists. Do it, as also Michele invited you, friendly, because we are in a friendly situation. Before to go for the lunch, we have another very short but important session as well, which is the announcement of the Start Cup competition winner. I thank all the panelists for your participation, and for sure, this is a last message for Michele and Amedeo, we will continue to work on drafting ideas and comments on the Euro-Mediterranean alliances, working also on the budget, what should be done for the money. And I hope that several alliances will be sponsored as pilot initiative on different thematic. We will contribute on that. And another message that I want to clearly give is that the Euro-Mediterranean alliance should not a copy and paste of the European alliances. We can create something different, considering also the difficulties that we face in the region and the different university system. We also have to take into consideration the differences that exist in our university system. But we will be back to you and your colleagues soon with some ideas, and I hope that we will be able to continue this conversation. Thank you to all of you for your participation again. Now, from this session, and thank you again, and in the afternoon and tomorrow, little by little, I will disappear to give to my colleagues the role to moderate session, to introduce participants and so on. We start now with Silvia Marchionne, that some of you already know. She is in charge of some related employability, the sub-network employability project with Tunisia and Iraq and activity with Egypt, but is in particular for this session in charge of the organization of Start-Up competition. Please, Silvia, give us information about.
Thanks a lot, and I'm very pleased and honored to share on behalf of the UNIMED team this moment and the result of the Start-Up competition that we held just yesterday. First of all, we have heard until now the importance of the role of the university in bridging the gap between academia and industry, the importance to develop skills and to valorize the human being, especially the students who are the protagonists of this change. So we, in UNIMED, we have among the UNIMED initiatives on student engagement, we have the Start-Up competition. This initiative has been launched in 2018 in the framework of Erasmus Plus project, Resume, with Lebanon, Morocco, and Tunisia. And now we are at the 6th edition. So we expanded to have only 6 teams to, as you can see, 9 teams. So 19 universities from the UNIMED members that have participated in this contest. It is indeed a contest of entrepreneurial ideas developed by the university students from the UNIMED network, UNIMED members. And we were able to mobilize 19 teams and about 40 students. Half of those were able to come to Italy, and from 12 countries. The edition of this year had a special focus, so we collected innovative ideas on artificial intelligence entrepreneurship. So this was the main topic that all the ideas were tackled. And I'm now very glad and very special to invite on the stage the winners, who is the winning team in Italy. It's a second shot from the USEC Holy Spirit University of Catholic, Lebanon. Please come here. Since we didn't have the opportunity to bring all the students for visa issues in Italy, we also organized an online session in the afternoon. So we also gave a special prize to them. So we have 2 winning teams this year. One is the Lebanese team, and the other one is from the University of Duhok from Iraq. So we are very happy that we could congratulate 2 teams. And finally, also we ask all the participants, all the students, to select the most wonderful, brilliant idea. And they selected 3 of them. 4 Bs from Genduba universities. They are also here, the students. And the second one was the University of Calabria, Smart Learning Schools. I also see the students here. And Pet Recycler from Mediterranean University of Albania. So these were selected by the attendees, by the students. So congratulations to all of them, and congratulations, of course, to all the students who participated. So these were the students who were able to come to Italy. So now I would like to give the floor to Clarita and Paul to briefly share how was this initiative, this yesterday competition. Please.
I talk about Thank you so much. I want to talk a little bit about the Second Shot. Second Shot is actually a machine designed by us, my team and I. It's a machine that recycles empty shotgun cartridges, because it's not just a machine. Behind it there is a really dedicated team putting all the effort to work towards a sustainable and greener future for our planet. Also, we want to thank UNIMED for this amazing opportunity and for giving us this success to bring back home with us. The success is not just for us, it's for everyone, because at the end of the day, recycling will give us all a second shot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Grazie Silvia, thanks a lot. Thanks. And okay, now relaxing for the lunch. We will be back at 3 here. The lunch is in the same room. You can't escape, and we will continue later. Thanks.
So please take your seat. We are going to start in a couple of minutes. Okay, I guess we are ready to start. Okay, so thanks a lot for being here. So this is our panel session. This is the second panel. As you may read, I ask to be focused on the slides, please, on the direction, the slides, please. Okay. Thanks. So as you may read, the panel is focused on artificial intelligence for education, because we do believe that, AI could be not just a tool, but specifically a new methodology to drive education, starting from the primary school till the university and beyond. Okay, so this panel is in this direction with multiple perspectives, as you will see in a little while. And as you may see here, these are some snapshots taken from the internet. You can see multiple approaches where you have machines in the middle along with humans, okay? And you can see that AI in education could support multiple activities that are currently almost fully supported by humans, but in the near future, maybe in 5-10 years, they will be fully supported by AI and machines, or anyway, by keeping always humans in the loop. As you may see, intelligent tutoring systems, of course, chatbots and virtual assistants, learning analytics through which to evaluate and understand the progresses of students, but also the performances of teachers, as well as the whole ecosystem made up by manager, teachers, and students. And also we need to follow important principles related to responsible AI. So we will discuss about responsible AI, but also ethics involved in this new education process. I'd like to introduce our panelists. We have 5 panelists. First of all, we have Professor Nawel Abdelatif Mami. She's from Algeria, and she will be focused on visions related to the next generation strategies of exploiting AI for this transition towards University 4.0 and beyond. Then we have Alessio Fabiano, who is Associate Professor of Education and Special Pedagogy from University of Basilicata, and she will introduce the concept of intersection between AI and education as, let's say, imaged by, a very important philosopher, Dewey, that, introduced some of the concept that very likely AI could be able to really implement and deploy in real practices. Then we have Cyrine, she's my PhD student, and she's focused on generative AI for education. She also participated to the Star Cup. So she, at the end of the day, you know, you were the runner-up, okay, yesterday. And then we have Cristina Stefanelli. She was a driver of this, let's say, of this panel, as you will see, because she is also editor of an important book that, you know, we developed recently on, you know, the same title you can read over there, Responsible Artificial Intelligence for Digital Cooperation in Mediterranean Higher Education. And then online, we have my colleague Roberto Trinchero from University of Turin in Italy, and he's a professor of experimental pedagogy, and you can see that he's experimenting, really experimenting using machine learning, so men with the machine learning, synergies between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. So I'd like to invite, first of all, Professor Nawel, please, it's your turn. Okay. Maybe, yeah, let me just, I can do it. Okay, please.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the UNIMED for this very successful meeting with all the partners. And I'd like also to thank the president of this panel and all those who have already done a lot of work to make it right and to make it succeed. I will try in 5 minutes, as I have been recommended, to explain the vision and the application of artificial intelligence in Algeria. And in order to explain this vision, I need to put you in the context. The context is that now we really need to change and to shift. This shift is something which has been imposed. It is an obligation, but now we have to fit our higher education institutions to that. In order to do it, the Algerian government in general, under the umbrella of the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, has established a ministerial strategy. So this is something that we need to focus upon, because it's not only an institutional strategy, but a ministerial strategy that speaks about the integration of AI. This integration goes from the period 2020 to 2030, and it endorses a transformation in the global higher education sector through many steps. The main one of them is the creation of a commission in charge of the transition to University 4.0. We can call it also the University of the Future, because we can speak of 5.0 and so on and so forth. Through the creation of a transition master plan that works on different ladders, which focus on innovation, capacity building, and digital sovereignty. The scope of this initiative is, first of all, national. It works on different types of activities. First of all, we work on the persons who are going to use artificial intelligence through building their capacity, first of all, by mastering the topic, then implementing it, and working on AI-enhanced teaching and learning. This means that we are going to work with students, with teachers, in order to reinforce the strategy. The target groups, of course, are academics, students, but not only that, we also have institutional leaders, doctoral researchers, and here we are speaking about governance on AI. And in order to establish this strategy, we have channels that go for the communication and for the dissemination and sensibilization through conferences, through seminars, but also through guides and digital platforms. To do this, the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research has gathered a number of 150 experts in AI in order to work on what they have called by the end, le livre blanc, the white paper, the white book. And this white book includes different aspects of the usage of AI, including also the ethics of how to use it. And the outcomes of the impact were a scalable AI education across all the disciplines, because there was a classification of disciplines, including disciplines of social and human sciences. There was also a stronger university enterprise linkage, because we no more speak only about the public sector, but we need to have with us also the private sector to help us support this initiative. We, as an outcome, will have through the teaching and the teaching of both the students and the academics and IA-ready graduate and researchers, because we speak of also of a plan for doctoral studies and increased international visibility and digital competitiveness. To end with the strategic goals of this AI strategy, where from a big and a macro level, which was governmental, to the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, to all the institutions. And here we have also called the experts from international experts, including the Algerian experts who are diaspora living abroad. So we are now working on institutional readiness for AI integration through the development of different characteristics through the Commission for the Transition to University 4.0. We have a master plan that teaches governance for 4.0, education, research, international cooperation, and infrastructure. We work also on research and innovation, and this is something that we have talked about this morning, and which is one of the very important topics about this transition using AI. We work on the human capital development for AI-driven economy, and definitely about international and regional collaboration. This is the aim of this meeting, but also other institutions and other measures that we are doing in the framework of applying AI. Of course, we include in the white paper the ethics of how to use it. We need to change and to shape with AI the way we teach. We no more evaluate our students in the same way because we have ChatGPT to write everything ready. We need to think, of course, of a charter about ethics and deontology for AI, and this is all in order to help and support the human being in general go with this transformation. This morning we have spoken about the Pact of the Mediterranean. If we would like to make this pact successful, I have another pledge. Please consider also social and human sciences, because social and human sciences are really the most important in all these transformations, and in this way AI will help in creating the Pax, which is the peace. Thank you very much.
Yes, please, Cyrine. Okay, the next one is Cyrine, please.
So, hello everyone and welcome. My name is Cyrine Bogotay and I am PhD student at the University of Calabria, supervising by Professor Giancarlo Fortino and Professor Francesco Poppo, which the focus of my work is about the use of generative AI on education. Today, I will give you an overview of this transformation of education from the traditional method to now to generative AI-driven education. As we know, we have three phases. The first phase is traditional method. All of us, we know the traditional method, face-to-face with the teachers and one flow way, from the teacher to student using traditional method and so on. But this method, it's really has a different challenges. First, the students are getting boring. Second, there are lack of personalized. And I think this is like the most challenge, is there are no personalized. So later, this need led to the birth of what we call it computer tools-based education or e-learning platform, which are different platform and tools for the student and teacher, which they will teach at and work on it. And these tools was most using after coronavirus. We know that was coronavirus. It's the point of the changing from the traditional method to the computer tools-based education. But this method, it's not too much useful. And we are now in the age of generative AI. Who's not here using generative AI? I think generative AI is really changing the world, and especially the educational field, which the students now are more, like, let's see, happy with using generative AI. You can ask, you can writing, summarizing, and so on. So I think generative AI is the most changing in our education. It's made it more scalable and more personalized. So now I will take you to what's happening inside the schools. But first, let me present for you some different tools that we are all using. No one here, I think everyone, they use GPT or Gemini or DeepSeek. This is the most important three, I think it's not important, but useful chatbot, which we will use it for writing, summarizing, paraphrasing, and so on. But we have also with some other tools which are using more in education field. We have Hamingo, Magic, Schools AI, and Square AI. For the first, Hamingo is an AI tools teacher aligned with schools curricula offering interactive real-time C-parts are using in high school. Second, Magic Schools AI, which assists the teachers with lesson plan, rubric quiz, and guarding C-parts. And I think the most important platform is Square AI, and it's Chinese platform, which designed for the primary school, let's see, child, which is AI-powered tutoring systems based on LLMs designed to deliver personalized adaptive learning experiences. But what's really happening after when we use AI? We will generate content, code, and quiz. It's really helpful for us. Personalized instruction based on performance, simulate tutors, peers, and classroom dialogue, and finally assist teachers in planning and assessment. And it's really helpful for the student or for the teachers. So what does it all mean? First, we are entering a phase where AI is not just tools, but it's collaborator. Now we are collaborating with AI. In case of like you are collaborating with someone else, you are collaborating with AI Mars. We are learning become personalized, interactive, and scalable. This is the most important point. Third, the teachers transition into facilitate while students gain agency in shaping their learning paths. But we have a lot of benefits, but also we have some challenges, which including biases, misinformation, and assessment, and so on. Finally, thank you for your attention.
Okay, so next one, Alessio, please. So you will speak in Italian, right? And then you will have, the translation on your headphones.
Thank you. In questa breve relazione cercherò di focalizzare il mio interesse su un aspetto, che è quello della relazione tra l'esperienza, l'educazione e l'intelligenza artificiale. Ovviamente la base dalla quale partire innanzitutto è l'esplorazione del ruolo dell'intelligenza artificiale in questo processo di integrazione attraverso l'esperienza. Qual è il contesto all'interno del quale ci muoviamo? L'intelligenza artificiale in ambito educativo promuove un apprendimento personalizzato e automatizza l'attività. Il focus però sul quale stiamo riflettendo anche come ricerca con il professor Fortino è quello della sistematizzazione in ambito didattico dell'utilizzo dell'intelligenza artificiale per promuovere quello che in ambito educativo viene considerato apprendimento significativo e profondo. Ovviamente la sistematizzazione didattica in ambito educativo, oltre a promuovere lo sviluppo di competenze in senso pieno, e qui si aprirebbe una discussione tra conoscenze e competenze, appunto è quello di orientare attraverso lo sviluppo di queste competenze al cambiamento in relazione allo sviluppo della cittadinanza. L'esperienza in relazione all'educazione innanzitutto identifica un aspetto che riguarda l'apprendimento pratico e contestuale, struttura la conoscenza formale e l'utilizzo dell'intelligenza artificiale in ambito educativo promuove appunto processi di personalizzazione per il potenziamento dell'apprendimento. Ovviamente questo passa appunto da una sinergia affinché l'utilizzo dell'intelligenza artificiale che favorisce l'esperienza promuova appunto un apprendimento significativo e profondo. Al cuore del nostro focus, al cuore della nostra ricerca, c'è John Dewey, Esperienza ed educazione del 1938, focalizza l'attenzione sul ruolo e l'importanza dell'esperienza in ambito educativo. Ma che cos'è l'esperienza? E come l'esperienza può essere favorita dall'utilizzo dell'intelligenza artificiale in ambito educativo? Ovviamente l'intelligenza artificiale promuove una continuità e un'interazione che parte dal ruolo centrale del docente e dal ruolo della formazione digitale sull'intelligenza artificiale del docente. L'intelligenza artificiale quindi è nelle condizioni di promuovere un ambiente esperienziale, ma l'intelligenza artificiale supporta o ostacola lo sviluppo di competenze? L'applicazione dell'intelligenza artificiale passa per un apprendimento personalizzato, tutor virtuali, la possibilità di fare delle analisi predittive sugli studenti, l'automazione amministrativa, sistemi di tutoraggio intelligente, feedback automatizzati e valutazione formativa e l'utilizzo di piattaforme appunto per il supporto degli studenti. Ovviamente l'intelligenza artificiale in ambito educativo promuove delle sfide e implica una riflessione sulle considerazioni etiche per ciò che riguarda la privacy e la protezione dei dati, i bias, i cosiddetti pregiudizi, la dipendenza dalla tecnologia, il concetto di equità e di accesso, il bilanciamento tra l'intelligenza artificiale, la tecnologia e l'etica, la formazione di un uso responsabile del digitale, ma al centro rimane il supporto e l'importanza che almeno in questo momento ha la guida umana. Ovviamente l'esperienza pratica con l'intelligenza artificiale promuove simulazione e realtà virtuale, laboratori virtuali e una formazione per scenari. Concludo, l'intelligenza artificiale, dal nostro punto di vista, riprendendo l'analisi di John Dewey, potenzia l'apprendimento, può potenziare l'apprendimento, rendendolo efficace e significativo. E in questo processo il ruolo dell'esperienza è fondamentale per far crescere una relazione educativa efficace. E stiamo forse andando verso quello che viene considerato un nuovo ecosistema, che nasce appunto dal rapporto tra intelligenza artificiale e apprendimento. È possibile, quindi, concludo, definire nel rapporto tra intelligenza artificiale ed educazione un nuovo paradigma educativo? Secondo il mio mentor, il professor Spadafora, è possibile, perché solo l'esperienza e l'apprendimento sono collegati all'educazione, come teorizzato da Dewey, e solo se consideriamo l'esperienza come un'importante combinazione tra il metodo scientifico e lo sviluppo dell'apprendimento. Forse solo in questa prospettiva l'intelligenza artificiale e l'educazione possono diventare un paradigma centrale per promuovere una possibile scuola inclusiva in un mondo complesso e basato in questo momento storico sul disordine geopolitico. Grazie.
So thank you, Alessio, and dulcis in punto, please, Cristina.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay. Beyond the hype of artificial intelligence, at UNIMED, at some point, we thought to try to understand what was going on in the Mediterranean countries regarding practices and educational policies related to responsible use of artificial intelligence, but with a particular focus on AI as an excuse for digital cooperation. We launched a call for case studies in April throughout the UNIMED network with the aim to produce a regional study of policies, practices, and case studies across the Mediterranean to offer a comprehensive analysis of how AI is reshaping higher education. The hidden aim was also to provide a little bit of visibility of the many outstanding practices that the Mediterranean universities are bringing forward. As you know, in the Western-dominated knowledge-sharing arena, those cases are not very well known, so we thought, well, the Mediterranean is not just like a big desert when it comes to AI innovation. There are outstanding cases, and it's worth sharing. The result is this publication, which went out this morning, and you can find it on the UNIMED website. There are 16 cases featured from 11 countries. It's an open access digital publication with a CC license. And here you can find the link to the publication. Key insights, just to make a short summary of what we learned from the cases. AI is a catalyst for institutional transformation, with countries like Algeria, Egypt, and Italy embedding AI into national education strategies, We learned from Nawel what Algeria is doing, and apparently it's setting the bar very high in terms of institutional, national strategies for AI. Capacity building is a priority, and we have seen how capacity building is moving from training courses for students to capacity building for teachers, educators, researchers, but also administrative staff in the universities. Ethical AI use and data governance are central to policy development, without outstanding frameworks guiding the implementation. And all in all, and this is also a personal opinion a little bit, AI is an excuse for digital cooperation. Digital cooperation is expanding. There are other initiatives that support multilingual learning, virtual mobility, virtual exchange, cross-border curricular development. When you will access the publication, we tried to figure out a roadmap for digital cooperation in the Mediterranean with different steps based on the level of maturity, starting from framework for ethical AI principle and standards at regional, national and regional level. The implementation of policies for ethical use of AI and data privacy. Advancing open infrastructure, which is also a key priority in the region, promoting digital public goods and shared resources, building capacity, foster research on responsible use of AI, and enhance mobility. So working on AI to enhance opportunity, facilitate virtual mobility and knowledge exchange across universities and countries. The book was edited by me and Javier Atenas from the University of Suffolk in the UK, and these are our contact details, and I wish you will enjoy the publication. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristina. Now we open the dance of questions. We got 3 questions for the panelists. Okay. Sorry, we got Roberto. Sorry. We got Roberto Trinchero online, so I forgot him. Pardon. Okay, great. Roberto, you are there?
Buongiorno a tutti e a tutte. Allora, spero che mi sentiate bene. Io parlerò in italiano, spero che ci sia una traduzione simultanea. Condividerò alcune slide, spero che le vediate. Allora, in questo mio intervento vorrei focalizzare in questi pochi minuti il problema delle sinergie tra intelligenza umana ed intelligenza artificiale. I relatori che mi hanno preceduto hanno descritto molto bene quali sono le possibilità che l'intelligenza artificiale può dare, ma vorrei andare a focalizzare un po' la discussione su un quesito. L'intelligenza artificiale è veramente intelligenza oppure qualcos'altro? Beh, l'idea è questa. Allora, nonostante quello che spesso si dice, le macchine processano dei simboli, e per l'elaborazione della macchina il simbolo non ha senso e non ha significato. Perché? Perché assegnare senso e significato è un'operazione che è tipicamente umana. Okay? Quindi allora la forza della macchina sta nella sua capacità di elaborare grandi quantità di informazioni simboliche. Se vogliamo dirla con il linguaggio di Popper, siamo nel mondo 3 di Popper. E questo tipo di capacità è una capacità su cui gli umani sappiamo essere abbastanza deboli. Il nostro cervello non è fatto per elaborare grosse quantità di informazioni simboliche, ma è fatto per qualcos'altro, no? perché la forza dell'intelligenza umana sta nell'abilità di assegnare senso e significato all'informazione a livello concettuale, quello che Popper chiamerebbe il mondo 2, il mondo dei concetti, il mondo del pensiero. Quindi queste due entità, intelligenza umana ed intelligenza artificiale, lavorano bene quando? Quando lavorano insieme. Ed è qui che c'è la prospettiva, ed è qui che si delinea la prospettiva dell'apprendimento non dell'umano o della macchina, ma dell'apprendimento di un sistema simbiotico che è formato dall'umano e dalla macchina, cioè il man with the machine learning. Che cosa vuol dire man with the machine learning? Significa avere un sistema in cui umano e macchina fanno ciò che riescono a fare meglio. Allora, per esempio, che cos'è che riesce a fare meglio la macchina? Beh, e che cos'è che riesce a fare meglio l'umano? Sicuramente la macchina, cioè, riesce in maniera molto più efficace di un umano a trovare informazioni che vengono incontro a certi criteri. Mentre invece, se dobbiamo valutare la qualità di quelle informazioni, per valutare la qualità dell'informazione serve assegnare senso all'informazione e quindi ci sono limiti intrinseci della macchina ed è un qualcosa che sicuramente un umano può fare meglio. Sicuramente la macchina può sintetizzare più sorgenti di informazione, ce lo hanno dimostrato i vari modelli linguistici che applica ChatGPT, che applicano Perplexity, Claude o altri sistemi di intelligenza artificiale, ma quello che la macchina non è in grado di fare bene è fare delle inferenze da più fonti informative. Questo è in grado di farlo bene invece un umano quando? Quando viene supportato con delle informazioni opportune che la macchina gli sintetizza. La macchina è sicuramente in grado di applicare molto bene degli algoritmi, però quello su cui fa difficoltà è applicare delle euristiche che possono anche derivare dall'esperienza. Quindi sicuramente un umano è più forte quando si tratta di applicare euristiche anziché algoritmi. La macchina è in grado di formalizzare e di memorizzare, cioè, le intuizioni e le produzioni dell'intelletto umano, ma cioè, quando si tratta di creare delle nuove idee che vadano oltre, cioè, quanto già è finito, sicuramente l'intelletto umano è più forte. La macchina può mettere alla prova le inferenze umane, ma quando si tratta di andare a controllare se l'elaborazione della macchina ha prodotto qualcosa di valido oppure no, lì serve il pensiero umano. Sicuramente la macchina può preparare la base informativa che serve all'umano per decidere, ma la decisione deve sempre essere fatta dall'umano. E questa decisione è una decisione che viene meglio quando viene supportata da una base informativa che la macchina ha costruito. Quindi tutto questo per dire che la macchina ha bisogno dell'umano e l'umano ha bisogno della macchina. Chi dice che l'intelligenza artificiale ci sostituirà, sta parlando di qualcosa che non è ancora in vista. Quello che abbiamo adesso è una macchina che ha bisogno dell'umano per fare inferenze e un umano che ha bisogno della macchina per riuscire a fare tutto ciò che non è in grado di fare bene da solo. Quindi anche quando si parla di apprendimento, cioè quando si costruiscono ambienti di apprendimento basati sull'intelligenza artificiale, sono ambienti di apprendimento che dovrebbero promuovere, cioè, interazione cognitiva di alta qualità tra umani e macchine, perché è questo che dà più opportunità di apprendimento sia per gli umani sia delle macchine. Questo è quello che fa sì, cioè, che i sistemi basati sull'intelligenza artificiale abbiano successo non quando diventano un qualcosa di alternativo all'umano, cioè non quando la macchina sostituisce l'umano in qualche funzione, ma quando la macchina promuove una cooperazione tra umano e macchina e tra umano e umano e interazione cognitiva, perché è quell'interazione cognitiva che genera veramente dei percorsi di apprendimento significativo, come ha citato il collega che mi ha preceduto. Se volete saperne di più potete fare riferimento ai materiali citati sulle slide. Per il momento io vi ringrazio della vostra attenzione.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. Okay, now I guess that yeah, you have to switch to the local slides. Thank you. Okay, great. So now I got 3 questions, for the panelists. So I recommend to be short, okay? To be pretty short. So the first one is the one you can read. From your experience perspective, what is the status of the introduction of artificial intelligence in the education system, specifically impacting teachers and students, not only, but in general, and particularly in the Mediterranean area? So not everyone could reply, just some of you. Nawal, you wanna, please?
I think that from the experience that we have witnessed in Algeria, there is, obviously there is an introduction of AI. But I believe that before speaking of AI, we need to speak of the tools, the means, the infrastructure. And because AI is put at a certain ladder. So I think that the status now is, first of all, to speak about the shift of how to use it by understanding the needs to use AI, but also, at the other hand, what do we need in order to apply it? So the status here is, first of all, to look at the infrastructure, if it is available, to look at the knowledge and the mastery, if we really master the things that we have in hand, because sometimes when you don't know what you have, the thing that you have becomes dangerous. So we need to have an awareness about what we have. We need to have an awareness of how to use it and where to put it. We need to put it in wise hands and with wise people and in its appropriate place. The appropriate place is, to me, to make the humans develop, to feel this prosperity, to make equality, and to make peace. So, to me, artificial intelligence is used for the human person. We can think of research and innovation in this aspect, but not as a main topic to develop only without looking at the surroundings and at the contexts. So we can do this, but putting in our minds, putting in our heads that all this is done for the people, for the societies, for the world. So now the status and the experience makes me think of defining what are the aims, the objectives, the emergency, and where to put this technology, because this is the most important thing to understand if we want to make this appropriately developed in our institutions, higher education institutions, but also users at a wider level. And the cooperation at the level of the Mediterranean is exactly what we are doing here. We have shared very interesting ideas since this morning about what is going on with the different actors, UNIMED, the European Commission, the Union for the Mediterranean, ETF, and so on and so forth. I think that we can sit all together in the same table and think of how to develop all these ideas so that we can make use and benefit of them equally on a win-win basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Guess we got time for another one. I don't know, Cristina, Alessio, you would like to say something? Alessio, no? Cristina? Maybe based, on the book,
Apart from agreeing with every single word that Noel mentioned, I think the baseline is to see how AI is a tool for inclusion and exclusion, keeping an eye on the people first, beyond the hype.
Okay, thank you. Alessio, please.
Sì, io volevo aggiungere una cosa. È importante che oltre alla introduzione strumentale dell'utilizzo dell'intelligenza artificiale, è necessario che gli Stati, la Comunità Europea, un po' tutti i Paesi, si dotino di linee guida o comunque di strumenti programmatici per far sì che l'intelligenza artificiale diventi uno strumento a tutti gli effetti utilizzato in maniera sistematica e non episodica.
Okay, thank you, Alessio. I would pass to the second question. Again, from your experience perspective, in which way AI is impacting the school, university as an ecosystem in terms of policymakers, government laws, and so on and so forth? Now, please.
Yeah. I think it's that this development of AI is really affecting the development and impacting the development at all levels. Why? First of all, if we think from a positive side that AI is bringing something really beneficial, we need to think of the students that we are preparing today and their degrees. How would they be valid in 2030? Because if we think of the professions that we have today, in 5 or 6 or 7 years, they will no more be the same. So by introducing AI, just as an example in translation, now we have many apps to translate things from one language to another. So if we have students that have a specialty in translation, I think that we need to think it over in how to make them graduate and what they will do with their degrees. So the first thing to change is the nature of the degrees that we are giving to our students and think of how they will be useful in order to find jobs. This, of course, when we think of our students and how to train them, we automatically will change the whole ecosystem. We change the way of how to look at them. We change the way of how to provide them with the appropriate tools, education, research, and so on and so forth. And this, of course, entails a change in the mentality, a change in the university governance in general, because we need to have new rules that are appropriate in our today's governance and rules. We know we don't find things that exist, and we find ourselves in a gap of how to manage them financially or else. So I think that now we need to review the governance, we need to review the laws, and we need to not only make these laws from politicians only, but now I think that the educators, the politicians, the students, the stakeholders, all should be incorporated and included in any decision that we can make in favor of the future of the new generations.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I guess we have to move to the last question, then we can give, some chances, for the audience to ask some question. So the last one is from your experience perspective, what is the impact of AI with respect to ethical issues and democracy? So maybe Alessio, if you'd like to, please.
Grazie. Allora, l'impatto dell'intelligenza artificiale è significativo, dirompente, e da una parte ci pone di fronte a delle questioni etiche, di responsabilità, di utilizzo critico, dall'altra ci pone in termini di possibilità anche per la costruzione di nuove competenze per vivere una cittadinanza piena. Quindi il legame, richiamando sempre Dewey, in Democrazia ed Educazione, nel 1916, la scuola costruisce, quindi l'educazione costruisce la democrazia. Siamo di fronte a dei cambiamenti epocali, ma allo stesso tempo siamo di fronte a delle opportunità per promuovere una cittadinanza più consapevole, più viva.
Okay, thank you, Alessio. Someone else would like to add something on this question. Nawal, please.
Yeah, I think that this question is the most urgent one because we are speaking about ethics, we are speaking about values, and here I think that we have to speak of different ladders. First of all, we need to introduce a responsible AI. This is the first thing. The second thing is we need to create epistemic justice in the use of AI. And the third thing, and the most important, if we speak about AI and democracy, here I need to focus on the judgments that we can have on the human judgment itself, because sometimes we trust what is given us by AI more than the trust we give to a human being. So we need to speak about the evaluation of governance using AI, but we need to speak of data sovereignty. So today we are speaking of a bunch of information, some information which is specific to countries. Now, if we have open AI, open sources, when do we speak of data sovereignty of these people? And if we speak of all these, we speak also of power. So how could be the division of power when we are speaking about the use of AI in all these disciplines? So I think this is really an impact and a very important question that we need to dig deep in order to find solutions to the future of the use of AI in higher education and in all the realms of life.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to give the floor, to the audience. So, yeah, I see a lot of hands raised, but let's start from here. I guess that if we got, we got that over there, so just in front of me. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, speakers. If you allow me 1 minute just to share our experience recently with AI in scientific publishing, then based on that, I will ask the question. I think we have tried recently to use AI to modernize the open journal system, which is a very cumbersome way to use to handle your journals. And we spent about 6 weeks or so trying to do that. It didn't work. So what we did, we have to start from scratch. We have to really scrap open journal system and start our own AI-based journal system. And that works and has actually proven to work very well. And we have comparison between our own journal, which was published by standard open journal system, and the new one, 2 different journals. And the visibility of both journals on the current, even Google Scholar is hugely different. Because he knew, the engineer who did this knew what is Google Scholar looking for to identify your publication, and he implanted those. But that is not available in the current open journal system, which existed for the last tens of years, and more than 17,000 engineers have contributed to it. And the question that I'd like to ask you, and I think, well, my advice is, if you're going to use AI for education, make sure that you design an AI teaching system based on AI. Don't take an existing application which was built before AI and make it will never work for AI. Have you had any experience? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much. This is Talib from Arbil Polytechnic University, Kurdistan region of Iraq. It's wonderful presentations regarding AI. Actually, nowadays it's very common and very popular among all teachers and students. So regarding AI, how can university and teachers make sure that students can use it properly, apart from the other type, because it affects creativity? AI is kind of data which is driven by human, that data put it on computer using technology, and it produces what we wanted. But the question is here, how can we make sure that does not it affect the creativity of people? Because we have to mention the downside of the AI? And what are the UNESCO's guidelines regarding the ethics of using AI? It's very important. And another question I'd like to ask regarding the Department of Technology. We are going to use AI as a module academically to be studied. But actually, what's important, how we can design a syllabus for an AI, including in technology as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration. Also question, if someone would like to reply to... Yeah, please.
Thank you very much for the very relevant questions. Actually, I would say for the first question, yes, indeed, we need to start from our experience in everything, including AI. Because yes, we can have other experience in order to get inspired, because there can be other people would have other experiences that can be best practices or good practices. But always, we should never copy, but we should adapt in order to create something new from us. If, for your question, if you have an experience or an example, yes, we do. We do have an example of that is called Linux. And maybe I can give you the link afterwards to that. It is an experience which has been developed by a group of experts at the level of the Ministry of Higher Education in Algeria. And it is an open, the Linux is a free programmation of the whole system, including the different pillars and domains of higher education, from research to education to governance. And it has been launched officially last week at the level of the ministry. I must tell you that it has been a work of 25 years, not just the work that has been done 2 or 3 years ago, because the experts started to think about that, but then with the developments of artificial intelligence, they have switched the research in order to apply a typically national system by creating this Linux free programmation, adapted to the Algerian context, adapted to the needs, to the aspirations and the objectives. We can share about this experience because I believe it could be useful as well. And for the second question, actually, about how I can make sure that the students will use it properly, I can never make sure they will use it properly. And I think no one does, because this is something very difficult to measure, but I think that we can work on how to prepare the students, to prepare them, to prepare their awareness, to prepare them through through conferences, implicating everyone. Even when we make activities with the student clubs in order to make all the others aware about that. And also, I think that in the experience that I have presented, of course, I just had 5 minutes to do it, but the white paper, which has been developed by the Algerian ministry, contains a number of ethical issues that can provide guidelines in order to help support our students be more aware of the use of artificial intelligence, not to kill their creativity, but to the contrary to that, help them support that. I think that we as educators need, first of all, to change our paradigm and to think of new ways of evaluation, new ways of teaching, new ways of giving credits. And this is how we can move forward to support ourselves and our students in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, just Cyrine, just very short one. Okay,
So I will give an answer for the first question. Okay, I was in Finland the last 2 weeks, and why not we don't use something existing? Okay, I will use some tools of GPT, but I will adapt it what I need more. Okay, it's not a problem to use something already existing, but the most important thing, what is your touch? They use GPT tools and they use it for their tools, for their attention. Okay, so it's not a problem. Moving to the second question, sorry, Prof, for that. We can't control, but as we mentioned yesterday in our competition, why not we don't develop let's see, a platform for the student that can teachers or the manager of schools, they can track the student when they use. Okay, we can't GPT, no one can track the student, but if we develop a new platform, so teachers can track his student what they are doing, where are not. Thank you. Shorter.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there are other questions, but I guess that we have to cut here because I see Marcello that no, there is room for another one. Okay, a room for another one. So maybe yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, maybe the last one, and then of course offline you can approach the panelists. You can approach me. So we are pretty available, to interact with you. Okay, please, the last one.
Thank you, and thank you to the non-dictator director. Thank you. Thank you, Marcello. I think it's we use at FAO and promote artificial intelligence in many sophisticated and very essential programs for sustainability. Among them, the best now is intelligence or precision irrigation system that use AI to measure the right time for irrigation, the precise watering system, and maintains, and we've started already with Morocco, Egypt, and there are a few good examples in Jordan as well. And we developed those also for teaching. So we wanted students that are recent graduates from agriculture faculties to learn about the systems for our future of water scarcity. The question comes, how far low can we go in the education system to start bringing awareness at primary school, secondary school? I know that the sophisticated use of it comes well at university level, but I think when we consider so many aspects of non-clear, we need to start somewhere by developing some awareness system. One last point, when we are asked at FAO in the days of GMOs, the genetically modified foods or organisms or seeds in particular, and countries, can we use them? Are they safe? We say two things that you need to have before you can go to explore this unclear path. One is that you have to own your original seeds and store them. Two, you have to own the technology for the genetic modification. You do it yourself, so you know what you're doing. I think a lot of this concept needed in AI, based on what they said. You need to somehow be able to reverse engineer what you've had before so you don't lose it, but you also need to be able to own the development itself. Thank you.
Someone of you would like to just quick reply?
Well, I can't disagree, of course. I agree about all what you said. Indeed, if we want to speak about a plan, about a national plan or a Mediterranean plan of introducing AI, we cannot only stick and put it at the level of higher education, but it is a philosophy and it is a culture. And that is why we need to start from the lower levels. I mean, we can adapt the teaching of AI to all levels of education, starting from primary school. And we can develop content that can be fit to every scale. This is how we can start making this awareness gradually and also studying what are the needs and prospects in every field. And yes, there should be always, as has been introduced previously, thinking of creating something which is your own, benefiting from the other experiences, but you can't benefit yourself if you don't have a mastery of what is developed. So examples like that can just support the idea that there are benefits for everything, including AI. Let's take the benefit, take the advantage in order to make it develop according to the needs of everyone and also according to the aspirations that not work the person or the country, but work the whole ecosystem, because by the end, the development of each and everyone is the development of the whole ecosystem.
Okay, great. I guess that we came at the end of this panel, so I'd like to thank, the panelists for their great contribution. Also Roberto online, okay, and thanks a lot. Again, approach the panelists even offline in order, to interact with us, with them. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's me again. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, but I promise you that tomorrow I will disappear. Now we have a session with 3 important networks, university networks. I invite on the stage Amanda Crawford from the European University Association. I invite also as well Amr Salama from the Association of Arab Universities, and obviously our president, Karir Assas, president of UNIMED. Please join us here. Okay. First of all, I would like to underline something. Consider that we are talking with university networks. Sometimes we are questioning the reason why universities should be in associated networks. Sometimes I receive from rectors or vice rectors the question why I should join your network, what are the benefits, what are the results, what are the improvement that I can achieve if I join the networks and so on. And every time that rector change come with the same question. What are, how many networks we are, what I do, what we do, what we are able to do, and so on and so on. And in addition, obviously there is the issue of impact, benefit, sustainability, and so on. We are all aware. But there is also political issue related to the importance to be in a network, because universities obviously play the role of education and research institution, but from my perspective, at least, they also play a role, an important role in the society at large. They play also a political role, let me say. And considering the current situation, I would like to start first asking to our panelists, important networks representative, what they think about how university should approach internationalization, in particular looking at the Mediterranean region, considering the problem that we are facing, and what specific initiative or activities these organizations are undertaking to contribute to maintain internationalization of universities as an important priority. We start first with Amanda. Please, Amanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you and to learn more about UNIMED today. It's been really interesting. Just before I answer the question, just in 30 seconds, I just like to introduce briefly EUA for anybody who doesn't know who we are. I know a lot of you in the room are our members, which is great, but for anybody who doesn't, we're an association of approximately 900 members. That's mainly universities, but also the national rectors' conferences, so the national university associations in 35 different countries. Across the whole of our membership, we cover 48 countries, so it's Europe in its very kind of widest definition of Europe, everywhere in the European higher education area. And we do a mix of advocacy activities, so lobbying on behalf of universities, horizon scanning and evidence gathering, and also fostering collaboration between our members, peer learning and best practice and so on. So that's just in a nutshell for anybody who was thinking, what is EUA? So to answer your question, Marcello, internationalization. I think the first thing I would say is a really obvious point, but I think it's worth repeating, which is that internationalization is crucial for universities. I think we all know that everything we do has a global dimension. I mean, just to give you one example, the Sustainable Development Goals. Universities have a really important role in meeting the Sustainable Development goals, and international collaboration is enshrined in these. So it's really important, and it's not just an add-on. I think one thing we feel is sometimes international collaboration is treated like it's a nice extra for universities on top of their core business, and it's not. It's actually, it's the lifeblood of universities. So I think we really feel strongly that this is absolutely an essential part of the mission of any universities. In terms of Mediterranean collaboration and why collaborate with the Mediterranean region, I think from a European perspective, the countries in the southern part of the Mediterranean are our nearest neighbours. It's as simple as that. It makes no sense not to collaborate with the people that you stand next to. So I think, you know, there's and such a history and tradition of partnerships there as well. In terms of some specific initiatives and what we've done at EUA in terms of Mediterranean European cooperation, we have a long history of cooperation and dialogue with the Arab universities. We work with the Association of Arab Universities. We have had projects in the past, and we work together still today, and also with UNIMED, and many of your members are also our members. So I think we have a very good collaborative tradition. I have to say we've probably done less about direct Mediterranean collaboration in recent years, because we took the strategic decision in 2022 to, together with partner organisations around the globe, start a new global university forum. So this is called GWAF, the Global University Associations Forum. It includes the Association of Arab Universities, but also universities in other regions of the world. And this was in response to COVID and the fact that we thought there was a real need to do more global dialogue, not just kind of local regional dialogue. So that's been a lot of the focus of our international activities recently, but that doesn't mean, of course, that we don't care about the kind of bilateral collaborations and the Mediterranean level collaboration. There's always a place for these where our interests align, and I think there's lots of places where our interests do align. And then just to mention another area that we work in this space is we have done a lot of work, we still do a lot of work around support for higher education reform experts. We have a project some of you may be aware of called Sphere, which is very much looking at kind of national reforms and training of national reform experts and Erasmus Plus offices in European neighbourhood countries, which obviously includes the Mediterranean region. And that's been extremely valuable and something that we really kind of put a lot of efforts into with our partners in that project. And then I think I'll just finish this first answer by saying it's been really interesting today to hear about some of the plans more and hear about from the Commission the Pact for Mediterranean and what might be coming up. And I think it would be really good if this gives some new impetus to our collaborations going forward. And I think I can see lots of areas there where there are things that we can look at doing together. So I would say watch this space.
Thank you very much, and we count obviously on your support to push more and more the European Commission, because obviously EVA have an important capacity of advocacy with the European institutions. From your perspective as Arab University representative, internationalization, if we are in a potential crisis situation or not?
Well, thank you, Marcelo, very much. And let me say that it's a pleasure to be here actually with you today at the UNIMED Generalassembly. Thank you very much. And I would like to sincerely thank UNIMED and all the organizers for their outstanding efforts. This gathering actually reflects our shared belief in the power of university networks to bridge regions, promote peace, and create meaningful opportunities, especially in the Euro-Mediterranean space. Before answering the question, actually, let me ask you a question. we have at least here 50% of the attendees are from the Arab countries. Why you don't have an Arab translation beside the English and the French and the Italian? Well,
شوية شوية.
شوية شوية, okay. Well, let me say that here now today internationalization goes far beyond student and faculty mobility. It is a strategic pillar of modern university development. It involves global engagement in teaching, research, governance, and digital collaboration. For Arab and Mediterranean universities, this means embedding international elements in curricula, forming cross-border research partnerships, aligning with global academic standards. The Association of Arab Universities is fully committed to this vision through key initiatives. And let me, before continuing, let me say that the Association of Arab Universities is one of the oldest associations all over the world. We were established in 1964 by a decree from the Arab League Council. And since then, there was, at the Arab world this time, 23 universities. Our members now are approaching 500 universities distributed all over the Arab world, from Mauritania to the Gulf countries in the east. So as I said, we are very committed to this vision through key initiatives. The first one is hosting multi-regional leadership forums. Association of Arab University organizes high-impact forums that bring together university leaders from Arab countries, Europeans, and as Amanda mentioned, Turkish, Chinese, Indians, and Russian institutions. These gatherings act as incubators for shared ideas, strategic partnerships, and collaborative projects across the Mediterranean and beyond. Second, supporting the Global University Associations Forum, which Amanda mentioned. We call it GUF, a platform connecting Association of Arab Universities with partners like EUA, AAU, the Association of Asian Universities, and Universities of Canada, America, and the African Association of African Universities, and others. Third, advancing the 10+10 Arab-Chinese program, pairing 10 Arab and 10 Chinese universities, and each university of these 10 make a network from other universities to promote joint research, innovation, and student exchanges. The Mediterranean Academy for Professional Excellence launched in May 2025 during the Versus Sud Forum in Sorrento. This was just 2 or 3 months ago, Italy, to bridge the gap between traditional academic education and the rapidly evolving demands of the labor market, especially for youth, women, and early career professionals across the Mediterranean. Actually, this academy is established by the Versus Sud, the Union for the Mediterranean, the Association of Arab Universities, and 3 Italian universities, and one Moroccan university and 1 Egyptian university. Through these efforts, we aim to strengthen the role of Arab universities as active, connected players in the global academic community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ham. And also, I'm very curious to learn more about this Versus Sud initiative.
Sure.
And, because it's not only for the participation of the Union for Mediterranean, I think there is something interesting to understand, and we will try to manage in the next assembly, UNIMED events also, to have Arabic translation, as possible, depending by single situation. But this morning we learned in some way that the Mediterranean Universities Alliances will be sponsored, will be launched soon. We don't know in which way, we don't know many things. We are trying to contribute to this conversation with the Jimena. at the moment there are some bilateral meetings with the colleague of DG MENA to try to pass some positive message of the importance of the alliances and so on, how the European alliances works and so on. And there are many, I don't want to say obstacles, but many things should be that should be clarified, and I hope that this will be clarified by the end of the year. This should be the plan of the European Commission. And now, this question for you, more or less is the same question for all of you. What do you think? Because I pushed a lot to ask for the Euro-Mediterranean Universal Alliances, starting from the perspective that the European alliances could be an obstacle for internationalization beyond Europe. Now, it's very interesting to know what the European Universal Association think, and as well the Association of Arab University, and then our president, what do you think about this potential new initiative of the European Commission? Please, Amanda.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent question. At EUA, approximately 1/3 of our members are involved in European alliances, so it's something we've done a lot of work on in recent years. And I think we really welcome the idea that there will actually be support and funding for Mediterranean initiatives, whether it's an alliance or other partnerships. I think it's a really positive thing. But just from our experience of being involved in the alliances, I think there's a few things that are really important to take into account if there's going to be a Mediterranean alliance, to kind of make sure that it really has the impact that you want it to have. So the first thing I would say, I completely agree with the point that Marcello made this morning in one of the sessions about the fact that a Mediterranean alliance doesn't necessarily have to look identical to the European alliances. It may have a slightly different characteristic or different features. It needs to be appropriate to the region and appropriate to the needs. Related to that, I think before they start being established, whether it's one pilot or more than one pilots, it's really important to be clear why it's being done, what the aim of the alliance is, and what it is going to do. It's very difficult to find the appropriate partners to be involved in something if nobody knows what it is they're getting involved in. So I think you need from the outset clarity over what it is and why it is, and also transparency in the way it's set up, because it won't work unless you have the buy-in of the research community, the higher education community, and also policymakers who are going to need to support this and ultimately fund this. So I think that clarity and transparency right from the beginning is really important. Then a few other points, and I have to say, if this sounds slightly negative, it's not intended to be. I think the alliances are a great instrument. I think they really have a good structural impact. I think they're hugely welcomed, but I think there are some things that we have to be clear have not been very easy about them so far. So the first thing I want to say in this list is they take time to do. It's a really obvious point. You can't set up an effective, sustainable alliance overnight because you need to build trust within the partnership. You need to build kind of common vision and shared values within the partnership, and you can't do that quickly. So it shouldn't be seen as a quick fix. It should be seen much more as a kind of long-term sort of structural project. They're also really demanding in terms of governance and management if you're going to get them right. So again, you need to know that people are really committed to actually being part of it if it's going to be successful. Related to this, we find from our work with the European universities that it's really important to make sure that any institution in an alliance has buy-in and engagement at lots of different levels within the institution. So you need faculty involved, you need students involved, but also really importantly, you need the support of the leadership of the university. You need proper commitment and time from the university rector or president or senior team to actually make this work. And one problem you can have is when the leadership of a university changes and the next leaders don't necessarily want to pick up on it. So you've got to do it so that it's embedded throughout the institution and it becomes part of your kind of core business, if you like. I think related to this as well, you need to think carefully about who are the right people to be in a partnership with. Some of the best alliances work when you get people who already know each other together because you already have some of the trust. Now, that isn't to say you can't start with a brand new partnership where you bring people together, but then just to bear in mind that takes more time to do. So then another point, you need to have a shared academic focus. So you can't just have an alliance that's set up for the purpose of having an alliance. The point is you've got to come up with a theme, a proper, something that you're actually working to, because you need to kind of share that vision, and you need to share that sort of sense of what you're actually doing and why you're doing it. Then a couple of other just final quick points. I think you have to be realistic about what it can achieve and not overload it with objectives. If you try to do too much, you'll do none of it. And you need to think about the funding aspects of it. And this is not just how it's funded immediately, it's how it's funded in the long term, because you want it to be sustainable. And so it's going to need core funding, so it has to come from somewhere. So, I mean, I think it's never too early to start to have these discussions about what does the long-term future of it actually look like. And then I think my last point I want to make is, if you have, let's say you have one alliance, or you have 3 alliances, or you have 10 alliances, it is still never going to include everybody in the university community. You're only ever going to have a small number of institutions actually involved in the alliances. Now, that's not a bad thing. You can't have everybody involved. They need to be manageable, but you do need to think about what is going to be the impact on the rest of the sector. So, for example, you don't want a situation where there is a 2-tier system, where there is lots of extra funding and attention and resources for people in the alliances, and then everybody else is kind of considered sort of, second tier, not in an alliance. So you need to really think about what the alliances are going to do, or the alliance, or however many there are, in terms of outreach with the wider community to make sure everybody gets some actual benefit out of it, which goes back to what I said at the start about transparency and buy-in of everybody concerned. And then maybe just a very final point, and this is just my personal opinion. I know it's interesting that the Commission earlier were talking about an alliance, and I've heard other people talk today about several alliances. I think there's a debate to be had about, how many. You don't want to do too much too quickly. But on the other hand, if you have more than one alliance, you get to try different models and different ways of doing things, and you can look at different themes. So, but I think all these are debates that you have to have before you start actually doing it. And now I'll stop.
Thank you very much, because very important tips and suggestions for us and also for our colleagues of European Commission. We will try to transfer this message to DG MENA. Some of them are already in our position paper. Kyrie, we already know your internationalization agenda, because you already did during your previous speeches. But what do you think, not only as UNIMED president, but also as a representative of Palestinian University, what do you think about the Euro-Mediterranean alliances? What could be, from your perspective, obstacles, challenges, but also eventually positive things that you have to underline on that, please?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I mean, this session is very unique, and probably one of the very first and only sessions, because it encompasses like 3 prominent networks: the European European University Association, the Arab Association of Universities, and then we have UNIMED. And UNIMED is unique in that aspect because UNIMED is the only network that joins both shores of the Mediterranean. And here, where we can learn from you and where we can share experiences with you. Now, internationalization. I realize that internationalization probably has different concept or meaning depending on who we speak to. So sometimes people think that internationalization simply means mobility, exchange, academic exchange, or merely having joint degrees and then that's it. But with this global village, internationalization has gone beyond that concept. It's not about sharing experiences only, but also the use of AI, how it has helped facilitating exchanges to virtual exchanges and having more and more connections with different regions, with different countries, and so forth. Yet, some countries, some universities, some regions believe that they just don't need to internationalize because it's an additional burden to them. And what additional work, and how can we benefit if we have more internationalized institutions? It's probably more effort, more time, more financial resources, more human resources to be devoted into that aspect. But when we look into the benefits of what internationalization could bring, particularly if we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, if we look at inclusive universities, if we look about how we can be connected to the industry, to the business sector, to the civil society, internationalization and institutions simply step in where political platforms cannot resolve these issues. So in this aspect, internationalization and networks, it's merely about sharing, about learning, about benefiting one another, and about broadening the platform of academia, not to be a stand-alone platform, but also to be interconnected to other aspects of international arena, where resources could be diverse, where experiences could be shared, and where capacity building that we are all talking about could be advanced in that aspect. So I understand that there are disparities between different countries or different institutions vis-a-vis internationalization. Where do you want to get to, or how can we internationalize? Also, the language barrier could sometimes be a challenge. And by the way, Arabic is one of the formal languages of UNIMED. We see your point, and we will work on it. So probably it will be a suggestion and a good idea for the alliances to be focused on different topics, on different action plans, particularly when we all agree that the main challenges are, like public health, climate change, water scarcity, AI, cybersecurity, and so forth. And then why not probably create groups or action plans, and then those alliances, rather than duplication, could work on these plans. And then when you have the different networks, that we can all have working groups all together. And this is how we bring up the ideas together. One last point, I know everybody's tired, but one last point that we always probably fail to include, but we should include. And I'm happy here to see one of the students, the PhD students that was included in the previous panel. We should always include students in our discussions, whether we are talking about networks, alliances, or any sort of international platforms, because it's from students where we learn most. And I know that tomorrow's one of the sessions, it will be dedicated on the student recommendations, because usually the students come up with the bright ideas. They are the future pathway, whether for internationalization or whether for future alliances. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerie. And obviously, as well, I fully agree with your comment on the alliances, in particular on students and the thematic dimension. But it's now time to listen to Amr Salama perspective on the alliances. Please.
Well, thank you. As I am enjoying listening to Amanda and to Khairi. They are doing very well, actually. Yeah? Well, let me say that on behalf of the Association of Arab Universities, we usually encourage working with other associations and with other groups, actually. So in this case, let me say that we fully support and welcome the European Commission initiative. But to ensure the success of this important initiative, we in the association offer the following recommendations actually. There are six points actually, and I'll say them very quickly. The first one is inclusive governance. And here I am saying that Arab universities should be equal partners, not just participants. A joint EU-Arab steering committee should ensure balanced leadership. Second, shared priorities. The alliance should address key Mediterranean challenges, as mentioned just now: climate, migration, youth employment, water security, and digital innovation. Third, the pilot clusters. Start with small groups of EU and Arab universities to test joint degrees, mobility schemes, and research initiatives. Fourth, equity and support. Provide technical and financial support to universities in conflict-affected or low-resource contexts. And this is in the Arab world, we all see what's happening in some countries. Fifth, policy dialogue. Engage ministers and the regulatory bodies to ease mobility and ensure qualification recognition. Sixth, and the final point here, is sustainability, to ensure long-term commitment and stable funding, not just a short-term pilot. This pilot can be a turning point for real collaboration and mutual benefit in our region. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. If I may, Amra, I have an additional question, because this morning European Commission representative Michele Amedeo mentioned clearly that in the pilot of the alliances there will be also space for university from the Gulf.
Yes.
Which is quite new, is totally new for the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, because it was just North Africa and Near East.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Yes, because I think this is, for me as the Association of Arab University, we are very happy to hear that, because our members are, starts from the Gulf in the east, so we have all the Gulf countries, till in the west, Mauritania in the west. So usually, if we have such an alliances, and if we take apart and exempt the Gulf countries, it will be not good for our association that we are taking part of our. So while we are happy that the Gulf countries are included, and we are happy as well that here the Association of Arab Universities will have an input which can add to the role of UNIMED.
Thank you very much indeed. And now we move to another.
Sorry, can I just add one point about
sure.
it? Sorry, I forgot to say this about the alliances, that I just think we need to bear in mind that the alliances are one model of collaboration, and they're great. No, I'm not criticising the alliances, they're a really good model, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be continuing support to all the other types of collaboration and international partnerships. So I think the last thing we want to see is any lack of funding or damage to anything else, and we have to understand that alliances aren't right for everybody, so we've still got to support the things that other universities do. Sorry.
Thanks. It's very important. This is exactly what I mentioned before, asking the European Commission to continue to sponsor the capacity building dimension, because with that we are able to involve many universities. At the moment, for instance, we are partner or coordinator of 17 capacity building projects, which is something very, very interesting and important for our collaboration. Now, I have another question, and then we go for the conclusion, but another question, because we discussed about the future, the alliances, in a way represent not only a new initiative, but something positive message from European Commission, and I think that has been clarified that is very well accepted by networks and universities. But we know that in the Mediterranean region there are obviously crisis situation and which role university could play on that. We were very active in try to help universities to welcome refugees. We will have a session after this session discussing about this particular important topic. But there is more than this that university can do. EWA, for instance, is engaged in various initiatives, some of them jointly with UNIMED to support refugees and refugee-like students and scholars within higher education, as well as universities grappling with critical challenges in their own environment. Considering the crisis and the conflicts affecting the Mediterranean region, what is your assessment of collective and appropriate commitment of European universities to be more engaged, to try to answer to that crisis, or at least not to answer, but to contribute to support universities that are in a crisis situation, and if there is room for improvement from your perspective, discussing with leaders of universities around Europe?
Thank you. So yes, I mean, I don't want to kind of talk at length about the whole kind of researchers at risk, scholars at risk area, because that's coming up in the session. But one thing I would say is that for those who may have not seen it, we recently were a co-signatory along with Scholars at Risk and UNIMED and many others of a statement that came out of the recent Inspire Europe Forum, which basically calls for funding for a permanent European fellowship scheme for researchers at risk, something that's long-term and country agnostic. It's something we've been arguing for a long time, and also really prioritization of issues around researchers at risk and academic freedom in the new multi-annual financial framework of the European Commission. Now, on the subject of what can universities do, one thing universities can do is take part in the lobbying and the advocacy for this to try to help us actually get this. I think that that universities in Europe, you know, are kind of committed to support and to help. I think that, you know, generally not just looking at the current situation in the Middle East, but looking at the last sort of 5-6 years generally, you know, we've been through COVID, we've had the situation with Ukraine, you know, universities are getting used to living in a crisis situation and finding ways to actually respond to that and support colleagues and so on. But I think, and so we see that sort of with the Mediterranean region, there's definitely lots of things going on at institutional levels, you know, be it scholarship programs, be it finding funding for Palestinian students, be it distance learning initiatives. You know, there are these pockets of things going on, but I think it can also be difficult because institutions don't necessarily know how they can help and what the best way to help is and what's needed at a particular point in time. So I think if you're asking me what could be improved, I think we need to strengthen and just keep up the dialogue between the various parties so people know what's going on and know where there is an opportunity to actually collaborate and to help where it's appropriate to do so. I think, you know, we often, you know, hear people say, you know, well, what can we do, because they simply don't know where to put the resources and where to put the effort. So that, I think, is one thing. Then I think another thing, which is kind of not about kind of practical support, but I think is really important, is I think universities have a really important role in protecting and promoting academic freedom. This is an area that EUA does a lot of work in, and I think, you know, universities really need to be these bodies which are there to promote democratic debate, to foster understanding between different parties and different countries and different sectors and so on, and to really kind of help to sort of encourage the depolarization of the debates. And so I think, you know, it's something that doesn't sound very tangible, but I think it's really important that institutions internally have these discussions about how they can protect academic freedom and what they can actually do to kind of enhance sort of evidence-based and democratic debate. And then just one final point I'll make on this. I think a lot of the issues of how you manage things at difficult times comes down to crisis management. And one thing that we think is very important in universities generally is that you actually have crisis management strategies in place. We saw this with COVID. Universities that already had they knew where to go internally and who to take it to if there was a crisis, managed better and quicker than ones that didn't. And I think whether this is a crisis that you're in the middle of yourself or it's a crisis that is happening that you have to respond to, I think if you've actually got leadership training and crisis management strategies and structures in place in the university, it just helps to be able to actually deal with those problems when they arise and actually sort of engage with others and know how to make those policy decisions when you need to.
Thank you very much, Amanda, because you also introduced probably one of the topic of our common platform that could be academic freedom. That remain a very important topic. You are very active on that, and we as well we try to do our best, considering obviously the situation of the region. Kyrie, I have on this issue of crisis context. Thanks to your leadership from the beginning, we started working for Gaza through the TESI initiative. But in the past, we did also a lot for Syrian refugees, and we worked a lot in Libya. We are working currently in Yemen, and we are starting again to cooperate with our Syrian members. Among our participants, there is here a representative of the University of Aleppo, and I would like to welcome him. He's somewhere. Bravo. Okay. Considering what we are doing currently for Gaza, but generally speaking, and with your obviously your experiences as a Palestinian representative, what is your message to our participants about the importance of the support and the role of university in such crisis and in some cases such horrible situation that we are facing?
Yeah, well, being a Palestinian, we have become experts in in crisis management in education and in higher education, because maybe the world has embarked on online education. Maybe COVID has been the imperative to do that, but for us Palestinians, we have embarked on online education more than almost 2 decades ago. Even before the online education, our Palestinian experience during the very first Intifada, which was 1987, 1988, we used to conduct what we call community classes. What would that mean? That because obviously, Palestine is completely fragmented. You can't move freely from one city to another city, or from even the city is completely separated from its community villages and the surrounding areas. So we used to run the community classes. Each professor or each school teacher would run classes in the mosques, in the churches, at homes, and so forth. Now, we, for example, at An-Najah University in 2010, we wanted to use the e-learning platform, and we were among the very first, not only in Palestine but in the whole region, to introduce the e-learning labs and to introduce the blended learning in higher education. So when COVID erupted, we were just simply ready to just carry on. But also, we felt responsible in teaching school teachers how to use education for that, because we as university professors, we were ready and we had the resources and so forth. But schools, for example, they had no idea, and probably other universities who did not even have the resources, students who did not have also resources. So what we did during COVID and after COVID is we used like the library concept of how students simply borrow books or journals. They would borrow laptops or computers to their home and then so we used that concept in teaching. Obviously, we have a digital library. Our libraries are digitalized, fully digitalized. So any student or any professor could access the library from anywhere, not only from home, but anywhere from the world. Now, obviously, we come from a war-torn country. Where we always have wars, always have conflict, always have crisis, always have disruption of higher education. But we have a strong belief as Palestinians that education for us is sacred. And I mentioned probably that to my colleagues on different occasions in one-to-one conversations. For us, education is sacred, and everybody should receive not only education, but higher education, and not only undergraduate degrees, but also the commitment of our societies into teaching and learning, into postgraduate studies as well, to pursue postgraduate degrees. Now, when the Gaza war erupted, and it's not the first war in Gaza, but it's like an accumulative experience. So when the Gaza war erupted, and then all institutions, all higher education institutions were destructed. Now the level of destruction varies because some of them were 100% destructed. They were just flattened to the ground, while others are, partially destructed. And then we had rectors who have been killed, we had professors who have been killed, researchers who have been killed, and also whole labs and whole classrooms have been simply wiped out and completely irreversible. Now, we thought at An-Najahi National University, along with UNIMED, that we have a responsibility to do something, and with the use of technology. So what we did, we have introduced an initiative, and it was blessed by the Arab Association of Universities. It was blessed by our European partners and friends. It was blessed by even the European Commission and Scholars at Risk and all other entities and networks around the world. So we came up with this initiative, which is the Technical Educational Support Initiative for Higher Education, which combats disruption of delivery of higher education. And we had this pool of requests from professors worldwide that they wanted to do something, and actually they were asking us, what can we do to help you? So we at An-Najah, we have initiated an online platform with online application form, and everybody could access that. Professors or students, they would simply fill in this form stating what year, what discipline, and for professors what they can teach, and so forth. And in Gaza, for example, in Gaza alone, we have 90,000 higher education students, and the enrollment rate on the platform was almost 45,000. That was like the first shot. And we were surprised. Like, people were struggling for food and shelter, and at the same time, they wanted to enroll in higher education. So they were under the bombardment, under the missiles, under explosions, under the shelling. They were interested in higher education, and they would follow online classes. And usually even, through the limited internet time, limited electricity that they would have, but also thanks to COVID, that at An-Najah developed offline platform, not only online, because at times when they don't have access to the internet, they would still be able to access classes and lectures, and they took exams, and even we had students, master and PhD students, who managed to defend their thesis even online and even under bombardment and shelling. So this initiative, it started as a humble, simple Palestinian initiative, but we thought that, okay, we can easily apply that to the Ukraine, we can easily apply that to in Lebanon, for example, or in other conflict areas. And this could be simply copied to other areas. So that's the TESI. It started as a Palestinian initiative, but it could apply anywhere. And obviously we have all our technicians and the use of technology, and obviously the inspiration that we had from professors from all over the world, from the United States till Japan, from Finland to South Africa, all over the globe, who were interested in supervising students, in teaching, in participating in exams, and even we had universities who opened up their resources, online resources, their libraries, and even some universities generously suggested that they could retrieve the archive of the Gaza universities that have been totally disrupted. So we're still working on that, and this is a model that could be expanded and could be implemented elsewhere. We usually learn from our own experiences, and we try to enhance that. And thanks for being part of different networks and being part of different projects and activities that we learn, we share, and we participate in different fora. And again, it's internationalization, it's international connection and communication that we work with our partners worldwide. So that's briefly the Palestinian experience. That could be, well, it's an endless story actually. So it's the Middle East, not only the Middle East, but even when you talk about the Ukraine crisis as well. So these models that can be implemented now. Obviously, UNIMED also, along with the European Commission, you know, we are embarking on another initiative for research. Also, this is something new, but we believe that no crisis and no disruption to higher education can be afforded. We should do all to combat that.
Thank you, Keria. Obviously the same question from your perspective about the crisis situation, what Arab university can do more. But let me say first, unfortunately, we have also to find a way to joke a little in such horrible situation and such sometimes very touching. It seems that, I say this to my colleague, let me say, as a networker in such a region, it seems no crisis, no party.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because the Mediterranean region, we started with the recent one, from Syria until now, is really, and it was in the past.
We are living in a very difficult area.
Yeah, but it's something that is not new, and we change situation. But it seems, again, that no crisis, no party. But what we should do more, and also the Arab university, what can do more to try to answer to that.
Sure. Actually, before responding to your question concerning what Amanda mentioned about crisis management, actually we in the association, during COVID even, we asked our members that they should have, that each university should have a crisis management system. And we felt that this is very important because it can be war, it can be an earthquake, it can be anything, but you should be ready and prepared. But let me say that the crisis and displacement have placed immense pressure on higher education across the Mediterranean, especially, of course, in the Arab area. And the Arab universities have stepped up often under difficult circumstances. The association is working actively to support this effort. Besides the example, the initiative of Najah University, which Khaireya mentioned, we did a lot of things, actually. I will mention some of them. One of them is we established an Arab fund. We established it together with the Ministry of Education in Palestine. Because we believe that the ministry should be involved in this matter. So we established the Arab Fund for Palestinian Universities, which was launched in 2024, to help to rebuild the campuses. I think in Gaza there are 7 campuses which completely demolished. campuses, support staff. Staff don't get their salaries, they don't have salaries, they are not paid salaries, and fund the tuition for students in Gaza and the West Bank. Second, partnerships with the UNHCR, United Nations HCR, and Erasmus Plus Rescue. Over 6,700 Syrian refugee students have been supported in Jordan, Lebanon, and Iraq, Kurdistan. Student support units, for example, at Zarqa and Yarmouk universities in Jordan, refugee students receive academic help, counseling, language classes, and psychological services. Palestinian Student Initiative, which with the Kuwaiti associations, we have several Kuwaiti associations actually, has helped cover tuition fees for over 2,000 students, mainly studying in Egyptian universities. But we must go further. We recommend that, first, expanding regional solidarity, allocate scholarships or seats for displaced students and academics. Second, building digital learning platforms, the platforms which Najah University did. We established a platform with the Arab Union for Digital Economy, actually, and it's working now very well, to ensure access even when physical campuses are unreachable. Third, crisis preparedness training. Equip university leaders with tools for academic continuity. Fourth, stronger international partnerships by deepen collaboration with the United Nations, the European Union, and the global donors. Fifth, the Association of Arab University Crisis Task Force, a regional body to coordinate the response, gather data, and advocate for higher education in emergencies. Despite challenges, Arab universities are committed to being part of the solution, and we believe education is a key path toward recovery and peace.
Thank you very much. Because it's important also to underline what we are doing, what we are trying to do. It's not just the European answer to crisis, but it's a common answer. We received, as our president said, support letter from Chile to Japan to try to support Gaza students, but also, obviously, also our Arab members were not only fully aware, but also ready to work on it and to contribute. And we will continue to push ourselves, first of all, and our members and interlocutors to continue to work for Gaza. I think that we have to start the last session of the day, but if there are questions, 1-2 questions for our network representative, except questions on fees, okay? We like fees, we need fees, but not for discussing for fees now. But if you have any question for please, there is a mic. Grazie, Sara. Here, one question here. There is another question, if in case someone wants to say something. Otherwise, we jump to the other session. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Talib from Erbil Polytechnic University, Kurdistan region of Iraq. Thank you very much for this wonderful session. I very much like it because it's all about the internationalizations and the others. So basically, talking about the internationalizations, it's not simply just the name, because it is everything. Universities without internationalization is, I think, is nothing for in the 21st century. That's why it's very important. It connected people together, sharing cultures, communications, learn from each other. And ultimately, they help peace for humanity. So that's very important. As Erbil Polytechnic University in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, we've tried to introduce internationalizations at 2 levels. In the one level which is basically connected and collaborating physically with the world, with the universities. This is what we can do it. And also at the level is at home. That means we get benefit from the AI technology. Why? Because we wanted to get equity. Erbil Polytechnic University and Kurdish universities, they want to implement the third mission of the university. That means to engage community and society. So the question is here. So the goal of internationalization to get justice and equity. It's very important, especially for those people who live in the rural areas, especially women who cannot get access to the quality of education. The questions to the European Universities Associations here, to what extent that you can help the universities, especially like us, to implement fully the third mission of the universities, which serves the community as a whole. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There are any other questions? If not, okay, Amanda, the floor is yours, and then I can try to conclude.
Thank you. I mean, firstly, I couldn't agree with you more about the importance of internationalization and it being core to universities. And it's interesting what you say about doing it at lots of different levels. Just going back to COVID, one thing we saw during COVID, I mean, it disrupted so many things, but it also allowed us to do things we never could do before. We had international forums online that we'd never have had if we'd had to fly across the world pre-COVID. And we know international online mobility and so on. So I think there's lots of things you can do there. Of course, the challenge is always that some of the people that you most need to reach are the ones without the technological capacity to do it online either. So I would say that I don't have a very good answer to you in terms of what to do, but I would say it's an issue we're very aware of. It's one of the things about third mission is a certain community outreach is central to our vision for 2030, which is called Universities Without Walls. And so these are areas that we're thinking about and working on. And you know, we have a whole range of reports and studies on our website about lots of different things, including issues like this. And interestingly, we're actually just thinking at the moment about the possibility of having our annual conference next year based around a similar theme to this. So I think I don't have a good answer to the question, but I think you raised the right questions and we're certainly working on it.
Thank you very much. Thanks again to our panelists for their commitment, their participation. Also, both our guests did a very long trip to be here with us. Thank you very much, and I hope that not only you will enjoy it and that you stay, if possible, with us not only tonight but also tomorrow. And now we move to the next session. I invite Cristina Stefanelli that will moderate the session to invite your panelists. Thank you very much indeed.
Alessandro, dove sei? Alessandro Calabrò, che eravamo qui fino a 2 minuti fa. Alessandro. Marcello, se cortesemente vedi Alessandro Calabrò, lo inviti. Intanto noi cominciamo. Welcome to today's last session on academic freedom and support to scholars at risk and refugees, a topic that we have been discussing already in the previous session. But quoting Marcello, I think that this is the only topic where there's no competition at all. So we are happy that the conversation started already. This is a topic that resonates deeply with the mission of UNIMED and is an urgent priority for higher education institutions across the Mediterranean. So the idea of this conversation today is to explore how universities, international organizations, and policy actors can protect academic freedom and offer tangible support to academics and students affected by conflict, persecution, or forced migration. Hello, Alessandro, welcome. Oh, you're so. We will look at real and outstanding examples, ranging from global advocacy to fellowship to policy response, and we will try to reflect together on what is needed to respond to regional emergencies, both with urgency and long-term vision. Speakers today are Frank Gehry, Director of Scholars at Risk Europe, which is the organization that defends academic freedom and supports scholars at risk worldwide. Stefani Kotowski, Project Manager for the SAFE pilot project, which is an EU-funded project providing fellowship for scholars at risk, coordinated by DAD, the German Academic Exchange Service. And Frankie Randall hopefully joining us online from the UNHCR Education Section, Division of Resilience and Solutions. And Alessandro Calabro, Policy Officer for Mediterranean and Middle East at the European Commission DG for Research and Innovation. So the idea is that each of them will present what they are doing, and then there will be space for questions and discussions. I will put your slides, and the floor is yours.
Where do you want me, Christina?
Oh, as you wish.
Oh, go here. Is this the?
Yeah.
Just this
Here
one?
or just this or whatever.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christina, and thank you to UNIMED for inviting Scholars at Risk to be part of this really important assembly. The partnership that we have, and it's a growing and developing partnership with UNIMED over the last number of years, is really incredibly important to our work in Scholars at Risk. So it's wonderful to be here. So I'll speak a little bit about who we are. So Scholars at Risk is an international network of higher education institutions and associations, and our mission is to protect threatened scholars and promote academic freedom. We are represented by more than 650 institutions in over 40 countries, and there are Scholars at Risk sections in 17 countries and regions. And as you can see here, we have a Europe headquarters based in Maynooth University, which is where I am based, as well as our headquarters of the Scholars at Risk network in the US and New York. There are three main things that we do. We focus on protection, on advocacy, and on learning. And in particular here, I'll speak about our protection and advocacy work, as well as what universities can do. So when it comes to protection, Scholars at Risk protects scholars suffering from grave threats to their lives, liberty, and well-being by arranging temporary research and teaching positions, and by providing advisory and referral services. And every year, 300 plus, more than 300 threatened scholars worldwide are provided with sanctuary and assistance through our network. This works in multiple ways. The key areas are here on the slide. Besides which focus on referrals and applications from scholars, arranging and supporting and enabling academic visiting appointments for at-risk scholars, providing support in transition, and we've heard about many of the reasons for this and the needs for this during the course of today, whether that's to do with different academic systems, whether it's to do with different social or administrative systems in different countries, and then fundamentally growing a network of support. There are various things that we recommend that universities do. You can see again some of these here. Some of the key things are to think clearly about how you can support when it comes to working with at-risk researchers, and also how this fits with what you do as an institution and what your focus is as an institution, so that, again, to reflect a point made earlier, it's really embedded into the working of the institution. When it comes to our advocacy work, the core activities that we do in Scholars at Risk here are monitoring attacks on academic freedom, advocating for imprisoned scholars, advising universities, both students and faculty, in advocacy efforts through seminars and legal clinics, and demanding accountability and action at both supranational, international, regional, interstate levels. So we work with the UN, the EU, the Council of Europe, multiple other different regional bodies, African Union, and many more. Every year we produce a report from our monitoring project, which is called Free to Think. And the most recent report, Free to Think 2024, reports 391 incidences of violent attacks on higher education communities, 91 incidents of wrongful imprisonment, 162 incidents involving attacks on student expression. And there are trends that we're seeing worldwide here: erosion of norms in democratic countries, threats to university autonomy, and seizure of power by democratically elected authoritarians. Why does this matter? I mean, I think in this room I almost don't need to say this, but we'll repeat it to underline the importance. Firstly, these attacks are deadly and damaging. They stifle intellectual inquiry and the free exchange of ideas, and they have a chilling effect on democracy. One of the core messages that we in Scholars at Risk always communicate is that universities are as essential to a free society as a free press or an independent judiciary. Fundamentally, Scholars at Risk is a linking project. We just had a conversation about networks, and that's absolutely at the core of what we do. It's about connecting. There are so many people, so many institutions out there working in this area, and it's our role to link and connect, just as UNIMED are doing and just as the other networks that we've heard from are doing. One really good example of this in recent years is the Inspire Europe Plus project, which Amanda referenced in her remarks when she talked about the statement that had just come from the Inspire Europe Forum recently. And again, to reference something that Amanda mentioned, fundamentally this is about dialogue. It's about us coming together. It's about sharing the learning that is out there, the learning from experience, and through that, improving the situation for at-risk researchers, improving the ability of institutions to host at-risk researchers, and informing policy and the wider context. Some key actions that higher education institutions can take. Before I go into this list on the slide, Inspire Europe produced a set of recommendations which are currently being updated. You'll see these very soon. And there's some really important points there. The first is it's about acknowledging and supporting researchers at risk in higher education and research as a matter of defending academic freedom, as a contribution to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and as strengthening international talent pools. We also call in that for a permanent fellowship scheme to be established for researchers at risk, to create national support programs for researchers at risk. And there's many other recommendations that address issues that have come up here today about access to funding programs, recognition of qualifications, visas, long-term prospects, and so on. So some of the things, and those recommendations all apply to universities as well as to national and European policymakers. Some other things that one can do as an institution is be part of the network. If you're not already an active part in the network, join, be active. Put fellowship programs in place if that's something that your university and institution is in a position to do. If not, there are many other ways one can add your voice to global advocacy work that's happening through Scholars at Risk, through networks like UNIMED, and through others. Engaging with programs such as the Scholars in Prison program or student advocacy seminars, because learning and education is a really core part of this. One of the things that we find is that knowledge about academic freedom is much shallower than we all perhaps believe or expect. So there is a really key educational function here, which is obviously core to what all universities and institutions are doing about promoting the importance of academic freedom and core higher education values. So with that, I will wrap up. Thank you again to UNIMED, and thank you all. Look forward to the further conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And regarding Scholars at Risk call for a permanent fellowship scheme for researchers at risk, Stephanie, you have a long story to share. Is this oh, sorry.
Smooth transition. Thank you, Christina. Happy to be here and yeah, to be part of the UNIMED General Assembly. Thank you again for the invitation. I'm going to share some insights from the SAFE project, which we are, as you can see from the logos on the first slide, implementing together with Campus France, PAUSE, and obviously UNIMED, which is one of the reasons why I'm here, I suppose. So SAFE. SAFE stands for Supporting At-Risk Researchers with Fellowships in Europe. So basically, we just heard the need is out there, we all know that, and SAFE is a pilot project which is funded by the European Commission and managed by the Research Executive Agency. And the objective of the project is to develop and to test a mechanism to select researchers at risk and to place them at research institutions or higher education institutions in Europe. And also our mandate is to, like I said, test and collect the feedback from us, from the consortium, from the partners, from beneficiaries, and to come up with recommendations for a potential, we all hope that it's going to be there at some point, permanent future scheme. So you can see we targeted two groups of people. One at-risk researchers still outside the EU, and then further slides you will see it's called track 1. I forgot to put it here. And track 2 is the people who, sorry, I'm not sure what I said. Track 1 is researchers outside the EU. Track 2 is researchers who were already inside the EU at the point of application. I just mentioned the consortium. We have a pilot project budget of 12 million euros in total, and the goal was to award up to 60 fellowships, and I will go into more detail about that later. We have, as is common in the European projects, we have different work packages and different partners take care of different work packages. And first up in the course of the project were the colleagues from UNIMED, who were in charge of the so-called matchmaking work package, and I'm presenting kind of your results now. Jump in if there's any mistakes. The thing is, we had a matchmaking work package because we felt, I mean, there are many researchers, especially if they're still outside the EU, who might not have good connections to a potential host inside the EU. That's the one aspect. And the other aspect is that we also wanted to have the researchers apply together with a host institution, because there was simply no time and capacity to do that after the selection. So we couldn't, find host institutions after selecting the researchers, so that's why we had the matchmaking phase first. So this is some of the results. We had a very short time frame for the matchmaking. It was 2 months only. During that time, 226 researchers signed up from 31 countries seeking placement. On the other side, we had 61 host institutions from 17 EU countries, which we thought was quite nice, that it's that many expressions of interests. 53 researchers were invited to interviews, and 66 interviews were conducted in total. And what's nice is that out of the matchmaking phase, we have some concrete results. First of all, we had 15 fellowship applications as a direct result from the matchmaking, and also 5 of them were selected in the final selection committee that we had. I will go into more detail about the selection in a second. Here you can see just some information about the countries that researchers were most interested in, as well as the division between the 2 tracks, outside and inside the EU, and also between the level of research, because we fund PhDs as well as postdocs. But overall, we saw that the interest on the postdoc level is much higher than on the PhD level. So, coming to the second work package in the course of the project, which is the application and selection process, which we at the DAD conducted. All in all, we received 359 applications, and that despite the fact that we introduced a rule that each institution could submit only 1 application. Even then, we had 359, so if that rule hadn't been in place, I think we can all imagine the numbers would have been much, much higher. You can see we've received applications from almost all EU member states, and the researchers were of 37 different nationalities. I think the other figures speak for themselves. Also, in terms of applications, I mean, not surprising, the highest number of applications came from German institutions together with researchers, followed by France, Italy, and Spain, which I assume, I mean, one is the size of the countries and the population, but the other surely also the fact that we're French, Italian, and German institutions implementing the program. So finally, as I mentioned, we had the selection committee in April. We were able to award 56 fellowships in total. We aimed for a almost balanced distribution, so we have 27 from outside the EU, and we have 29 from people who are already inside the EU. You can also see here that the level or the number of postdoctoral researchers is higher than the number of PhD researchers. We're happy about the gender balance. We have more female plus non-binary applications than male applications, which is probably also due to the fact that women are in many, many countries facing more challenging situations than than male. So, and finally, I have, well, not finally, but also, I mean, it's not surprising, but also in terms of the awarded fellowships, the biggest group will go to Germany, followed by France, Italy, and actually Poland, not Spain, but you see the tendencies are somewhat similar. Like I've said in the beginning, I mean, our mandate is also to come up with some lessons learned from the project and some recommendations. So after this first phase and after concluding the selections, we came up with some preliminary recommendations internally. Not surprising, given the demand, we would recommend that there is going to be, or there should be, a permanent scheme. It should obviously be well financed, given the demand out there. What Frank just mentioned and also Amanda mentioned is the political dialogue, and I mean that's a very necessary addition to the actual fellowship scheme to provide further funding for political dialogue and exchange, so that we can also get together and discuss what needs to be done for the future. And finally, we've heard that throughout the day again and again, that visa and residence permits are an issue, and yes, it's in the responsibility of the member states, but it's facilitation would be greatly appreciated. So that's it from my side for the moment, and I'll hand it back over to Christina.
Thank you, Stephanie. So apparently, after Scholars at Risk Europe calling for a permanent funding scheme for researchers at risk, Inspire Europe recommending a permanent scheme, and SAFE confirming the need for fellowship for researchers at risk, we can say that we are pretty much confident that there would be, most likely, a permanent scheme supporting researchers at risk. We have an online speaker, and while we set up the connection, is there anybody of you who would like to intervene or to ask a question on how your university could be more engaged in supporting scholars at risk or similar? Please. Thank you.
Okay, Roberto Lanzi, University of Brescia, Vice Rector, International Affairs. Yeah, we are a member of Scholar at Risk, but we focus our contribution for students, PhD students, more than on professors. We received recently, related to the Gaza crisis, a request for visiting professorship or something similar, which is the typical sites of the of a 1 year position, which is typical amount for a typical 1 year position for a scholar at risk from such a critical situation country, that we could invest as a university for next year at least.
Thank you for the question, and thanks for your engagement in this work. So am I right that the question is around the duration of the types of, or where programs might be available, that kind of, in terms of duration, I mean, really durations range from 6 months to 2 years typically, but can, and we would always encourage longer. We would certainly encourage a 2-year type of duration, but again, that depends on the resources and the opportunities that are available within the institution. I would be very happy to connect you with colleagues in our protection team who could advise further on this and could also potentially point you towards others doing similar work. And that's a really key part of what we do, as I was saying, is just trying to connect. The expertise is out there. It's trying to connect those that expertise and that experience. So I'd be very happy to do that.
Frankie Randall, oh, you have a question. Go.
Hello?
Go.
I had a question on the SAFE project. Well, two questions. Is the fact that all the countries that receive scholars are all in Europe because of funding prerequisite? And if so, do you foresee that in future projects after this pilot one, that non-European countries could also be receivers of these scholars at risks, and how would that work? And my second question was on potential backlash of the origin countries of these scholars. Is there any mechanism that is foreseen this project for enabling dialogue with these countries or for protection of these scholars, and how does that work? Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I mean, first of all, yes, it's the host countries are EU member states. And looking at the colleague on my left, I would assume that in any future scheme that would also be the same case. I mean, it's EU budget, so I would assume that hosts will always be established in EU member states. So that was a given from the Commission side. Regarding the second question, I'm not really sure what if I understood correctly. I mean, we are going to have workshops, meetings for all the fellows that we have in the later course of the action, and where they can exchange and network. And I mean, guarding their identities and making sure they're safe is actually a pretty big task. I mean, starting at the application phase, like how to make sure that data is safe and can be submitted safely is a very big challenge, I should say.
Frankie Randall is joining us online from the UNHCR Education Section Division of Resilience and Solution. Great to see you online. I saw you 30 seconds ago. Hi, good to see you. Floor is yours.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Brilliant, okay. Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you, colleagues. It's great to listen to this discussion, this fascinating discussion. I only regret I can't be there in person. Just so you know, I'm based in Copenhagen, Denmark, which is where UNHCR has its education headquarters, and you'll see behind me it's unusually sunny today. So we're enjoying a rare bit of sunshine up here in Copenhagen. I'll talk briefly about higher education from UNHCR's perspective. And for those of you who don't know, UNHCR is the refugee agency of the United Nations. So thinking about higher education, particularly from the perspective of the refugees around the world, but also thinking about higher education from the perspective of the 123 million forcibly displaced as well. And before I start, I should say that UNHCR for a long time has prioritized higher education as part of its refugee response. And actually, UNHCR has had a higher education scholarship for over 30 years, which is longer than we've had an education section or an education strategy. And the reason for that is because higher education for refugees is so fundamental to unlocking what we call durable solutions. And I'll come on to talk about that in a second when we talk about the global policy response currently with the global compact on refugees. But I think everybody in this room will know, and I should say as well and acknowledge the many universities that are part of UNIMED that are really long-standing and strong supporters of refugees and strong supporters and partners of UNHCR. That you will all know the numbers of refugees are growing, the numbers of the forcibly displaced are growing, the numbers have almost doubled since the signing of the Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, we have shrinking resources, fewer resources going into education, question marks over higher education and calling into question the value of higher education for refugees. And I'll touch on that and why it's so important that we advocate for this work and we continue to hold a space and fight for it. At the same time, we're seeing the length of displacements are getting longer. Children are spending their whole cycle of education, outside of their home country, primary, secondary, and tertiary. At all levels of education, we see the rates of enrollments of refugees are lower than their national counterparts. At higher education level, that disparity gets particularly stark. I think rates of enrollment in higher education for refugees are around 7% as opposed to over 40% for their national counterparts. Sorry, this is in tertiary education. And we also see that the responsibility for hosting refugees overwhelmingly falls on low and middle income countries, which are neighboring those countries which the refugees have fled. So I start out with these statistics and just framing the discussion this way because I think it helps us think about higher education and why it's important and what it means to prioritize higher education for refugees and the forcibly displaced. I mentioned to start with the Global Compact on refugees. So the Global Compact signed in 2018, acknowledging this growth in and trends in displacement and where refugees are being hosted, sought to try to share the responsibility of hosting refugees through 4 objectives. One is enhancing refugee self-reliance. Secondly is securing the conditions for return in safety for refugees to their home countries. Thirdly is expanding the conditions for third country solutions for refugees. And fourthly is easing the pressure on hosting countries. For all of these 4 policy objectives of the Global Compact on refugees, higher education can play a critical role. We know that higher education, or I should say higher levels of education, leads to more successful returns when refugees go back to their home countries. We know that higher education and tertiary education can build the self-reliance of refugees, enabling them to find jobs, start businesses, and by a similar token can ease the pressure on hosting countries. And we know that higher education can provide a gateway to third country solutions through what we as UNHCR, to use our jargon, call complementary education pathways. So this is why higher education remains so critical to long-lasting and sustainable solutions for refugees. And this is why in 2019, UNHCR, with our many partners, notably the German government, but also actors from across civil society, universities, governments, multilateral institutions, agreed to a target of enrolling 15% of refugees into higher education by 2030. And I should say at that time, the figure of refugees enrolled in higher education was a woeful 1%. So in the intervening period, 6 years, we've seen progress. And a lot of this progress is through the works of the likes of UNIMED, the universities involved in this coalition, the universities here today, in partnership with UNHCR and other humanitarian actors, really doing the work to ensure that refugees are enrolled safely and are enrolled successfully into higher education. A lot of this work has been around building evidence for higher education for refugees, developing new scholarships, making sure that refugee youth are the ones who are speaking and advocating for this work. And I fall back on the great work that many universities have done in this room on this, really spotlighting youth and giving them a voice and ensuring that they're the ones who are leading the charge. We've also seen a number of pledges by universities. So all of this has really contributed to this momentum being built to achieve this target of 15 by 30. but we still have obviously a really long way to go. And so how do we get there? And this is a question for the people in this room. And we approach this question as UNHCR with humility, acknowledging, we are a humanitarian actor. We collaborate very successfully, I should say, with universities, but we must understand our limitations. And so we need to have these really strong partnerships with universities, with the likes of UNIMED, to make sure that we can reach these populations and enroll them successfully. And so I think the path forward to getting to 15 by 30 really involves focusing on the host countries of refugees. So we see a lot of, and this is where a coalition like UNIMED is really important, because there's this reach across geographical boundaries. There's partnerships across geographical boundaries. We want universities to consider their responsibilities, not just in their own communities, but is it possible to think of their responsibilities as global actors? We know many universities now have global partnerships, campuses overseas, etc. So is there opportunity to think about enrolling refugees in countries of first asylum, supporting refugees, or universities hosting refugees in countries of first asylum? We have seen great examples of this. We've seen great examples of coalitions being built to enroll refugees across geographic boundaries or within countries. A change of national policies to enable refugees to access universities on the same level as fees as host students, or to be able to access student loans. These kind of policy level changes have real impact. We've seen universities in Brazil, Jordan come together to form national coalitions to advocate for refugees. We're really excited by a new coalition led by European universities, notably the University of Oslo, to provide higher education for refugees in the locations where they're based, supporting the host country institutions to do that. So there's a lot of really, really interesting and exciting work out there. And I will finish by saying the one thing that we as UNHCR are trying to encourage universities to do when we have conversations with them is to really acknowledge forced displacement as one of the critical challenges that we face as a community in these times. The UNHCR is ready to work with universities, but we need universities from the leadership level down to really prioritize forced displacement and to form strategic responses to it. In order to support that, we're working with some of the universities in this room actually on a new, what we call global solidarity movement called Each One Take One, which is an effort to build networks between universities worldwide to support them to enroll refugees and to really lift up and acknowledge and give visibility to those universities in the country of first asylum that have so much expertise in this work, that have been doing it for so long, often with limited acknowledgement. So with that, Christina, maybe I can hand back to you, and obviously happy to take any questions and really interested to see how the discussion unfolds.
Thank you, thank you. Any questions? And I also take the opportunity to mention the Unical project in Italy, which is supported by UNHCR and is a truly successful project for university corridors for refugees. So yeah, I would encourage everybody to get in contact with UNHCR to get the support that all the university will need. Dulcis in fundo, as we mentioned before, Alessandro Calabrò, Policy Officer for Mediterranean and Middle East at the European Commission DG for Research and Innovation, as I've mentioned before. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina, and I will surprise Marcello once again being concise and also considering the timing. Indeed, I don't have any slide like the colleagues because this initiative that I will briefly presenting is indeed an initiative that is upcoming, that is under preparation, but I'm very grateful to have this time already to present few lines and also the reasoning behind this initiative. So this is an initiative to support the Gazan researchers that is expected to come into life in autumn, indeed implemented by UNIMED. So hopefully in the next General Assembly we will be able to comment and discuss together the result of this initiative. I was saying I'm really indeed very grateful to have this possibility to showcase this idea that indeed concretized last year with a specific call in our work program 2025. Work program of Horizon Europe. I already mentioned before, but again, indeed, our biggest framework program for research and innovation. As the name suggests, Horizon Europe is indeed a program for Europe, but has on it a specific reference for international cooperation. And this demonstrates the principle behind this program. And the principle is the science is everywhere, so knows no border. So wherever is the science, there is a possibility to cooperate and to indeed realize research. But to sustain this approach of international cooperation, in 2021, the Commission also launched a specific communication called the Global Approach to Research and Innovation. That is, for us, the guiding principle of this international cooperation. Let me mention a few of this principle, and the most relevant one for the topic we are discussing about. So the openness, I already mentioned, the program is open because the idea is science is everywhere, so you can find the cooperation everywhere in the globe. The other is the global challenges, the need to be all on board to tackle challenges that are not geographically located but are really global. The last and most important for this specific case is the need to tackle barriers, and so to make this openness of science real. And this is the case where we are. So we indeed preach the openness of the program, but for some region and for some countries, this is not really the case. So we are called to work on really tackling these barriers. That's what was inspired us to conceive this call that has two main focus, let's say. One larger initiative of mapping, an extensive mapping exercise to really identify what already exists and being able to assess all what it exists to be able to continue this work and this support for the gas and researchers in the coming years. And so it's in our mind to have a continuation, and we are very much hope to have a continuation of this support in the coming year based on the results that we will obtain with this initiative. And second, but not less important, something immediate, something real, already a real support for a certain number of researchers. In this case, 50 researchers have been identified to be part of this small group, but that will receive already a specific support through a virtual platform, and so with a series of activities of mentorship, training, and so on and so forth. So to start with a specific and a real action already for a small group that could be, of course, expanded in the next phases of this initiative. I stop there, and of course I'm happy to reply to questions. Thank you.
Grazie Alessandro. This sounds like a miracle. And yeah, in those times where it's like we are all like watching a horror movie in Gaza broadcasted live, but knowing that it's real. I'm really impressed by how you have and the DG being powerful in investing in Gaza, and not, in my opinion, as an academic aid or just for solidarity, but also as an act of soft power. And we are very much excited to see. It will be difficult, and this is also an open call for all the members. All the members will have to help at some point, sharing resources, but there will be ways. We have seen also with the TASE initiative how the universities are open to share resources and support and mentors and whatever. So I think that with all the members and the capacity and the knowledge that they have, we will make it. We still have some like 5-10 minutes for a few questions. Is there any questions? Yeah, please. Over there and here and
okay, hello. So I have a question and maybe a suggestion. So for the SAFE project, actually. So in the website, you said the application can only made by the potential host institution in the UE country or host. But for this, I mean, many students could lose the opportunity to make an application because, you know, one of the documents that you ask that you need the nomination from the president of the university. And this sometimes take long time, and the bureaucracy cannot be made in the deadline. The supervisor document, okay, the supervisor very close from the student and can finish all the procedure very active. But as I said, for the higher management, it could take a big process. So in this action here, I maybe could have a suggest that if you can make this step after the applicant can make the application. So when the president of the university say that, okay, this student is accepted in the program, but only now everything is stopped with his maybe signature or with his email, this can maybe force him to be active in this process. So only I have this suggestion, and maybe could you take it in consideration for the future maybe calls. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for I'm just responding. Thank you for your feedback. I completely understand. I think the formalities were high. It was a choice based on the fact that we knew from the beginning it was only 60 fellowships max. But we're happy to take any feedback, and like I said, it's developing and testing and collecting feedback. So there will be some modifications in the future if there is a future scheme, and we're happy to take some feedback and keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the speakers too. The question is, have you tried to publicize and lobby for your cause through granting or gaining or getting hold of a resolution, UN resolution through UNESCO, for example, to be raised to the UNGA, hoping that will allow actually or force every member state or persuade every member state to support your cause. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So there's various things that we've done at the UN level, and I would say that's a question and a suggestion, and I take both equally. One of the key things that we have done at the United Nations level is the principles on the implementation for academic freedom. And this is a set of principles that was put together by an expert group working across higher education with a particular focus on academic freedom. It was a group that was convened and supported by Scholars at Risk. That set of principles has been and is being integrated into the UN system. For example, recently Farida Shahid, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education, incorporated it and recommended that the UN and member states take this on and implement it in her recent report on academic freedom. So that is, I think, one step. I think your specific point about resolution at the UN General Assembly is a very interesting point. It's something I will actually bring back to our internal discussions, because this is something that we're talking about at the moment, is how do we take the principles, how do we really integrate that in a deeper way across the UN system. But fundamentally, it's about how do member states and how do institutions implement this in their work. So that's really what we are looking to work towards. Thank you.
Noel.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's not a question, but I would like to share a good practice as well. Regarding refugees, I would like to mention a project that has been coordinated also by the University of Sétif too under the Erasmus Plus program. It is called CIRES, and UNIMED was one of the main partners as well in this project. And in the project we have worked on the creation of institutional capacities for the integration of refugees in higher education, and was a big sum of students that have been inside the project. The difference between this project and others is that the refugee students themselves were integrated and part of the project from the beginning to the end. That means when we did the questionnaire, when we did the training, we always asked them what should be the content. We had to listen to them, to their suffering, to how they feel once they are in an asylum or in a country where they had to flee the war. And we have ended up with, of course, a publication with a number of results. But what I wanted to say is that by the end we did a sub-network that is called the sub-network CIRES. And we are continuing working with the refugee students, not only from the universities which were partner in the project, but now we are enlarging it to different persons, different NGOs, with the civil society, with every person which has a concern about refugees and taking that into consideration. So maybe we can also share some ideas on how to make synergies between what you are doing and between also the sub-network CIRES. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noel. Always good when you mention the CIRES project. Any other questions or comments or things that you would like to say today? We have, I'm about to close. Marcelo. Close the section and then I say something. Well, I just want to say one word to close the session. As we have seen in the session today, protecting academic freedom and supporting scholars at risk and refugee students is not just an emergency response, it's a long-term commitment to the core values that define the higher education: freedom, inclusion, knowledge exchange, and human dignity. So let's continue work together at the intersection of emergency and long-term vision. And unfortunately, there's so much to do together. So thank you very much to our panelists for your insights and commitment, which is supposed to be a very long-term commitment, and for all your support to the UNIMED activities. And incredibly, we close the session today perfectly on time. So enjoy the rest of the day. If there is anybody online, see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining online, and bye. Okay.
Okay, technical. I use that one. There is another additional session. Oh, for today is done. We have now a nice garden walk inside the university. Just because after one day closed in this room without any window, we need fresh air, and we are doing, the University of Calabria is preparing a nice walk inside the university, visiting 2 gardens in particular, and then we will listen some music, and then finally we have some dinner around 7:30, okay? People are waiting us at the registrations desk. Okay, thanks, see you tomorrow.